What a strange dream. This was the first thought that came to my mind. My dreams were always colorful and full of fantasy, but this time it was completely different. The surroundings were filled with black, white, and red. A straight dark street stretched into the distance. The sky above was gray and without a single star. However, the moon seemed to want to make up for this dimness. It was 5 times larger than usual and emitted a strange light. There were some unrecognizable sounds in the distance. I couldn't help my curiosity and decided to go and find out. In front of a magnificent mansion, there stood a little boy about 6 years old. He looked like he had walked out of a black and white movie. At first, I thought he was a statue, but then I noticed that he was crying and his eyes were fixed on a certain direction. I walked around behind him and finally saw the scene that attracted his full attention. The door of the mansion was open. In the spacious room, 2 bodies were lying on the ground. The bright red blood was particularly dazzling in this dull black and white world, as if it was glowing. It spread on the floor and stained everything around it. Suddenly, the scene changed at a T this time. The 2 people, a man and a woman, were standing facing the door, and behind them, a dark shadow appeared. A cold light flashed. The sharp blade quickly passed. Blood splashed again. The bodies of the 2 fell, and the red liquid covered the ground again. This scene was repeated over and over again. At first, I was shocked by the bloody scene and couldn't speak, but later, I just felt bored. After all, in the movie, you can see more terrifying scenes than this. "Hey, what happened here?" I asked loudly, but the crying little boy didn't respond to my voice. I reached out to pat him, and then I found that I didn't have a hand at all. Instead, there was something indescribable emitting a golden light. Moreover, it can shrink inward like a prosthetic hand, or more precisely, a prosthetic arm. I hurriedly checked my other limbs and found that they were all turned into tentacles like this. Touching myself, I was sure that except for the tentacles, all other organs in my body had disappeared. Now I was just a spherical body, but somehow I could see and speak. However, this discovery did not make me too panic. Once I even dreamed that I was a hidden camera monitoring the transactions of criminal organizations. So, this strange form was nothing special to me. The dream became more and more boring, and nothing new happened. Even the little boy's tears fell at even intervals and dripped rhythmically on the ground. "Can you see me?" I waved my arm in front of the child, hoping to attract his attention. He didn't respond. "S.O." I patted his shoulder. Hey, the earth is calling." I was answered by a slight crisp sound. Crack, crack, crack. His shoulder collapsed inward. His arm fell to the ground, and broke into several pieces. Cracks spread across his body like spider webs, and the boy looked like a fragile porcelain doll. After a few seconds, he completely shattered into a pile of gray fragments. Then, the world around him began to collapse. 5 minutes later, I stood in the middle of a gray wasteland covered with ash. There was nothing here except the unusually large moon and the fragments left by the little boy. I waited for a while, expecting things to develop, but everything was still. This dream really made me feel unhappy. I tried to wake up, but I couldn't do it. Without fingers, it was extremely difficult to pinch myself. Bored, I began to look at the fragments scattered around. One of the fragments of a hand looked like a glove. I picked it up with my tentacles, turned it around for a long time, and then decided to try it on. The glove fit surprisingly well that I moved my small child fingers with some surprise, and finally I was able to pinch myself. But I still couldn't wake up, but I found a way to pass the time, similar to solving a 3-dimensional puzzle. I don't know how many hours I spent on this puzzle. Fortunately, the pieces that fit together correctly will stick together automatically, although the cracks are still clearly visible. I started with the pieces of the hands, and it took some trouble to put together the back, but fortunately, it only broke into 3 pieces. All the pieces are different in size and shape, only the eyes are exactly the same. When putting together the head, I can only rely on groping, but fortunately, apart from the eyes, only a small piece fell off the top of the head. It is oval, in the center of the forehead, as if there should be a third eye there. The other pieces are relatively large, and they can be put together correctly even without looking. However, at the moment when the last piece was put back in place, a hot feeling came over me. In an instant, countless complex emotions came like a tide, making it almost impossible for me to distinguish. Fear, so strong that it makes people unable to move. Hatred, as black as ink, wishing to destroy everything around. And endless pain, desperate and deep, making people sob because of sadness. I seemed to be screaming, or maybe I was just silently opening my mouth, twisting and struggling in pain. At this moment, Other people's memories suddenly flooded into my mind. 7 years of stranger life from birth to today. All emotions and feelings were compressed in this brief moment, making my consciousness blurred and finally falling into darkness. When I woke up slowly, I first secretly rejoiced that this long and terrifying nightmare was finally over, and then slowly opened my eyes. What came into view was a strange room surrounded by curtains. The air was filled with a faint hospital atmosphere, which made me realize that I was most likely in a hospital. I tried to sit up. Just then I saw my hands. To be precise, it was not my hands, but the little hands of the porcelain doll boy before. Fear instantly struck me, and I felt the blood in my body freeze and my heart tighten. The most terrifying thing was that I knew clearly that everything around me was not a dream, because I could inexplicably call out the names of almost all the Uchiha clan members who had passed away, and even knew how strange Tsunade's taste was. Then, a strong sense of loneliness came like a tide after all. I was alone now, and then, the flame of hatred burned in my heart. I must kill Itachi. I held my head in my hands in pain, curled up in a fetal position, trying to get rid of these negative emotions that did not belong to me. For a while, I even unconsciously thought about myself from a male perspective, and I was really afraid that not only would my appearance become a little boy full of hatred, but my heart would also change completely. Enough! Enough! I screamed loudly, and in an instant, all my emotions seemed to be cut off by a knife. Even the sense of touch and smell disappeared. Fortunately, vision and hearing are still there. I carefully removed my hand from my face, waiting for the outburst to come back, but it didn't come back immediately. At this moment, I heard footsteps approaching, and the curtain was pulled aside, revealing a man in a white coat, glasses, and a strange hat that only showed his face. Under normal circumstances, his funny outfit might have made me laugh, but at this moment, my sense of humor had obviously disappeared along with the rest of my senses. Sasuke-kun, how do you feel? At first, I really wanted to ask him how he thought a child who had just seen his parents being killed could feel, but in the end, I chose a more neutral answer. Not bad. How long was I unconscious? It was so natural to call myself a man. 2 weeks. You were under an extremely powerful illusion that could not be lifted from the outside. I thought I would be very depressed when I heard this news, but I felt nothing because my emotions seemed to be frozen. Just in case, I pulled the blanket and pretended to be a little emotional. Has the funeral been held? I lowered my voice and bowed my head. Yes, you also understand that it has been several days. We can't wait too long. The ward fell into a tense silence that I really didn't know what else to say. The doctor seemed to be unsure of how to break the deadlock, just like me. Sasuke-kun, I think you need to recover your strength. Someone will bring you a special meal to help you recover. The doctor finally found a topic. Okay, I don't feel hungry, but I will do as you say. The doctor nodded and left. I remember there's a tradition among ninjas sneaking out of the hospital before being discharged. But in my current situation, it is really unwise to return to the empty neighborhood and be hungry. I hope that at least the bloodstains have been cleaned up there, instead of just moving the body away. After finishing my meal, which I luckily couldn't taste, I found my clothes in a small cabinet next to my bed and changed into them. It was the busiest time of the day, with people coming and going in the hospital. If I ran away, I would be easily spotted. And I didn't dare jump out of the second-floor window, even though Sasuke's memory told me that nothing would happen. But I was a ninja now, albeit a novice. I made a seal and performed the transformation technique, which the genius Sasuke had already mastered. At first, I thought it would not work after all. It was still strange to perform such a near-magical ability, but this body knew exactly what to do. The conspicuous top with a wide collar and the Uchiha family logo on the back became an ordinary t-shirt, and the pigtail hairstyle that always stood up on the back of my head became a neat short hair. No one in the hospital noticed the little boy, and I escaped successfully. The journey to the Uchiha district was also safe and sound. I got onto the yellow tape that said, "No trespassing," and was able to see the extent of the damage in the area. Considering that the houses here are made of wood and paper, it's surprising that they haven't been razed to the ground. In front of me is the street in my dream, and at the end of the street is the mansion that once belonged to the clan leader and now belongs to me. Despite the emotional blockage, it's still creepy here. I always feel that someone is watching me from behind, and this may not be a sudden delusion. It's just unclear whether it's the ghost of the dead or the living. I almost trotted all the way to the mansion and inadvertently saw some almost worn chalk marks on the ground. It seems that it has rained recently, and the bloodstains have been completely washed away, but some of the chalk marks used to mark the location of the bodies have remained. Standing in front of the door where my parents were killed again and again in my dream, I stopped and didn't dare to reach out to push it open. Somewhere deep inside, I felt fear even though I was numb. Finally, I mustered up the courage and pushed the door open. No one cleaned up the blood in the room, luckily, not as much as in the illusion Itachi had created. The silhouettes on the ground made me completely collapse. Mom, Dad, my legs went weak, and I almost fell, but I grabbed the door handle in time and steadied myself. These are not your parents. I tried to suppress Sasuke's memories and got rid of their influence again. I straightened up and closed the door. The feeling of being spied on finally disappeared. I walked around the blood on the ground and walked into the house. It was only then that I realized how tired I was. My legs and hand were shaking. After all, such a long journey, coupled with the huge mental shock, was too heavy a test for a 7-year-old child, especially one who had just woken up from a 2-week coma. Deep inside my heart, there was a stupid thought flashing. I thought that as long as I went back to my room, lay down on the bed and sleep, everything would be back to normal tomorrow morning. I didn't even know whether it was me or Sasuke who was trying to deceive myself. But sleeping was undoubtedly the best thing we could do now. So I fell on the bed without even taking off my clothes and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 2 Life Plan in the early morning light. I awakened enveloped in warmth and comfort, stretching languidly before being suddenly overtaken by a profound sense of hunger. In a daze, I contemplated that perhaps my mother had already prepared breakfast. The moment that thought flickered through my mind, an icy chill washed over me. Sasuke's mother had long since departed this world, her blood staining the floor below, and my own mother. Perhaps she was near, separated by a seemingly thin, yet insurmountable veil of parallel worlds. Or perhaps she resided in a distant galaxy. I struggled to focus, attempting to recall the constellations of this world, yet the only asterism I could recognize, the Big Dipper, was conspicuously absent. A persistent voice in my heart insisted that I could never return. This signified that I was truly in deep trouble. No, it was more than mere trouble. I was utterly ensnared. Were it not for the frost encasing my emotions, I would undoubtedly be as hysterical as Sasuke. Yet, in reality, I found myself ensnared in philosophical contemplation. Did Masashi Kishimoto create the world of Naruto, or was he merely a prophetic figure who believed he was crafting a simple manga? Upon achieving full consciousness, I discovered that my senses of touch, smell, and taste had all miraculously returned overnight. Moreover, I became acutely aware of the hospital scent clinging to me, and my teeth were in desperate need of cleaning. As I entered the bathroom, I was met with a new source of distress. I was now a small boy, and quite a diminutive one at that. I shed my clothing and scrutinized myself in the mirror. I bore an exceedingly adorable visage, with cheeks that begged to be pinched, a playful tuft of hair at the back of my head, and a pair of large eyes, the dark irises and pupils nearly indistinguishable. Furrowing my brows and puffing my cheeks, I suddenly comprehended why Itachi treated me with such indulgence. Sasuke did not grasp why Sister Nini sometimes wore such expressions, but I understood perfectly. If Itachi were to hide a photograph of me beneath his pillow, I would not be the least bit surprised. After all, I presently resembled a delicate porcelain doll, a little angel. All right, little one, I could not help but reach out to touch my own head. Fear not. I shall take good care of you. Was this maternal instinct at play? While I could not feel any other emotions, a sense of tenderness and protectiveness subtly surfaced. I gently caressed Sasuke's cheek, continuing to assess myself. I hope this little fellow develops well in the future. Otherwise, I, as a girl, may feel insecure. Or perhaps, for a 7-year-old child, this size is perfectly normal. I recalled when I was much younger. My mother would place my brother and me in the bathtub together for a wash, but at that time, I had not given much thought to the differences between boys and girls, so I could not be certain. After bathing and brushing my teeth, my hunger intensified to an unbearable degree. There must be something edible in the kitchen, though much of it was likely spoiled. Sure enough, upon opening the refrigerator, I was greeted by a foul stench of decay. I spent several minutes cleaning it out. Once the task was completed, I rushed outside for fresh air, flinging open the windows and doors to dispel the unpleasant odor. Fortunately, there was a garden and vegetable patch behind the house, where my favorite tomatoes were growing. In my previous life, I had a fondness for tomatoes, and Sasuke held a particular affection for them. My hand, seemingly possessed, reached for a sun-ripened tomato, which I wiped on my clothing before popping it into my mouth. It was only upon biting into the second one that I recalled I should have washed them first. But I waved the thought away. It was time to fully embrace my role as this little boy. However, eating the remaining tomatoes unwashed weighed on my conscience. After finishing my improvised breakfast, I returned to my room and sat at the desk, where a piece of paper awaited me. I needed to devise a future life plan. I was once an adult with a higher education, fluent in 2.5 languages. No, more accurately, it was now 3. My command of Japanese was no longer limited to subtitles and textbooks. Of course, in my previous life, I never spoke of my anime interest to others. Only my family and a few friends were aware of this hobby. I was never one to obsess over anime characters, nor did I engage in cosplay. And I did not collect figurines or other merchandise. Yet, I retained a general knowledge of the major events within the Naruto world. Thankfully, I was not thrown into the realm of Bleach. I could barely endure 3 episodes of that anime, although I did glean some understanding of the main characters through fanfiction. If I could choose the world into which I would traverse, I would likely select the one from Imo Seongtong Show's Imo Daozu Sure, as everything there felt far more familiar. But given the circumstances, I could only accept reality. I patted Sasuke's head and sighed. Fear not. I will raise you to become a normal person, I assured the little boy in my mind, though I received no response. In truth, I harbored a disquieting premonition that the real Sasuke might no longer exist. The scenes of his shattered existence were far too unusual. Moreover, I felt no trace of his thoughts in my mind, only his memories. Perhaps he would awaken once he recovered from this mental shock. But I felt he had no need to awaken any longer. Since I had inherited his body, I was determined to play this role to the fullest. In the anime, Sasuke sought to kill his brother and restore his clan. However, I had no intention of killing Itachi. The mere thought of birthing a multitude of little Uchiha made my mind reel. I hoped that as this body matured, the notion of procreation would no longer seem so daunting. Otherwise, if my actions led Sasuke to suddenly become homosexual, that would be rather awkward. On the other hand, I would have to alter my sexual orientation as well. Well, that was a concern for another day. First, I needed to formulate a basic plan for the near future. Firstly, I required funds. There must be money hidden somewhere in the house, but whether I could locate it remained an enigma. I also needed to visit the bank, as the Uchiha clan was quite wealthy, and I was the sole heir. Surely there were accounts in my name. Secondly, I needed to address the state of this neighborhood. If left unattended, it would soon become overrun with weeds and fall into disrepair. I needed to rent out the house. That would provide additional income. For one can never have too much money. Furthermore, I required someone to help oversee the main residence and prepare meals for me. While I could cook, I was currently just over 1 meter tall, and even reaching the stove was a challenge. Long-term plans. I would think on them tomorrow. For now, I needed to tackle the immediate issues at hand. I quickly dressed and made my way to the bank, fortunate that Sasuke was familiar with its location. Along the way, people pointed and whispered about me. Even the bank employees regarded me with unusual curiosity. The man assigned to assist me appeared noticeably ill at ease under my innocent gaze. In truth, I was merely weary of feigning an array of emotions, which seemed to impose an overwhelming pressure on those around me. Mr. Uchiha, he addressed me. His overly polite tone toward a child sounding rather unnatural. I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. Your father transferred all funds to another bank a week prior to that tragic incident, so we have no relevant information here. Ah, thank you, dear father, for creating such troubles for me. Surely he intended to squander the money on his damned revolution, taking it with him to the grave. At that moment, a thought struck me. In this world, death was not the end. Through Edo Tensei, I could undoubtedly learn where Lord Fugaku had hidden my money. As long as his DNA could be preserved, I was fortunate that the pool of blood on the ground remained. However, your personal account has not experienced any changes. He handed me a piece of paper, indicating the amount written upon it. Sasuke, though somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of pricing, could still surmise, albeit through his limited understanding, that the funds at his disposal would suffice to sustain a rather modest lifestyle for 5 years. This account was established at the moment of my birth, and since then, no further deposits had been made. Father, this account is quite meager. Shouldn't you consider my future a bit more thoughtfully? Yet, there exists a silver lining. With Itachi Uchiha officially declared a rogue ninja, his assets have been confiscated and transferred to you. The sum detailed on another document was tenfold greater than the previous amount, most of which had been transferred just days prior to the Uchiha clan's demise. Brother Itachi, when I finally see you, I shall bestow upon you a heartfelt embrace. You will surely be astonished, yet my affection for you now is no less than that of the former Sasuke. With an impassive expression, I neatly folded the documents and tucked them into my pocket, withdrawing a portion of the money as pocket change. Additionally, the staff informed me how to rent out vacant properties. They even arranged for a dedicated real estate consultant, who meticulously elucidated all the details as if imparting knowledge to an unsuspecting child. Indeed, in his eyes, I was precisely that child. Ultimately, we executed the contract, with him overseeing all rental affairs, and his service fees were quite reasonable. As I prepared to depart, I inquired if he knew where I might hire a nanny. He recommended his cousin, stating she would arrive at the main residence that evening to assist in preparing dinner. The banking matters were resolved in less than an hour, which brought me immense joy. However, upon stepping outside, I felt the weight of judgment as people began to whisper and point at me from behind. Chapter 3. Inviting Naruto. This sensation is profoundly unsettling. Had my emotions not been encased in ice, I might have already succumbed to fury. Yet now, I find myself resorting to transformation techniques, concealing my most conspicuous features. Suddenly endowed with an abundance of free time, I ventured to a nearby eatery for lunch. During my meal, a thought struck me. I ought to visit the cemetery. If Sasuke were to forego paying respects to his parents, it would indeed raise suspicions. Half an hour later, I arrived at the graveyard, laying a bouquet of white lilies at my parents' tombstone. The cemetery in the Hidden Leaf Village left a profound impression on me, primarily due to its vastness. Ninjas often perish in battle. Reaching the age of 30 is already a remarkable feat at this moment. The desire that had flickered within me, spurred by Sasuke's memories of becoming a ninja, has vanished entirely. However, I am left with no alternative. Having inherited this cursed Sharingan, I am destined to become a ninja. Otherwise, Orochimaru will soon come knocking. Eager to claim my body as his own. It is not that I hold any particular attachment to this body, I simply lack other options. Even through the veil of emotional repression, I can still sense an overwhelming despair. Murder? Engaging in life and death struggles? Training to the point of losing consciousness? I do not wish for any of it. My legs weaken, and I find myself kneeling before my parents' gravestone, curling into a ball. Yet this time, these emotions are entirely my own. Sasuke would hardly comprehend my turmoil. To him, all of this seems entirely natural. Sasuke-kun? A voice suddenly called from above. I turned to see Kakashi, who in a few years would become the teacher of Team 7. He appeared to think I was weeping, and the sight of my expressionless face and dry eyes briefly startled him. Are you all right, Sasuke-kun? He inquired with his characteristic gaze, offering a faint smile. However, he could only smile with his eyes, as the rest of his face was obscured by bandages and a forehead protector. For reasons unknown, this became the final straw that broke my composure. My world had just crumbled, and so had Sasuke and Appo's. How could anyone still find the capacity to smile? You know, this is all your fault. I suddenly felt the urge to wipe that foolish grin off his face. The Nine Tails Rampage, the fourth Hokage's sacrifice. A portion of my family's demise can also be attributed to you. Kakashi's expression instantly turned grave. What are you saying? Nothing. I quickly regained my composure. I must not expose my foresight abilities in a moment of anger. I was merely in a foul mood and wished to share the discomfort. Observing the surprise contorting Kakashi's masked face brought me a sense of relief. It is often said that committing a misdeed can lead to an odd sense of satisfaction. Farewell, Kakashi-sensei. The remainder of the day passed in monotony. I scraped some blood from the ground and stored it in an empty bottle I found in the medical kit. Afterward, I successfully sealed off my emotions once more. Even the new caretaker, Midori, lamenting over my plight as a pitiful little boy, could not penetrate my emotional barrier. The following day, I was obliged to attend ninja school. Sasuke had been absent for 2 weeks and needed to catch up. Theoretical subjects like mathematics proved surprisingly challenging for a 7-year-old. What I learned in the 4th grade in my past life was far simpler. Sasuke excelled in sensing and controlling chakra, yet struggled with physical techniques. Fortunately, there were no practical exercises today. But throwing weapons proved to be quite a challenge for me, barely more than half hit the target. After 2 weeks of inactivity, my body was no longer as responsive as before. Was I simply not cut out for this? Thankfully, my classmates refrained from mocking me, given my performance. They deemed it sufficiently poor and chose not to add insult to injury. Sasuke-kun, perhaps you have yet to recover from your illness. Irika-sensei attempted to lighten the mood. You mustn't overexert yourself just yet. I shrugged indifferently. After school, I returned to the empty training ground, repeatedly throwing kunai and shuriken until I exhausted my ammunition. My performance showed marked improvement. Now only a quarter missed the target. They were molding us into assassins and spies, all under the guise of the will of fire. These rowdy little rascals would soon be dispatched to kill. I stared agonizingly at the last kunai in my hand, envisioning it piercing another's flesh, tearing through skin and muscle, shattering bones. Yet I felt nothing. Perhaps I had gone too far, sealing off my emotions too thoroughly. My hand mechanically flung the kunai, and it struck the target with precision. I slumped my shoulders. I had no choice. I must become a ninja. In this world, pacifists are not welcomed. Much like Itachi, who, though a pacifist at heart, was compelled to annihilate his own clan, becoming one of the most wanted criminals in the world. I must train daily, yet I am utterly at a loss as to how to accomplish this. In my previous life, I could barely endure running. Now, the thought of forcing myself to train seems inconceivable. My laziness is not merely an emotion but rather an innate state of my soul, not so easily cast aside. I now feel that this laziness could even overpower my fear of death. As night fell, I finally gathered the scattered weapons. Passing by the empty school, I heard the creak of a swing and turned toward the sound, wondering who might be there. Naruto. Lost in his melancholic thoughts, Naruto jumped in surprise upon seeing me. What do you want, stinky Sasuke? Naruto and Appo's unruly spiky hair made him resemble a dandelion or a small chick. Suddenly, I felt a wave of compassion. Despite having believed mere moments ago that my emotions were securely locked away, this sensation was akin to catching a glimpse of Sasuke's face in the mirror. Could it be that maternal instincts were at play? I find it hard to fathom how the villagers of the Hidden Leaf could bear to dislike this adorable boy. I came to apologize. What? Naruto exclaimed, nearly tumbling from the swing in astonishment. I want to apologize for calling you weak and a loser, I clarified. Regrettably. Sasuke had indeed done so. I'm sorry, I was wrong. In truth, you are quite strong. Believe me. I extended my hand. And Naruto scrutinized me skeptically for nearly a minute, waiting for a trick, but ultimately grasped my hand. Upon realizing I bore no ill will, A radiant smile blossomed on his face. Huh, you finally see how powerful I am. Indeed, one day, you shall become the most renowned ninja in the world. I declared confidently. Naruto looked at me in disbelief, unable to comprehend my words. He must have thought I would angrily refute him. You truly are strong. I continued, taking a seat on the adjacent swing, gently swaying as I gazed ahead. Despite how everyone treats you, you still manage to maintain a smile. What's so difficult about that? Naruto replied cheerfully, swaying in affirmation. I turned to him, attempting to muster a smile. But my face felt as though it were made of rubber, having not utilized my facial muscles for over 2 weeks. You see, I've almost forgotten how to smile. I even had to rub my cheeks to dispel the unfamiliar sensation. Wow, that's terrifying. Naruto exclaimed. Do you want me to teach you? Sure. Then get ready. Soon you will become the brightest smile in the Hidden Leaf Village. I regarded him with skepticism. Ordinarily, such words would elicit laughter, yet within me lingered only a faint sense of pity. We gently swung for a while, the creaking of the swing breaking the silence. At that moment, I was consumed by a frenzy of thoughts about what to do next. The desire to converse with Naruto was a fleeting impulse, yet I could not bear the thought of leaving him alone here afterward. The answer was clear. To hell with the original plot. Ignoring it would surely weigh heavily on my conscience. Naruto, would you like to come over to my house? What? Naruto seemed still in shock. Tonight's dinner features tuna sushi, and dessert is dango. However, you should know that many have perished in my neighborhood. Are you afraid of ghosts? I fear nothing. Naruto exclaimed, even jumping off the swing to lead the way. You were too easily fooled. I rose from the swing as well. What did you say, idiot? I said you were too easily swayed. You are. He stuck his tongue out at me. TCH. I began to understand why Sasuke in the anime favored such succinct expressions. The journey to Uchiha Street took 20 minutes. Arriving at a dimly lit street where the street lights were out, Naruto shrank his neck and anxiously glanced around, evidently searching for ghosts. The vacant Uchiha Street was indeed eerie compared to the once bustling Konoha village. Only the main residence was illuminated. Young master. You are home late today. I have already begun preparing dinner. At that moment, Midori, who came out to greet me, noticed Naruto and displayed a look of disdain. This is Naruto. I interrupted her. My friend has come to visit. I hope you understand, Ms. Midori. The woman's expression shifted again. After all, working for me provided her with a decent salary, and she certainly did not want to lose her job. As you wish, young master. Come on. Why are you still standing there? I pulled the hesitant Naruto inside. Let me show you my room. Okay, Naruto mumbled softly. He appeared both surprised and delighted. His face slightly flushed. It dawned on me that this was all due to a single word. I called him a friend. Goodness, Naruto desired so little. Merely a friendly title brought him such joy. If any enemy ninja from a rival nation were to discover that a kind word could entice a Jinchuriki away from Konoha, what chaos would ensue? Naruto was surely secretly determined to prove himself worthy of the title of friend. What was I doing? I had not intended to. Yet it felt as though I was adopting him like a small pet. The entire original storyline was easily disrupted, like a house of cards. But to hell with the original plot. Abandoning a child to the whims of fate while ensuring everyone despises him was a terrible narrative. If the butterfly effect truly exists, then the future must inevitably change, even if it were just a matter of timing for a sneeze. Therefore, I would no longer fret over such matters. Right or wrong, time would reveal the truth. Or perhaps, I would leave it to Kishimoto Masashi to judge, if indeed this world was his creation. Thus, it was decided, I would keep Naruto by my side. Surely, no one would agree to my adopting him. But I hoped at the very least no one would obstruct him from moving in with me. Danzo and the higher-ups would likely not consider me a significant threat to the village's safety, so there should be no issues from Konoha's leadership. As for persuading Naruto, that would be a trivial matter. Wow, you have so many books. Have you really read all of these? Naruto quickly surveyed my room, already reaching for the most enticing objects, the small raven statue, the plush dragon, and that uniquely shaped kunai. No. Before he could express that he knew I hadn't read them all, I continued, I've read 20 times more than these. This is practically a small library. You don't think being a genius is easy, do you? I rummaged through the wardrobe, retrieving a new set of pajamas. What is this for? Naruto asked. Skepticism etched across his face. You are staying over tonight. Are you planning to sleep naked? I knew full well that he would wear pajamas and that amusing hat of his while sleeping, so without waiting for his response, I added. There's just enough time to take a shower before dinner. I just showered the day before yesterday. But you need to shower every day? Saying this, I handed him a towel and gently nudged him toward the bathroom. You can manage, right? Do you need help? I can do it myself. Naruto slammed the bathroom door shut in front of me. 15 minutes later, we sat at the dining table. Fortunately, Ms. Midori's disdain for Naruto did not affect her culinary skills. Naruto devoured his dinner ravenously, his cheeks almost struggling to keep up with the food. It was no surprise. He had never tasted home-cooked meals before, so these ordinary tuna sushi must have seemed like a feast to him. At that moment, his face was smeared with rice. In seeing this, my heart swelled with compassion. Eat slowly. Mind your appearance. I handed him a napkin, realizing he was being too messy. Naruto stole a glance at me and quickly wiped his face. Come, let me show you something. I picked up the plate of dango and led him toward the door leading to the backyard garden. Outside was completely dark, the night sky filled with large, bright stars. Unlike any I had seen before, accompanied by the distant chirps of cicadas, the moon appeared indeed larger than that of Earth. If one were to believe the manga's lore, it was the very body of the Ten Tails demon sealed away. I had truly arrived in this wondrous and unfamiliar world. The garden was home to unique insects that emitted colorful lights at night. Fireflies only appeared in spring, but these creatures were specially ordered from the Oil Woman clan, able to survive here for an entire year. At that moment, the garden was alive with a dazzling display of lights. Sasuke had often sat here before sleeping, and now I could finally witness this scene with my own eyes rather than merely recalling it from memory. Isn't it beautiful? MHM. Even the usually mischievous Naruto fell silent, utterly captivated by the beauty before him. Perhaps he was just exhausted from the day. He insisted on sleeping in my room, adamantly refusing to go to the adjacent one. In truth, I did not force him. Staying alone in this vast, empty house where a murder had once occurred felt frightening to me as well. Yesterday, I had returned and fell asleep immediately. Tonight, being alone would surely make it difficult to rest. Thus, we brought a mattress from the other room and chatted for nearly an hour. To be precise, Naruto was the one rambling on, while I occasionally interjected with really? Or wow. Chapter 4. The Whirlpool Clan. In the early morning, Naruto was unusually quiet during breakfast, bearing a contemplative expression that was far from his typical demeanor. Listen, Naruto, would you be willing to move in with me? Living alone in such a large house feels rather lonely. Really? Can I? Naruto's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Of course. After school, we'll go fetch your belongings. It's settled then. You can choose any room you like. That is fantastic, Naruto exclaimed, leaping from the table and performing a rather comical dance reminiscent of a Papua New Guinean tribal ritual. I couldn't help but think, how could one leave such an innocent child to fend for himself? Thankfully, in this world, there are no twisted pedophiles or perverts. In class, Naruto could hardly sit still for 5 minutes, fidgeting incessantly, glancing out the window, checking the clock, and then looking at me. I played my part as the indifferent one, ignoring the whispers behind me, responding to my classmates' inquiries with curt replies such as humph or tsk. By the end of the lesson, my repertoire of expressions had expanded with a new interjection, humph, while Naruto was practically bouncing off his chair. He dashed back to his dorm room, and I struggled to keep pace. The state of Naruto's living quarters left me utterly astonished. I had thought only in cartoons could one find such a chaotic scene where the protagonist is buried beneath a mountain of clutter, yet here it was. A veritable garbage dump. Naruto had been living in this room for less than 6 months since entering the Ninja Academy. But the entire floor was covered with a uniform layer of debris, predominantly consisting of plastic bowls from instant noodles. Standing at the threshold, I turned to the young boy with a serious expression and said, Naruto, you must promise me that you will regularly tidy up your room. Hiki, Naruto chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. I just keep forgetting to take out the trash. But I promise to clean up starting today. Naruto quickly organized all his belongings remarkably. They fit into a single box and prepared to leave. Aren't you going to clean this place up? Well. Remembering his promise, Naruto, suddenly brimming with determination, declared, I'll get right on it. Before long, we had tidied up the room, simply sweeping the trash into bags to dispose of. Let us consider this our first mission. Indeed, Naruto leaped up, raising his hands high. Thus, my new life commenced. I felt as if I had adopted a child, worrying about whether Naruto was eating properly, completing his homework, and answering countless questions about why grass is green and the sky blue. In the evenings, I would read him local myths and legends. Simultaneously, I endeavored to adapt to my new body. Even in thought, I had to accustom myself to referring to myself from a male perspective to avoid revealing my true identity. Initially, this was quite challenging, but gradually, the situation seemed to improve. During the first week, I concentrated on acclimating to this new world. By the weekend, I finally resolved to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to training. The issue of laziness was swiftly resolved. Whenever I told Naruto he could never surpass me, he would vow to prove the contrary, dragging me nearly every day to the training grounds not far from home. Since Naruto had no knowledge of ninjutsu, we began by practicing taijutsu and weapon-throwing techniques. At first, I found it hard to believe I could fight, but after a few sparring sessions with Naruto, I was astonished to discover I could effortlessly block any of his attacks. In close combat, I consistently emerged victorious. Initially, Naruto would become frustrated, but eventually, he began to learn with extraordinary perseverance everything I taught him. Gradually, I regained confidence in my abilities and quickly restored my skills in throwing shuriken and kunai. A few days later, I was pleasantly surprised to find myself even stronger than before. Now, I could accurately gauge the force needed to hit the target dead center. During another training session, all my kunai struck their targets flawlessly. I began to wonder if there was a special reason for this and attempted to enhance the chakra flow to my eyes. Suddenly, my vision became clearer and sharper. Now, with a mere glance, I could count how many shuriken were embedded in the target. Your eyes just turned red, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, noticing I had paused my training. This is a special ability of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. I finally activated it. I suddenly regretted the absence of a mirror. How many tomo are around your pupils? Just one, Naruto observed closely. I couldn't help but pout, having hoped that after such a profound mental impact, the heavens would grant me 2 tomo. Once the Sharingan was activated, training became significantly easier. Now, the miraculous maneuvers that Itachi executed with ease, hitting targets concealed behind obstructions, no longer seemed utterly unattainable. However, my joy dissipated swiftly. Merely 10 minutes into using the Sharingan, my eyes felt as if they were filled with sand. I had to deactivate the Sharingan, closing my eyes for a moment to alleviate the stinging sensation. When I reopened my eyes, I saw Naruto looking disheartened as he stared at the kunai that had formed the symbol of the hidden leaf village embedded in the target. A few more kunai lay beside it. Evidently, Naruto had attempted to replicate my success but had failed completely. No matter how hard I train, I just can't do it. He lamented. Fool, I've been training almost every day since I was 4. You've only just begun and expect to surpass me? If you persevere, you will achieve it one day. Huh, I will definitely surpass you. Naruto instantly perked up, gathering the scattered shuriken in preparation for another attempt. At this rate, I figured I would be here for several more hours. Listen, Naruto, there is a secret to hitting the target every time. What? Is it a powerful ninjutsu? Naruto perked up immediately. No ninjutsu here. This secret is so potent it doesn't even require hand seals, just immense willpower. Observe closely. I picked up a kunai, standing opposite the target. To hit the target, you must feel an invisible thread connecting you to it. You cannot see it, but it exists nonetheless. When you throw, you cannot miss, for the kunai will glide along this line without deviation. There is no need to aim, as the weapon becomes an extension of your hand. When you point at something, you don't aim. You simply gesture naturally, and this principle applies here as well. I hurled the weapon, and it embedded itself directly in the center of the target. In truth, I had come across this method of training accuracy in an adventure novel where the protagonist learned to shoot a revolver in this manner. Initially, I had believed it would be effective, but saying so would pique Naruto's interest in training, especially since it was a special super-secret technique. I understand, Naruto exclaimed joyously. Jumping up, just wait and see, Sasuke, I will surpass you. To be safe, I retreated to a safer distance, perching on a log along the obstacle course. As sharp metal weapons tended to fly everywhere during Naruto's training, my eyes still felt slightly painful, and I rubbed my eyelids for a while, hoping to alleviate the discomfort. Look, Sasuke. I removed my hands from my face and turned towards the target. In the next moment, I gasped in astonishment. It was simply unbelievable. Each target was embedded with a shuriken. Naruto was evidently showing off, having just thrown his final shuriken, which landed right next to mine. I rubbed my eyes again, yet the scene remained unchanged. Goodness. For some inexplicable reason, I found myself murmuring softly in Mandarin. What did you say? I said it's amazing. I've never seen anyone succeed at this method on their first attempt. Now you understand the importance of perseverance, don't you? Indeed. An exhilarated Naruto dashed off to gather the scattered throwing weapons, while I continued to gaze at the target in a daze. Either my imagined invisible line truly had an effect, or I was a genius educator. I preferred to believe it was the latter. The following day, Naruto astonished everyone in practice class, witnessing the collective surprise. He declared that this was merely the beginning and that he would soon become the most formidable ninja in the world, aspiring even to be Hokage. On the first day he moved in with me, I had specifically cautioned him not to casually mention his new residence. It appeared that rumors about his living situation had yet to circulate, though I was not naive enough to think it would remain a secret forever. At ninja school, I made a conscious effort to appear indifferent, refraining from engaging with anyone, including Naruto. I had forewarned him about my behavior, so he bore no resentment. In truth, I was merely concerned that someone might notice the way I spoke to my classmates. It was rather condescending, reminiscent of an adult. Pretending to be a child in front of naive Naruto was entirely different from maintaining that facade in front of seasoned ninjas. After school, I approached Hinata. After all, she possessed a bloodline limit and would surely know how to mitigate the adverse effects of its use. I hoped she could advise me on how to alleviate the stinging in my eyes or enhance my stamina while utilizing the bloodline limit. Hinata, may I take a moment of your time? Hinata seemed taken aback by my proactive approach, pausing briefly before nodding with a blush. She had always been quite reserved, and I couldn't recall ever having heard her voice before. My Sharingan had recently awakened, yet no one had taught me the proper way to wield it. Thus, I sought her guidance on minimizing eye fatigue. I can bring you a scroll tomorrow that details our training methods. I believe it should also be applicable to the Sharingan. Hinata replied softly. Thank you so much, Hinata. You and Appos, V been an immense help. May I treat you to a CAF as a token of my gratitude? Oh no. Hinata of the Hyuga clan blushed even more. I merely wish to assist you. There's no need for thanks. Subsequently, I sought out the school's medical ninja, inquiring about the same issue. While he could not provide specific details regarding the Sharingan, he offered general vision training methods for ordinary ninjas, assuring me that they would certainly not be detrimental. That evening, I scoured the family library in the main house's basement for information and discovered some useful insights. The next day, having combined the scroll from Hinata with the information I gathered, I synthesized all the knowledge. The three sources contained overlapping wisdom as well as unique points. Additionally, I had struggled with poor vision since childhood, and my ophthalmologist had discussed eye exercises. Drawing from all this, I devised a training regimen, morning, noon, and night. If I could miraculously sustain this routine, I might soon be able to lift weights with my eyes. However, I knew myself too well. I lacked the willpower to train consistently every day. With a heavy sigh, I buried my head in my plans when my gaze fell upon Naruto, who was engrossed in coloring on a 2-meter-long scroll with vibrant crayons. This child and Appos, as perseverance and determination could easily be shared among 10 individuals. Naruto, come here. I have an incredible new training method. As expected, Naruto instantly perked up, but his enthusiasm dwindled upon seeing my training plan. You just don't understand. Look. I placed a book of local legends before him, flipping to the page about the Sage of Six Paths. Remember the story I told you about him? The eyes he possessed were known as the Rinnegan. Before his death, this sage bestowed his power upon his 2 sons. He passed his eyes to the elder son, who later became the progenitor of the Uchiha clan. The younger son inherited the sage's will and founded the Senju clan. However, these 2 families have been embroiled in conflict for generations, leading to a gradual decrease in their numbers. Today, the Senju clan has but 1 remaining member, Tsunade, and the Uchiha clan is down to just myself and Itachi. Nevertheless, a few close relatives of the Senju clan, the descendants of the Uzumaki clan, have survived. What? The Uzumaki clan? Yes, to be precise, they once existed. During the Ninja World War, the Uzumaki clan and their homeland, the Land of Whirlpools, were nearly annihilated. Some of them survived, but they are scattered across the globe. By the way, if you encounter someone with red hair, they are likely a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, known for their immense chakra reserves and exceptionally long lifespans. Having bewildered the boy, I noticed Naruto's dazed expression and shook his shoulder. The reason I share this with you, capturing his attention once more, I continued, is to convey that we are both descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. My family has inherited his eyes across generations, while yours has inherited his will. This means we both have the potential to attain the Rinnegan and become great ninjas like the Sage of Six Paths. In truth, I had not completely fabricated this narrative. Theoretically, the Sharingan can evolve into the Rinnegan, though only Uchiha Madara has achieved this, and the second individual to wield the Rinnegan was Uzumaki Nagato. Thus, there remains a glimmer of possibility. Though the odds are so slim they are almost invisible, within our genes lies a dormant, godlike power. Even if we cannot awaken it, the extraordinary vision would serve as a consolation prize. Naruto was momentarily speechless. Just as I was about to tidy up the scrolls and books on the table, he suddenly leaped to his feet. Let us go. Where to? I asked, bewildered. To train. We can do it tomorrow morning. I had barely begun to speak when Naruto almost forcibly dragged me outside, refusing to relent until we completed every item on the training plan. Even then, he wanted to continue for another round, and I had to persuade him that overtraining could damage his eyesight. Well, the issue concerning the bloodline limit seemed to be resolved. I hoped my 2-Tomo Sharingan would awaken sooner than Sasuke's in the original storyline, as that would bring me closer to achieving the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Chapter 5. The Gifted Educator. The following day, upon returning from the Ninja Academy with Naruto, a ninja clad in dark attire and wearing a cat-faced mask materialized before us. The Hokage has summoned you, he stated before vanishing with remarkable ease. Naruto glanced at me, a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Is it because I'm staying with you? He inquired. I cannot say, I shrugged, though internally I resolved that, come what may, they would not take Naruto away from my side. However, the situation was not as dire as I had anticipated. The Hokage merely wished to personally ascertain that Naruto had willingly moved in with me, and he took the opportunity to inquire about my future plans. To seek vengeance against Itachi and to restore the Uchiha clan, I replied with an impassive expression. The third Hokage then earnestly cautioned me about the perils of harboring hatred, speaking at length before ultimately allowing us to depart unharmed. After all, the Hokage was a kind-hearted elder, despite having once ordered the annihilation of my entire family, a thought that unexpectedly crossed my mind. Life gradually settled into a routine: school, training, and homework. I found myself with an abundance of free time, yet I struggled to find ways to occupy it. Having perused nearly half of the scrolls in the family library, I was relieved that the amount of information contained within them was relatively less than that of books. Eventually, I discovered a method to augment my chakra. This technique comprised 2 components: mental fortification and physical enhancement. While physical training bolstered the body, the mind required stimulation through intellectual games, memory exercises, and meditation. Sasuke had begun to meditate, albeit at a rudimentary level, merely able to sense his chakra and modulate its flow. Conversely, Naruto exhibited no progress in his chakra control. He was the only one in our class who could not yet perceive it. His boundless energy was a hindrance, as meditation demanded prolonged stillness. It seemed I would have to employ an old tactic, repackaging meditation as a formidable ability. Naruto, I have an extraordinary new technique. I began by explaining the concept of sages and their remarkable prowess. I then shared that I had discovered their training methods in a book and suggested we emulate them. My recollection of how Naruto trained under the guidance of toads in the anime was vague, but I needed only a general outline. Lacking steep mountains, we resorted to improvised materials, a wooden plank and a small cylindrical block. The contraption resembled a swing, and we aimed to maintain our balance atop it for as long as possible. Sasuke's sense of balance was exceptional, so he completed the task with ease. Naruto took a bit longer, but he succeeded as well. Next, we were to meditate while balancing on the plank, but Naruto encountered difficulties. Nevertheless, I had faith in his ability to overcome them. I found it relatively easy to enter a meditative state, beginning to explore the nature of my chakra. To my surprise, I discovered that my chakra volume had nearly quadrupled, albeit with a notably higher proportion of mental energy. This was unsurprising, as my current mindset was vastly different from that of a 7-year-old child. However, this was where the good news concluded. I was still unable to access my inner world. Yet I sensed the necessity of doing so. My emotional turmoil fluctuated, sometimes vanishing completely, while at other times surging like a tsunami. This must be linked to my inner self. Perhaps, if I could peer within, I might discern the source of my troubles. Upon returning to my conscious state, I observed that Naruto had finally succeeded in entering meditation. Now enveloped by a powerful flow of chakra, so potent that it was visible to the naked eye. While I reveled in my chakra increase, I realized that compared to Naruto, mine was but a droplet in the vast ocean. Nevertheless, just as with wealth, there is never too much chakra. Thus, we would strive together to augment our chakra and learn to control it. Indeed, I was undoubtedly a gifted educator. At school, Naruto had been taught by the instructors for half a year, yet had not acquired any substantial skills. In just a few weeks with me, he had mastered the art of throwing shuriken, gained considerable knowledge from the historical tales I often recounted as bedtime stories, and had now begun to meditate. It was high time to expel those lethargic nin masquerading as teachers. I could easily replace them all. In my previous life, I could never have imagined maintaining a daily training regimen. Mornings, afternoons, and evenings were often consumed by training, sometimes even entire days. I frequently contemplated giving up, indulging in extra sleep, reading, or simply lazing about on the grass in the garden. Yet, time and again, Naruto would drag me to the training grounds, where I would inevitably commence my self-improvement. Naruto progressed remarkably, and to avoid being surpassed, I too had to remain diligent. My meditation became increasingly proficient. Yet if I hoped for my chakra to increase dramatically in a short span, I would be sorely disappointed. Nonetheless, I persevered. Striving for months to delve into my inner world, my emotions remained dormant. I could typically only feel compassion for Naruto, often in astonishment at his resilience. Indeed, a life devoid of emotions was rather easy. Nothing troubled me, nor did anything incite my anger. However, it also meant there was little to bring me genuine joy. In a state of complete tranquility, I found myself devoid of motivation. Yet, if I forced myself, I could persist until exhaustion set in. Though time for the library was scarce, I occasionally managed to carve out a few hours. I still held hope of discovering the shadow clone technique. The Uchiha clan possessed the ability to replicate any jutsu. Surely, someone had witnessed the genius invention of the second Hokage. Yet, to this day, I had unearthed nothing. It was disheartening, as the shadow clone technique could exponentially enhance training efficiency. Naruto, too, had made strides in meditation. At least he no longer glowed from leaking chakra when attempting to control it. He had learned to accelerate the flow of chakra, but our progress had plateaued. Neither of us could perform even the simplest techniques taught at school. This was exasperating. I could conjure immense fireballs, yet could not execute a mere shadow clone. Our control over chakra remained insufficient, rendering even the training of running up trees an unattainable goal. We were relegated to the simplified training methods from school. Purchasing numerous small glass orbs that glowed under the influence of chakra, we carried them with us at all times, attempting to illuminate them. Sometimes, Naruto even clutched them while sleeping. At long last, our relentless training bore fruit. I successfully executed the shadow clone technique for the first time. Inspired by my success, Naruto managed to perform the transformation and substitution techniques the very next day. However, as in the original narrative, the shadow clone technique proved challenging for him. His relationship with illusions had always been peculiar. Perhaps it stemmed from his status as a Jinchuriki, or possibly due to his personality and will. He could not cast illusions himself, nor were they particularly effective against him. Despite the academic progress he made, most of his peers at the Ninja Academy still regarded Naruto as a failure, or at best, a source of amusement. Naruto was too loud, too restless, always stirring up trouble or drawing negative attention from the teachers, which led the other children to mock him. He was far too kind-hearted to earn respect through force. Nor did he retaliate against those who were cruel. Nevertheless, the derision did not significantly impact him, for I consistently reminded him that they were merely envious of his abilities. Children could be remarkably cruel, often unaware of the pain they inflicted. Naruto resembled a playful puppy, energetic, playful, and friendly, always eager to leap upon others, expressing affection through his licks. I confess that after mastering the art of transformation, I often surreptitiously adorned him with dog ears and a tail. Naruto would occasionally inquire why my expression appeared so peculiar, but I could not divulge to him that it was simply because I found him irresistibly adorable, eliciting a smile from me. The once desolate Uchiha district has gradually welcomed new residents. As most of the houses remain well-preserved, having undergone only minor repairs and the removal of bloodstains, and the rent is relatively affordable. Although Konoha is termed a village, it resembles a small city, with many yearning for their own homes. Furthermore, residing here carries a certain prestige, being situated in a familial neighborhood, despite its proximity to the village's outskirts. As for the previous residents' massacre, it seems to have faded from public memory. Nearly a year has passed, and strolling through the district at night no longer evokes fear. Streetlights illuminate the area, and the presence of passers-by has increased, alongside the opening of several quaint shops. However, some of the larger houses surrounding the main residence remain unoccupied, as they are the most expensive and have yet to attract tenants. This poses no issue for me. After all, fewer people mean fresher air. Nevertheless, the influx of new residents has brought some complications. Most of them harbor an unfriendly disposition towards Naruto. Yet, as we usually spend our time together, no one dares to display their hostility openly in my presence, and the oblivious Naruto easily overlooks their disdainful gazes. Naturally, there are exceptions. Little brat, cursed demon. One day, such words suddenly reached our ears from behind. Naruto stiffened, his expression darkening, yet he continued walking forward. While I abruptly halted, turning to confront the woman who had spoken. She appeared to be in her 30s, with a face that radiated malice and a tone laced with bitterness. What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat it. In an instant, her bravado dissipated. For my stern visage, especially when complimented by my blood-red Sharingan, wielded a formidable presence. I merely meant to suggest that young master should select his friends wisely. Rather than surrounding himself with detritus, I see you possess quite the courage, not only to point fingers at me, but also to provoke Naruto. Why don't you say it again in front of him? Or are you a spy sent from a rival village, seeking to incite a new wave of attack? I did not mean that. The woman stammered in terror, turning tail and fleeing. I retracted my Sharingan, taking the somewhat disheartened and slightly frightened Naruto's hand, guiding him toward home. Do not take this to heart, Naruto. She does not even comprehend the words she utters. This world is rife with fools. This left me feeling helpless, yet I was powerless against the folly of others. On our way home, Naruto remained sullen and silent, but once we arrived, he could no longer contain his outburst. She is not the first person to call me that. Everyone treats me this way, as if I have committed some heinous act, yet I have never understood why. I strive to be a good person truly, but no matter what I do, people continue to despise me. Even now, I am at a loss as to why. Naruto. I ruffled his unruly golden locks. He was on the verge of tears. Yet my gentle touch merely caused him to sniffle. I can tell you why they call you a demon. However, knowing this may not ease your heart. I still want to know. Very well. However, this matter is typically forbidden to discuss. Should you inadvertently let it slip one day, even unintentionally, or reveal it in any other manner, I will face repercussions. I do not know what they would entail, but I am certain they would not be lenient. I would never speak of it, not even under torture. I secretly thought that due to my youth, even if discovered in violation of the rules, they likely would not impose severe punishment upon me. Now listen closely. They call you a demon because you harbor the nine tails within you. Individuals like you are referred to as Jinchuriki, of which there are typically 9, corresponding to the nine-tailed beasts. They are among the world's most powerful ninja, and every ninja village covets a Jinchuriki. Before you, your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, was the Jinchuriki. However, nearly 8 years ago, on the day of your birth, your family was attacked. Your mother, weakened from childbirth, could not contain the seal upon the nine tails, allowing it to escape. The assailants controlled the nine tails with their Sharingan, unleashing destruction upon Konoha. Many lives were lost that day, but your father, the 4th Hokage, managed to halt its rampage. He and your mother sacrificed their lives to seal the nine tails within you. Perhaps I should not have divulged all this at once. It would have been wiser to reveal the information gradually, for I feared it might seem deceitful. Moreover, Naruto undoubtedly wished to know about his parents. However, he quickly recovered from the shock, only to pose a question that took me by surprise. Am I truly a demon? If so, why are you so kind to me? Am I not a bad person? Fool. I gently tapped his head. You are Naruto Uzumaki, my dearest friend and the kindest person I have ever known. Really? Of course. I wrapped one arm around Naruto while the other resumed ruffling his hair. Do not ever doubt my best friend. I will never doubt it again. The young boy laughed with relief, playfully attempting to escape my grasp. Naruto indeed exhibited remarkable resilience. With such overwhelming news, he quickly regained his composure and resumed his joyous laughter. Reflecting on my own experiences during such revelations, I too had been taken aback, but with Naruto's patient guidance, I gradually found my footing once more and even rediscovered the ability to smile. Chapter 6, Daily Breakthrough. Sasuke. 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 I heard someone calling out. The voice initially muffled as if shrouded in cotton, but gradually growing louder. What could Naruto possibly be shouting about so early in the morning? With great effort, I opened my eyes, only to be met with Naruto's tear-streaked, terrified face hovering above me. What happened? I wanted to ask, but fatigue enveloped me, rendering me incapable of speech. Sasuke, you're finally awake. Naruto clutched me tightly, this time overwhelmed with relief, his cries echoing like a wail. After a minute, I felt somewhat better and finally managed to inquire about the situation. We were supposed to gather at the Ninja Academy, but I couldn't wake you. I called and called, but you wouldn't open your eyes. Naruto sniffled, his gaze darting away. It was terrifying. You lay there like a corpse. And your heartbeat was so faint I could barely hear it. Sorry for frightening you. I was merely lost in a beautiful dream and didn't wish to awaken. I knew full well that such a fabrication would not deceive someone as innocent as Naruto, yet I felt it was best to reassure him for now. Truth be told, I too was shaken by the terrifying thought of slipping into an eternal slumber, without the need for a fortune teller. I understood that this was all due to the presence of another soul residing within my body. My emotions had become almost numbed, and it seemed my consciousness was beginning to fade. I needed to intensify my meditation practice. Perhaps it would reveal the mysteries of my inner world. It would be ideal to consult experts specializing in the study of souls, yet I feared the consequences if they discovered I inhabited the body of the last Uchiha. They might seal my soul away and bestow this vessel upon another. Naruto eyed me with suspicion, yet refrained from voicing any protest. This child truly understood the gravity of the moment. Had he continued to pester me with questions, I would have lacked the strength to comfort him. For I was in need of solace myself. I could not tell if it was the looming threat of never waking again or if my training had borne fruit. But a week later, I finally succeeded in entering my inner world. It appeared as bleak as the first time, an endless, desolate expanse beneath a vast, looming moon. This place was oppressive. I recalled that in the anime, Naruto's inner world contained corridors and a cell where the Nine-Tails was imprisoned, yet here, there was not even a protruding stone, let alone any living creatures. I examined myself and concluded that, on a spiritual level, I had not changed at all. I was still a patchwork of gray, resembling a scientific monstrosity. Am I mistaken, or do the cracks appear wider? Out of curiosity, I cautiously pried a piece from my left arm to see what lay within. The sensation of that area vanished in an instant, and my fingers became uncooperative. However, I discovered an emptiness within me, dark yet interwoven with golden threads, connecting each fragment from within. I replaced the piece I had removed, ensuring functionality was restored. It struck me as odd. I distinctly remembered being a mass of dense golden energy, yet now only fine threads remained within me. I focused inward and sensed a gathering in my abdomen, akin to the source of chakra. As usual, I formed hand seals to gather chakra, and to my astonishment, I found it remarkably effortless this time. But in the next moment, I realized I should not have recklessly meddled in places better left untouched. The golden threads within me thickened, merging almost into one, but due to the unevenness of this process, my body began to sway, and the edges started to flake away, crumbling into gray powder. Worse still, emotion surged back like a tidal wave, having been pent up and now overwhelming me. I collapsed to the ground, clutching my head as if it might explode, and I meant that in the most literal sense. A burning sensation erupted from the center of my forehead, intense as if molten metal dripped upon me. This new agony coursed through my body, and I finally comprehended what this feeling was. It was hatred for Itachi, so intense it brought with it endless suffering. I dug my nails into my forehead, extracting an almost oval shard I had previously believed would be the location of a third eye. It turned out to be the spot Itachi had touched when he said, "Next time." As the emotions finally receded, I lowered the energy flow back to its original level. It seemed wiser to adopt a demeanor akin to a heartless wooden figure. I had no desire to endure such pain again. It appeared that the emotions inherited from Sasuke had remained in a state of attachment since my possession. Even though I understood the reasons behind Itachi's actions and recognized the heavy toll those killings took on him, the hatred lingered like a persistent shadow. I glanced at the oval shard in my hand and tucked it into my pocket. I would rather have a void within me than be engulfed suddenly by hatred and a thirst for vengeance. After resting for a moment, I rose to my feet and surveyed myself once more. The outburst of emotions had left its mark. The cracks had become more pronounced. I needed to tread carefully from here on out. I could not allow such a situation to arise again, lest I be transformed entirely into a heap of gray powder. The thought alone was terrifying. Being eternally trapped here would be catastrophic. I cast my gaze over the barren landscape once more. Even a few sand dunes or rocks would be a welcome sight. Instead, it lay flat and featureless, resembling a tabletop. I wondered if I could bring something from the real world into this realm. I recalled that in the anime, chakra could indeed persist here, much like the Nine-Tails, which was composed of chakra itself. Should I attempt it? I crouched down, my hands hovering just above the ground, and began to release chakra from my dantian. Immediately, the chakra transformed into a watery form, despite my elemental affinities being fire and lightning. I remembered that in Naruto's inner world, there was also water pooling on the ground. Was all the chakra here in such a state? Having exhausted all my energy, I managed to create a small puddle of about 10 liters. Sigh. To form a small lake, I would likely need to toil for several years. However, I had read that if one expended nearly all their chakra in a single day, the amount could increase more rapidly. But to achieve that, I would need to practice physical techniques for 12 consecutive hours, which my body would not withstand. Moreover, my current level of ninjutsu was still quite low. Before I could deplete my chakra, I would likely collapse from exhaustion. My energy would fully replenish overnight, taking around 8 to 9 hours, meaning I could supply my inner world with unused chakra several times throughout the day. Thus, the prospect of creating a lake was not entirely out of reach. If my plan succeeded, in a few years, my total energy might rival that of a tailed beast. Upon returning to the real world, I noticed Naruto's worried gaze. The previous incident had frightened him considerably, and now he watched me closely, fearful that I might vanish again. I, too, shared this fear, so I bore no ill will toward his vigilant watch. I still had not resolved the issue of my psychological trauma. But the nightmares that had tormented me for so long had nearly vanished. In the past, I would dream each week of Itachi murdering my parents or pursuing me. And whenever I began to scream or mutter incoherently, Naruto would awaken me. The most frustrating aspect was that in those dreams, I could vividly feel those emotions, entirely forgetting that they were not my parents and brother. Although I felt little in reality, each time I jolted awake from those dreams, a sense of discomfort lingered for quite some time. I clung tightly to Naruto, as if he were the sole savior in this vast, empty house, the only one capable of shielding me from the horrors of my nightmares. In those moments, Naruto would invariably demonstrate an uncommon rapport, silently allowing me to regard him as a plush toy for emotional solace. Ever since I excavated that shard from my forehead, those nightmares have ceased to haunt me. Now, the most terrifying dream I encounter is merely of a colossal tomato monster intent on devouring me, or the anxiety of forgetting answers during an exam and consequently receiving the worst grades. For the following 6 months, everything remained quite normal until I once again experienced a disconnection from reality. Yet, Naruto successfully brought me back this time as well. I harbor no doubt that someone as tenacious as Naruto could rouse even the deceased. However, there is good news. I have finally discovered the shadow clone technique. It emerged in the most unexpected of places, in the secret chamber of the Sage of Six Paths stone tablet. There, I found scrolls detailing advanced Sharingan techniques, and I merely glanced at them, intending to study them in depth once my Tsutomu Sharingan awakened. Having perused all the materials in the family library and compiled a prioritized list for learning ninjutsu, I resolved to read through the remainder. How marvelous! My training efficiency has multiplied several times, and the shadow clone technique is indeed an extraordinarily useful skill. This technique scroll is stored alongside the Uchiha clan's most confidential ninjutsu because, if one possesses insufficient chakra reserves and miscalculates the allocation of chakra to the clones, it could lead to severe chakra depletion or even loss of life. Yet, I am certain that Naruto will not face such peril. And my inner world has formed a vast chakra reservoir, extensive, yet shallow. I feel unperturbed even if my chakra were to be exhausted. As in the original narrative, Naruto mastered this technique in just a few hours. My progress was not as remarkable, especially since Naruto conjured a multitude of clones to frolic around me, engaging in various provocations. I had no choice but to unleash my most secretive and powerful Sharingan technique. Naruto was taken aback, and, in his astonishment, his clones dissipated. Prior to this, he had only witnessed my expressionless visage or the rare faint smile, making this moment a significant psychological impact on him. Naruto even apologized, genuinely believing he had offended me. It took considerable effort to convince him that I was perfectly fine. By evening, I had finally mastered the shadow clone technique, producing 6 clones on my first attempt. I informed Naruto that the clones could transfer accumulated experiences back to the original body, allowing them to train in my stead. Inspired, Naruto conjured nearly 100 clones, though I had to dispel most of them. There simply wasn't enough space on the training ground for so many. The only drawback of the clones is that they cannot train the original body's physicality and ocular abilities. Thus, I must still undertake physical training and eye exercises myself. But I have discovered a new approach, battling multiple opponents or engaging in one-on-one confrontations. Now, every weekend, we organize an activity reminiscent of an examination, summoning as many clones as possible and then participating in a chaotic survival battle. We may use training kunai and shuriken, along with diluted explosive tags. It is naturally far more challenging to defeat me and Naruto than to eliminate the clones, ensuring our victory. However, to win, we must first vanquish nearly 100 adversaries, often without distinguishing which clone belongs to whom. After such training, both of us require a considerable amount of time to recuperate. Nevertheless, the benefits of these battles are manifold. Being killed in myriad ways within a short span has inadvertently taught us to evade attacks. Currently, Naruto is capable of successfully countering my rudimentary Sharingan, and he rarely loses to me in physical combat. As for me, while I could previously see and even anticipate all of my opponent's movements, I can now not only perceive but also effectively block them. In the Ninja Academy, we are frequently paired together for practice bouts, as we are the most formidable. By the way, I am becoming increasingly popular among the girls. I often hear excited calls of Sasuke-kun from all directions. This makes me somewhat uncomfortable. I am not yet 9 years old, yet their gazes are already filled with admiration. All in all, I remain astounded that, despite my numerous interventions, the trajectory of events has not deviated significantly from the original narrative. For instance, Naruto still lacks friends, as most parents forbid their children from associating with the little demon. He also still rescues Hinata from bullies, after which she blushes at the mere sight of him. Of course, the most undeniable evidence that history remains unchanged is that orange jacket. Naruto spotted it in a store once and instantly fell in love. How could I possibly undermine such a profound affection? Now, Naruto resembles a walking orange, not the kind depicted in films, but a purely natural one. It's as if a small motor were installed within an ordinary orange, and once activated, it bounces around, making a delightful noise. Chapter 7. Advanced Training. The subsequent phase of my training with Naruto involved mastering the art of walking on walls and trees. During our initial attempt, neither of us could ascend vertically beyond 2 meters. Eager to try again, Naruto prepared for another go, but I halted him, manifesting 6 shadow clones. After all, in the original narrative, Naruto and I had nearly spent a week perfecting this skill. I needed to ascertain how much our efficiency could improve through utilizing clones. Naruto quickly created a multitude of clones, ultimately settling on 6 to ensure a fair competition. Whoever learned first would prevail. What can I say? We truly excelled, mastering the technique by the end of the day. However, we were so exhausted that we could barely move, nearly succumbing to slumber beneath the trees. The following day, we commenced our training on walking on water. This proved significantly more challenging. Despite the aid of our clones, it took us 3 days to achieve success. Yet, the learning process was far more enjoyable. The weather was warm, and we spent most of our time frolicking in the river rather than purely training. At last, we could stand steady on the water's surface. Naruto and his clones engaged in a joyous water celebration while I strolled leisurely along the current, observing the riverbed and the creatures beneath the crystalline surface. Ninjas possess the ability to create true miracles, walking on water, conjuring objects from thin air, instantaneously teleporting, and even resurrecting the dead. Yet, they fail to comprehend the remarkable power bestowed upon them, squandering it in the throes of war and destruction. Many yearn for an end to violence, yet inexplicably, the methods they employ are often so reckless, only inciting new waves of brutal conflict. However, if the manga storyline is to be believed, Naruto will soon bring an end to all this, either by completely annihilating the world, which in a certain sense is also a form of resolution. At that moment, the little savior of this world dashed past me, startling the fish in the water. I can only hope that we all find a glimmer of survival. Unconsciously, I began to hum softly, which soon blossomed into song, standing by the shore. Gazing at the vast expanse of water, my dreams, like distant smoke, dance before me. Fear ebbs and flows, spreading like a tide. Yet that yearning compels me to forge ahead. The crowd mocks me, deeming my thoughts insane. The path is perilous, fraught with unknown dangers. But I remain undeterred. My resolve will not waver. Prepared to challenge this limit, to walk upon the water, breaking free from mundane shackles. With each step, I shatter doubt, drifting toward the distant shore. Faith is my vessel, courage my rudder, navigating through tumultuous waves in pursuit of that shimmering light. Each tentative step feels like the edge of an abyss. A slight misstep could send me plummeting into the depths. Yet I behold the flame of hope within my heart, burning brightly, granting me boundless strength. No longer do I fear the faces of mockery. With steadfast gaze, I look toward the horizon. Against the winds and rains, I stride forth, letting the world bear witness to my adventure. To walk upon the water, breaking free from mundane shackles. With each step, I shatter doubt, drifting toward the distant shore. Faith is my vessel, courage my rudder, navigating through tumultuous waves in pursuit of that shimmering light. I tread upon the water, becoming a unique melody, leaving behind my legend, ensuring my dreams never wither. In my memory, the songs by the campfire accompanied by the guitar echo. Faces of friends and acquaintances appearing in my mind. Such nostalgia, yet it is invariably accompanied by a sense of melancholy, for all of that is forever lost. I strive to minimize thoughts of my past life, as they bring nothing but pain. Had my emotions been stable, I might have succumbed to despair long ago. Instead, I now feel a profound melancholy and a subtle unease. Were I still capable of tears, my face would surely be streaked with them. Sasuke. Naruto seemed to notice my despondent state and decided to cheer me up. What song is this? It and Appos, essay song about how to walk on water. What language is this? I couldn't comprehend a single word. Oh, it's an extremely ancient and highly secretive language, understood by no one but myself. Speaking of which, I had scoured both my family's and the school's libraries, yet found not a single mention of Huaxia, ancient Huaxia, or modern Huaxia. The people here are only familiar with their immediate surroundings, which mostly resemble feudal Japan, and knowledge of overseas matters exists only in legend. From my observations, the language here bears a resemblance to Japanese, interspersed with elements of English, much like the naming conventions for ninja ranks, A, B, C, D, E, S. How cool, Naruto exclaimed, pulling me from my reverie. I want to learn this secret language. That's a brilliant idea. We will likely be placed in the same group, so we must develop our own system of gestures and symbols. This secret language will come in handy. You may not master it entirely, nor is it necessary, but we can use it to encrypt our messages. Awesome. Naruto leaped in excitement, losing control of his chakra and tumbling into the water. You can also release chakra with your hands. I offered advice to the splashing Naruto while gripping his collar to help him regain his footing. Another day passed, and we participated in an activity akin to an examination, a 2-hour collective long-distance run with our clones. The most crucial rule was to maintain a straight line, avoiding any obstacles, be they boulders or trees. Ultimately, one of Naruto's clones emerged victorious, though I suspected it was merely due to luck, encountering fewer obstacles. Afterward, we enthusiastically practiced various quirky methods of adhering to vertical surfaces, such as using our ears or fifth toes. Naruto was having a blast. One clever soul even attempted to stick his tongue to the wall, only to accidentally lick an ant, which promptly bit him. In any case, Naruto successfully amused me, a person whose emotions had nearly dulled to numbness. Now, the knowledge and skills that Naruto and I had acquired surpassed those of our original selves upon graduating from ninja school. In reality, we could have taken the exam to become Genin half a year ago, but I chose to refrain from hastening the progression of events. After all, Itachi graduated from ninja school at the age of 7 and became a captain of the Umbu by 13, yet that did not bring him happiness. Sometimes, I ponder whether he too is a traveler from another world, perhaps a martial arts master or a special forces operative who inadvertently found himself inhabiting the body of a ninja. His rapid advancement and overwhelming strength resemble that of an adult version of the invincible General Bai Chi. However, should the opportunity arise, I genuinely wish to ask him directly. According to the original story, Sasuke should encounter him after the death of the third Hokage and subsequently turn to Orochimaru in his despair. I have no desire to become entangled with that mad snake sage, so I must devise a way for the third Hokage to oversee my training. I hope that upon learning of his suicidal plan's failure, Itachi will take on this responsibility. To alleviate his burden, I shall strive not to be overly concerning. Recently, after a series of training sessions, I sensed an enhancement in my Sharingan. I hope that attaining the Two-Tomo Sharingan does not require me to face a life-and-death crisis. Perhaps enduring extreme training with nearly 50 Naruto clones will suffice. Moreover, I must expand the other abilities of my bloodline limit. Not only to foresee an opponent's movements and enhance visual clarity, but also to wield the power to create potent illusions. In the past, I struggled to control even the simplest of genjutsu. However, that issue has now been resolved. I began practicing the most basic illusion I found in the library, creating false environments. The principle involves distorting reality to disorient the opponent. Initially, I practiced on myself and my clones, later involving Naruto. However, if he could not escape my illusionary maze, he would charge through recklessly, and as of now, I lack the ability to immobilize the victim, allowing Naruto to consistently break free from the genjutsu. I devoted considerable time and effort to mastering this illusionary art, ultimately deciding to forge my own unique technique. Drawing upon the shadow clone technique taught at school, I found it rather ineffective, as the ethereal duplicates could merely deceive a low-ranking ninja at best. However, by amalgamating it with the transformation technique, a plethora of possibilities unfolded. The most apparent application was the creation of terrifying, intangible specters that could emerge from walls at night, instilling fear in anyone who encountered them. I hesitated to experiment this on Naruto, as he had a natural aversion to ghosts, and I was startled myself when a pale, fearsome apparition loomed toward me from the shadows, even though I was fully aware of its fabricated nature. Nevertheless, ordinary ninjas would scarcely be intimidated by such trivial antics. Even monstrous entities with sharp fangs and spiny exteriors, seemingly summoned from the depths of hell, would prove ineffective against most adversaries. Yet, imagery can influence human consciousness in various ways, such as inducing snow blindness, the 25 frames phenomenon, and photosensitive epilepsy. Recalling an anime from my past that triggered seizures, I daringly attempted to create several flat and exceedingly bright Pokemon images, allowing them to flit around me. I then accelerated their rotational speed and infused them with additional chakra. Half a minute later, I was overwhelmed by intense dizziness, prompting me to cease the illusion. After nearly a week of refinement, it became evident that my efforts bore fruit. Now, with minimal chakra expenditure, I could disorient my opponents to such an extent that they struggled to maintain their footing, let alone launch an attack. In truth, the variety of illusions is vast. As each ninja aspires to invent their own distinctive techniques, yet, their underlying principles remain consistent, deceiving the 5 senses of the opponent. The creation of illusions necessitates immense concentration and exceptional imagination. Additionally, meticulous attention to detail is paramount, for once the opponent discerns a flaw, the illusion can be shattered. Compared to physical training, I found greater satisfaction in honing my illusionary skills. I could recline in a tranquil setting, conjuring wondrous scenes around me. However, this serene time came to an end with Naruto's arrival. Even in his quietude, merely sitting in silence, my focus would wane. Yet, in a certain sense, this too served as a form of training, and gradually, I overcame this challenge. Now, I strive to maintain a particular illusion at all times, making it as natural as breathing. Typically, these are minor illusions, altering the color of clothing or conjuring specific scents. For instance, in my created illusion, Naruto would emanate an aroma of oranges, while I would exude a scent of plums, which also proved effective on animals. During the dreary classes at the Ninja Academy, I would occasionally manifest the illusion of an annoying fly buzzing around the teacher, or other amusing diversions. Surprisingly, not a single teacher discerned the ruse. Chapter 8. Breakthrough of abilities at long last. Through extensive training, I acquired the ability to maintain an array of intricate and fantastical virtual scenes around me. To solidify this skill, I no longer limited myself to recounting tales to Naruto merely before bedtime. I also adorned these stories with immersive 5D visuals. However, this habit was soon compelled to cease, as Naruto incessantly forgot that it was merely an illusion, impulsively rushing to assist characters within the narrative, thereby obliterating my conjured illusions. With no other recourse, I resorted to projecting films onto the ceiling as a substitute for display screens. Incidentally, I also shared tales from my previous existence, slightly modifying the more obscure segments for his understanding. Despite all my training, the very first illusion I crafted based on anime characters remained the most effective, albeit it was founded upon the most rudimentary techniques. Was I perhaps holding myself to unattainable standards? After all, I had only tested these illusions on Naruto, who would immediately seek to disrupt them as soon as he sensed any trickery. Perhaps with someone else, I might successfully deceive them. Yet, I could hardly practice on my classmates, and seeking the assistance of adult ninjas felt somewhat beyond my capabilities. My progress in illusion techniques appeared to be stagnating, prompting me to experiment with enhancing the shadow clone technique. These clones were exceedingly fragile. Even the slightest injury would cause them to burst apart. Were I in their place, such an attack would at most leave me with a bruise, while they disintegrated entirely. Activating my Sharingan, I meticulously observed the destruction of the clones and discovered they burst like balloons. The majority of chakra would spray outward, with the remainder returning to the user's body. I endeavored to construct an internal partitioning structure within the clones, and found that this allowed only the struck portion to dissipate under minor assaults. Clearly, the greater the number of internal partitions, the sturdier the clone became. Consequently, the process of creating clones grew more intricate, demanding a level of focus comparable to that required for casting illusions. Everything seemed to be progressing positively, yet these enhanced clones could not perform ninjutsu. I was compelled to contemplate how to remedy this flaw. Ultimately, I resolved to develop a chakra circulation system for them. This rendered the creation process even more complex. But the advantage was that the clones could once again utilize chakra, albeit not as effectively as the hollow clones. The dilemma lay in the fact that my understanding of the chakra network was limited to textbook illustrations, providing only a vague conceptual grasp. This rudimentary comprehension proved insufficient to sustain the system as proper functioning. Thus, for the first time, I entertained the notion of training to become a medical ninja, which would allow me to delve deeply into human anatomy, later replicating this knowledge through shadow clones. I considered that if I could reduce the gaps between the partitions to the size of a cell, the clones could exhibit the same resilience as true ninjas. Moreover, in a world on the brink of the Fourth Great Ninja War, medical knowledge would undoubtedly hold immense value. I might not ascend to the ranks of elite medical ninjas, but even during peacetime, acquiring the skills to address fractures or severe injuries would be prudent preparation. The more I contemplated this idea, the more attractive it became. Regardless of whether Sasuke in the original work ever pursued such endeavors, his world was consumed by vengeance, leaving little room for other considerations. The only obstacle preventing me from seeking additional education was my own inertia, especially since I was reluctant even to attend classes at the Ninja Academy. Fortunately, Naruto was there. If my resolve faltered, he would insistently drag me to class. I resolved to procrastinate no longer and, the following day, inquired with the medical ninja on duty at the school about where I might study medicine. His enthusiasm was palpable upon hearing my inquiry, as Konoha had never before had a doctor with a Sharingan, which could potentially unveil astounding new possibilities. It dawned on me that my Uchiha held themselves in such high regard that they were disinclined to engage in the noble pursuit of saving lives, albeit the medical ninjas expressed this sentiment more diplomatically. 2 days later, I found myself seated in the classroom for my inaugural lesson. The courses at the hospital resembled lectures, though most of the students were genin. They regarded me, a mere 9-year-old child, with surprise, yet no one voiced their thoughts, as they instantly recognized me as the last of the Uchiha clan. Overall, the lessons were exceedingly intriguing, encompassing anatomy, toxicology, pharmacology, and subjects I would dare to classify as alchemy and shamanism. To execute medical ninjutsu, one must possess exceptional control over chakra, so initially, our focus was primarily on practicing its application. As my academic workload increased, I began frequently absenting myself from classes at the Ninja Academy. However, this did not pose any issues, as I breezed through all examinations. Some even suggested I could participate in the genin exam to complete my studies, but I firmly declined. Naruto, eager to skip class to accompany me, could only manage the practical lessons, struggling significantly with most theoretical subjects. I could only assist him in enhancing his knowledge in history and political geography, which was made engaging through my inventive methods of learning. As my control over chakra improved, my ability to cast illusions became increasingly adept. The Sharingan was indeed a remarkable tool, capable of flawlessly replicating the surrounding environment, rendering the illusions more lifelike. However, it bore limitations, especially considering my still imperfect Sharingan. To ensnare an opponent in a high-quality illusion, I needed to capture at least a second of their gaze. Yet, in reality, few fools would willingly fixate upon the Sharingan. In the original narrative, Itachi was formidable. He could not only control his adversaries with his gaze, but could even unleash illusions with a mere pinky toe. I was far from achieving such mastery. Even with a 3-tomo Sharingan, I struggled to reach that level. Thus, I began exploring alternative means to ensnare opponents in illusions. I recalled that the female ninja from the Sound Village could create illusions using only her voice, without relying on the Sharingan. The clan library lacked information on similar techniques, but I unearthed some texts on powerful sound wave jutsu capable of shattering walls. This piqued my interest, and I endeavored to learn these techniques, striving to enhance them as much as possible. Without the aid of clones, I would likely have perished numerous times during these experiments. Fortunately, I encountered few mishaps in the end. It is worth mentioning that this jutsu suited Naruto even better than me, as it could easily be combined with wind chakra, amplifying its potency severfold. A quick test with chakra paper confirmed that our affinities mirrored those in the anime. Naruto possessed wind affinity, while I bore affinities for fire and lightning. The anime provided training methods for wind chakra, yet I had no inkling regarding lightning. While Naruto practiced cutting leaves with a dozen clones, I forbade him from decimating the nearby trees, hence the number of clones remained below 100. I resembled a fool, holding a light bulb and attempting to illuminate it with lightning techniques. Nevertheless, there was no rush, thus I remained relatively unperturbed. Within my inner world, everything progressed smoothly. The chakra pool expanded significantly, its edges poised to vanish beyond the horizon. Moreover, my original chakra capacity had nearly doubled. This should have filled me with pride. Yet whenever I glanced at Naruto, my accomplishments seemed utterly trivial by comparison. I often resembled a curious bird, occasionally venturing into my inner realm to admire the treasures crafted from accumulated chakra, while attempting to discern even the slightest change in my spiritual form. Yet, it remained unchanged. The fissures as wide as ever. I even attempted to mend these cracks using the newly acquired healing technique, but to no avail. Meanwhile, the absence of emotion increasingly gnawed at me. In everyday life, for Naruto's sake, I endeavored to express a spectrum of emotions. It is rather peculiar that after my training, practicing in front of a mirror has rendered my smile quite natural. However, this is still far from sufficient. At times, I vaguely sense some indistinct emotions, akin to imperceptible joy or irritation, yet most of the time, I must deliberately simulate various facial expressions. The worst part is that I do not always respond promptly, and if this continues, I fear I may earn a reputation for being slow to react. Fortunately, everyone perceives me as aloof and reclusive, disinclined to smile, which has somewhat spared me from scrutiny. I must establish a reflexive mechanism to enable timely responses in diverse situations. This can be achieved through self-illusion, but I need to devise an entire system. I recall various emotions, invoking them through illusion within myself, and then matching each emotion with the appropriate facial expression. This process took several months, followed by nearly a year of continual refinement of subtle errors. Yet the eventual outcome proved to be worth every effort. Gradually, this self-illusion system enveloped me tightly, appearing from within like a golden web, closely adhering to my already distorted mental facade. I began to merge with it, and it became a part of my being, no longer requiring my intentional distraction to maintain its operation. Despite its numerous advantages, I find myself making slight adjustments almost daily. This process resembles programming oneself. If someone utters such words, I shall respond in this manner. If a certain event occurs, I shall take that action. However, initially, this system would often malfunction, leading me to inexplicably burst into laughter or suddenly erupt in anger, prompting me to incorporate a sort of emergency shut-off mechanism. Thankfully, all malfunctions occurred only in the presence of Naruto, and I am grateful that he has never been one to ask awkward questions. Chapter 9. The Realm of Illusions. At this juncture, I had diligently perused every available resource concerning illusions. Given that the Uchiha clan specializes in such arts, the abundance of material was indeed overwhelming. With my single Tomo Sharingan, I found myself unable to grasp certain elite illusions. However, countless intriguing experiments had ensued. Among them, the creation of a personal virtual world captivated my imagination, a realm where the user assumes the role of a deity, wielding the power to manipulate all aspects at will. Through sheer willpower, one could alter the laws of physics and even bend time itself. Yet, it was only through the activation of the Manjiki Sharingan that I could apply this fantastical world in combat, thereby unleashing the infinite Tsukuyami. Typically, individuals do not invest much thought into the design of this world. They merely conjure a desolate space filled with red, black, and white hues, aimed at psychologically subduing their adversaries. In truth, however, this realm is capable of infinite transformations. It can embody the depths of hell or the splendor of a heavenly garden. Thus, I resolved to embark on the creation of such an illusion. The dreary wasteland of my inner world had grown tiresome. I estimated that it would take decades for it to resemble even a semblance of an ocean. During meditation, I delved into my inner realm, immersing myself in illusion, meticulously sketching a vision, a sunlit meadow at the forest's edge, distant mountains, and a crystal-clear lake. It was nothing short of perfection. I gazed at my hands, which appeared identical to those in reality. Then, I bent down to pluck a blade of grass and placed it in my mouth. The flavor was astonishingly authentic. I tilted my head back, squinting at the sun. The warm rays and gentle breeze caressed my skin. Everything felt tangible. After several tests, I confirmed that even with the Sharingan activated, I I could discern no differences between this world and reality, provided, of course, that the reality I had known over the past 2 years was not merely a chaotic figment of my consciousness. Seated upon the soft grass beneath a recently encountered tree, I pondered the significance of creating this place for the first time. It was undeniably beautiful, but it surely must serve some practical purpose. At present, I found myself incapable of trapping an enemy within this realm, and its atmosphere was ill-suited for interrogation. Perhaps I could seal certain elements from the real world here, retrieving them when necessary. I rummaged through my pockets, producing a kunai and laying it upon the grass. Yet, the moment I released it, the kunai vanished, returning to its original pocket. I felt confident that a solution would eventually present itself. I merely needed to contemplate it thoroughly. The scenery around me was serene and harmonious, yet it felt as though something was amiss. After witnessing countless wooden houses in Konoha, I yearned for a more grandiose and enduring structure, perhaps a medieval castle. Since here I was both king and deity, why not create one? However, as I prepared to initiate the construction, I suddenly realized that my understanding of what a medieval castle looked like was rather vague. While I could replicate certain natural landscapes with my Sharingan, I had never laid eyes upon a decaying castle. It was imperative to meticulously consider the castle's exterior and interior design. I decided to break the task down, summoning 4 clones, each responsible for a different level, as we collaboratively crafted the blueprint for our future castle. Fortunately, there was no need to draw plans in the sand. After all, this was my created world, and the clones, as extensions of myself, inherited certain abilities. At that moment, we resembled players in a 3D version of The Sims, constructing a miniature castle model. This world lacked the familiar entertainment of my previous life. Devoid of the internet and computer games, my youth had kept me from many experiences. I was surprised to discover a new purpose for my inner world. When reality became too dreary, I could retreat here for amusement. Currently, my life revolved around training, studying ninja techniques, and looking after Naruto. Occasionally, I found myself longing for certain aspects of my past life. However, there was not even a decent television here, as that was a luxury afforded to but a few. Yet in this realm, I could conjure anything I desired. First, I concentrated and altered my appearance. Summoning a mirror, I gazed at my reflection, instantly shutting off my emotional perception. But upon a mere glance, a wave of panic washed over me. I had forgotten what I looked like in my previous life. Staring into the mirror, I could not recognize myself at all. Fragments of memory lingered: tall stature, long black hair, brown eyes. But how many girls could be described so simply? To make matters worse, I could not even recall my own name. All along, I had subconsciously evaded thoughts of my former life, seemingly so successful that I had obliterated all traces. Oh dear, there was no need to dwell. One of my clones patted my shoulder, reminding me that I had acquired this extraordinary power. Was the cost truly so great? I was uncertain. I regarded my slender fingers. The golden ring my mother had gifted me upon my high school graduation. Yet overall, the clone was correct. Setting aside emotions, rationality dictated that I had not lost much. In my previous life, I had been 22. My future lay in becoming a manager or pursuing some other path. The most adventurous events I had encountered were likely nothing more than midnight swims in the sea. I had never sought thrills, yet now, adventure had sought me. Since it accompanied the magical energy known as chakra in this realm, I had little reason to complain. I shook my head, attempting to dispel these unpleasant thoughts, and transformed back into Sasuke. I had grown so accustomed to this body that the female form now felt awkward. As my appearance shifted, my thoughts seemed to realign, and I found myself mentally referring to myself from a male perspective once more. However, my clones appeared to have no issues with gender identity, half transformed into girls, while the other half became boys. The girls were clearly attempting to flatter me. I could hardly be described as beautiful. The boys, on the other hand, were modeled after Sasuke but depicted as 20 years old. One of them loosened his belt and peeked inside. The size seems quite satisfactory. I couldn't help but face palm. Good heavens, is this really me? This felt like a split personality, or perhaps something worse. Minutes later, we completed the interior design of our future castle, assembling the various levels into a cohesive structure, adding towers, a moat, a drawbridge, and, of course, a dragon. What is a castle without a dragon, after all? I concentrated, transforming these creations into full size. It was utterly astonishing, creating from nothing. The entire world resembled an incredibly vivid, controllable dream, allowing me to manifest anything I wished. Now, let us host a ball. A blonde girl clapped her hands in excitement. I've already envisioned what dress I will wear. It will undoubtedly be stunning. I had no idea I could do this. I shivered at the thought of Sasuke in a dress. My personality was indeed multifaceted. However, a few of us hosting a ball felt rather sparse. One boy remarked, and the others turned to me in unison. Very well, I shall remedy this immediately. I summoned 6 more clones. Typically, 6 clones proved to be the most effective, each possessing sufficient chakra to perform jutsu. I could conjure up to 10 clones, but they would be too weak. Yet here, I felt no drain on my chakra, so I summoned an additional 10 clones. It appeared that energy was boundless in this virtual realm. The clones exchanged glances and promptly employed transformation jutsu, altering their appearances and donning medieval attire. at the very least. We all agreed that these outfits bore a medieval style. I too needed to change my attire, for I was to play the role of a young lord. Each avatar possesses the remarkable ability to conjure small objects from thin air, and thus, united in purpose, they transformed the grand hall within mere minutes, adorning it with long tables and filling the air with music, heralding the commencement of a grand celebration, one in which all sentient beings from this realm participated. They assisted me into a chair reminiscent of a throne, with some even adorning my head with a crown. Initially, all seemed well, however. My cup inexplicably remained filled with pumpkin juice. Perhaps I misunderstood, or perhaps these avatars were deliberately toying with me. I promptly exchanged the beverage for a chilled whiskey. Nothing could be cooler than that. As for what transpired next, I can scarcely recall. Who would have thought one could become utterly inebriated in a virtual world? I awoke under the night sky, perplexed to find myself by the lakeside, draped in an exquisite purple gown. An instinct whispered to me that this was far from a voluntary act. Humph, avatars, beware. Just wait and see how I will settle the score with you. Just as I was about to seek out those reveling avatars for retribution, it suddenly struck me that considerable time must have elapsed. Naruto must be frantic, perhaps desperately trying to awaken me as he had during my last prolonged slumber. Yet, I had merely intended to meditate for a few hours. Oh no, I suppressed the rising panic, hoping Naruto had not noticed. Upon emerging from my meditation, I was astonished to discover that only a short span of time had passed, at most 2 hours. Well, this peculiar trait is quite intriguing. I recall Itachi being able to condense a week's worth of torment into mere seconds. I am still far from such mastery. Yet accelerating internal time by 3 or 4 times is rather impressive in its own right. Chapter 10. Amusing tales from the virtual realm. Since that time, I have frequently ventured into the virtual world. Notably, my avatars have also been industrious upon my next entry. They presented me with several proposals to further develop my unique little universe. Their primary suggestion was the establishment of an inner-world scientific research institute, abbreviated as the Inner Institute, where my avatars would continuously conceive new creations. I readily approved this idea, commissioning the construction of a grand building and creating an additional 20 avatars. During my subsequent visit, my think tank unveiled a project called the Lagoon. It resembled an advertisement scene for Bondi Beach, palm trees, pristine sands, and azure waters. After creating this place, nearly all residents of the virtual world migrated there. Moreover, my avatars did not dissipate over time. They resembled real individuals, each possessing distinct appearances and even personalities. Furthermore, I observed that as the number of avatars increased, my mastery over chakra was also enhanced, for each avatar shouldered a portion of my burden. Inspired by this revelation, I created even more avatars, and now nearly 100 different personalities resided within me. About a month after the Lagoon and Appo's establishment, the Institute spawned 2 additional projects, which, with the evolution of the Sharingan, could aid in intimidating my adversaries. One project was named the 7 Layers of Hell. Initially, the think tank proposed that each layer correspond to a punishment for one of the 7 deadly sins, but their imagination proved limited. They could only conceive a few forms of punishment such as boiling in oil, grilling on a hot plate, and being frozen in an icy expanse. These simplistic tortures would hardly frighten enemy ninjas. Thus, it was later decided that each layer would be filled with various terrifying monsters, ranging from chakra-devouring imps to aliens reminiscent of those in the eponymous film. However, I had yet to determine what to place at the very bottom of hell. I had not found a sufficiently shocking creature. I dared not take risks. I did not wish for my own creations to one day consume me, so these monsters exhibited relatively gentle temperaments. Provided one was indifferent to their appearances, they could comfortably adopt any of them as pets. Much later, I learned that all the tentacled creatures in the second layer had been eagerly claimed as pets within the first week. Although the residents of hell would not harm any of my personalities, any outsider who trespassed would be instantly torn to shreds. Should I one day unlock the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, my infinite Tsukuyomi would undoubtedly surpass Itachi's. After all, traversing the 7 layers of hell repeatedly, even if devoured, would not result in true death, which was far more terrifying than simply being pierced by countless suffering needles. The second project could be considered the antithesis of hell. It focused not merely on housing monsters, but on enhancing and strengthening shadow clones. After all, shadow clones need not resemble me. They could take on any form, such as being extraordinarily terrifying or immensely powerful. The project's name, Umbrella Corporation, was a direct transplantation from the former world, though no one could think of a better alternative. I realized both projects, never once regretting my decision. As they continued to develop, these 2 locations became exceptional training grounds. Here, I could select any creature's body to engage in combat. In my virtual world, all creations are immortal, regardless of the damage sustained. They will eventually return to their original state. Now, I often visit this realm, as every weekend a special tournament is held, a contest between the residents of hell and the employees of the Umbrella Corporation. Occasionally, I participate, choosing a modified body for myself. But compared to those who constantly immerse themselves in the training grounds, I still fall short. The usual outcome of these battles is a victory for the residents of hell. With the aliens showcasing the most remarkable performance, it remains unclear who initiated the trend, but they are now affectionately referred to as princesses. Yet, the Umbrella Corporation remains undeterred, continuously devising new modified soldiers and weapons. Remarkably, thanks to my increasingly refined chakra control and solid anatomical knowledge, I can transform any monster into a shadow clone. Their strength is nearly indistinguishable from the real thing, and they can utilize chakra. However, this is merely theoretical. Practical implementation presents numerous challenges. For instance, I can only create one shadow clone monster at a time due to the high demands on control. During the creation process, several internal personas collaborate, some managing the bones, others the muscles, and the remainder handling the organs and skin. Moreover, physical manifestation requires a substantial amount of chakra, even for the simplest of zombies. Nearly half of my chakra reserves are consumed. This is why I have yet to create a nearly 3-meter-tall princess in reality. Firstly, the chakra needed to form them is approximately 3 times my total capacity. This could be mitigated by drawing energy from the puddles in my inner world. Yet I am loath to deplete my treasure. Secondly, I always feel as though I am being watched. Perhaps someone is indeed observing me. After all, I am the last of the Uchiha clan, and living alongside me is Naruto, the Jinchuriki. I am certain that if a gigantic monster were to suddenly emerge during our training, the Umbu would undoubtedly rush in immediately. Thus, I can only settle for creating ordinary zombies. However, they have performed admirably, proving effective in psychological intimidation. When Naruto first encountered them, he leaped up a tree. Moving with such speed it was akin to flight. The zombies mostly feigned sluggishness and dull reactions, shuffling along, emitting raspy moans, and drooling. Yet, should their opponent show even the slightest lapse in attention, they can spring forward in an instant to take a bite. I concocted a potent paralytic poison, which I learned during medical ninja courses. Now, I add a small vial to each zombie I create. Moreover, they are my clones, possessing all of my taijutsu techniques. However, they struggle somewhat with ninjutsu, as all their chakra is devoted to maintaining their undead forms, leaving none for the execution of jutsu. After witnessing my new ninjutsu, Naruto pondered for a time before suddenly declaring that he would surpass me and dashed off. I merely shrugged, but I had an inkling of what jutsu he would conceive. My intuition proved correct. A few days later, Naruto showcased his seduction technique. I must admit, he did quite well, considering all the details, understanding basic male preferences, and even gathering visual material from the pool. He overlooked one detail. I am only 10 years old, and such matters are still premature for me. Had he manifested a 17-year-old version of himself, well, my female persona muttered quietly, though I feigned ignorance. Sasuke-kun, a nearly nude beautiful girl called out. Blowing me a kiss. Humph, I scoffed disdainfully. I was not easily deceived. Is that so? The girl formed hand seals, and suddenly, numerous clones appeared around her. Clad only in thin bath towels, it's the harem technique. Sasuke, Sasuke, Sasuke. The girls encircled me. One of them embraced me tightly, pressing me against her warm, soft chest. This feels quite nice, I thought. My face nestled against her gentle warmth, pondering that perhaps the plan to revive the Uchiha clan might indeed be feasible. Gotcha, Naruto exclaimed triumphantly. Not a chance, I retorted coldly, pinching the clone that held me, causing it to vanish with a pop. Naruto lamented, extending his words in disappointment as he dispelled the technique. You cheated. Don't be disheartened, I said, ruffling his hair. This jutsu is meant for adults. I am still too young. Indeed, when you grow up, I am certain I will triumph over you. No, I shall defeat you. Give it a try. However, I have a suggestion. Never employ this ninjutsu in the presence of girls, especially Sakura, lest you find yourself on the receiving end of a beating. Why? Naruto asked, indignant. This is an impressive ninjutsu, because, in doing so, you are offending women. It is akin to forcing a genuine girl to disrobe in order to distract your adversaries. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. If one must resort to this ninjutsu, at the very least, ensure that the clone is clad in a swimsuit. Is that so? Naruto formed the hand seals and executed a slightly modified seduction technique. Quite commendable, I remarked. However, a blue swimsuit would be preferable, harmonizing with the color of the eye contacts. A touch of pink gloss on the lips, a more ample chest, and the eyelashes should appear more realistic. It was now my turn to form the hand seals, transforming into a striking blonde beauty. With my greater experience, the girl I conjured was far superior to Naruto's creation. Come here, my darling, I exclaimed, embracing him and pressing him against my chest. Naruto's face flushed a vivid crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. Oh, now I understand why that pervert Jiraiya could become his esteemed mentor. It seems they truly are kindred spirits. Chapter 11. Awakening the Tsutomu Sharingan as my 11th birthday approached. I found myself unable to awaken the Tsutomu Sharingan, which filled me with profound frustration. In a moment of desperation, I resolved to undertake a perilous trial, a life and death test. Despite rigorous eye training and weekly sparring matches, I had yet to achieve my goal. Although I sensed that my bloodline limit was on the verge of awakening, it remained dormant. After much persuasion, I finally convinced Naruto to partake in this dangerous endeavor. He would unleash his full strength against me, even aiming to kill. I cleverly invoked my birthday wish as a reason, making it impossible for him to refuse. 20 minutes into the trial, I realized the folly of my choice to employ real weapons instead of the usual training tools. Both Naruto and his shadow clones exhibited near-perfect accuracy against a stationary target. And even as I moved, I found myself exerting every ounce of strength to evade their relentless assaults. Initially, I was beset by 100 of Naruto's shadow clones alongside 5 of my own immortal replicas, drawing the kunai embedded in my shoulder. I understood that I had ventured too far. I managed to eliminate around 80 ordinary shadow clones and 2 of the zombie replicas. But the toll on my body was immense. There was hardly a single unscathed area left. Were it not for my medical ninjutsu and the ability to staunch bleeding with chakra, I would have succumbed to blood loss long ago. Foolishly, I had also fallen prey to Naruto's sound release technique, the dragon roar, resulting in several fractured ribs. Time was of the essence. I could not afford to pause for healing, as Shuiken and kunai constantly rained down from every direction. Suddenly, I heard a familiar incantation. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, I found myself surrounded by countless clones. True to his reputation, Naruto never failed to exceed expectations whenever a request was made. What was I thinking? Inviting him to kill me? My chakra reserves had dwindled to 3 times my usual capacity. Had it not been for the miraculous chakra pool within my inner world, I would have perished from exhaustion. Yet, due to my daily practice of nearly depleting my chakra reserves, my chakra pathways had become remarkably resilient, sustaining me under such immense pressure. While I could still endure the chakra aspect, my physical state was nearing its limit, and even minor wounds began to throb painfully. With no other choice, I gripped my kunai tightly and continued to fend off the relentless assaults of the clones. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16. I acted almost instinctively, counting the exploding clones as my consciousness began to blur, blood from my forehead wound trickling into my left eye. 20, 21. A sudden, excruciating pain shot through my leg, snapping me back to the battle. I yanked the shuriken embedded in my thigh and hurled it back, rushing to staunch the bleeding. I attempted to leap onto a nearby tree, but my injured leg slipped, causing me to tumble down. Fortunately, the fall was not severe, only about 4 meters. I landed in a thicket, my injuries now worse than before. It seemed I would not be showing my face tomorrow. Wait, why was there no attack? Did they believe I was finished? Impossible, I could still fight. After all, the Tsutomu Sharingan had yet to manifest. Cautiously, I peered out to survey my surroundings, which were suspiciously quiet. Suddenly, a shout echoed from above. I looked up, eyes widening in terror. A dozen clones sat perched on the branches above, each hurling kunai bound with explosive tags at me. Body replacement technique. I instantly relocated to a bush 50 meters away, hoping to catch my breath. My heart raced, and the fear rendered my self-illusion jutsu ineffective. The terror of survival lingered like a specter. I deliberately refrained from suppressing my emotions, believing this might enhance my training's effectiveness. Yet, my limbs trembled not merely from fatigue. There he was. I recognized the voice of my own clone, but I had no choice. Gripping my kunai tightly, I sprang from my hiding spot, ready for one final stand. 22, 23, 30. My vision began to fade, and I could scarcely see anything. Relying solely on instinct to fend off the onslaught. When would these wretched clones cease their assault? Ugh. I felt utterly defeated. This was the last thought I had before losing consciousness. I awoke in a hospital room. Judging by the dim light filtering through the window, it was morning. I struggled to move, attempting to sit up, but it was an insurmountable task. My entire body ached, as if I had been minced in a meat grinder and then hastily reassembled. I temporarily shut off my pain receptors, grateful for such a method of relief. My chakra, however, felt normal. In fact, it seemed to have increased, but I would confirm this only during meditation. With great effort, I lifted my hand, forming the seals for medical ninjutsu, guiding healing chakra to flow within me. Ah, how exquisite it felt. Deciding to learn medical ninjutsu was indeed my most brilliant decision. An hour later, I felt revitalized. Well, I looked somewhat better, at least, resembling a mummy. Why had they wrapped me up so tightly? It was merely a few scrapes and bruises. I began to unwrap the bandages from my left arm, inspecting the healing of my wounds. Miraculously, there were no traces left. In truth, I had not sustained any serious injuries. I had been avoiding the reality of whether the Tsutomu Sharingan had awakened, fearing the prospect of risking another life and death trial. But I could delay no longer. As I activated the Sharingan, relief washed over me. I had succeeded. Now I could see the chakra flowing within my palm. At that moment, a nurse entered the room, noticing my concentration as I unwrapped the bandage from my right arm. In anime, bandages always come off effortlessly, but reality was far less forgiving. Had I encountered an intern who was overly zealous, tying 10 knots in a square centimeter of bandage? What are you doing? The nurse exclaimed angrily. Lie down at once. I'm fine, I assured her, waving my left arm as evidence, unwilling to remain in the hospital. We doctors know best. She approached, seemingly ready to forcibly return me to bed should I resist. Resigned, I lay back down like a compliant child, hands neatly folded. Could I get some breakfast, please? At that moment, I deployed my secret jutsu, the Sharingan cat-eye technique, and instantly, the nurse's demeanor softened. I'll get that for you. Indeed, I was quite hungry. having skipped lunch and dinner the previous day, remaining unconscious throughout the night. As the nurse watched fondly while I consumed the tasteless hospital breakfast, a commotion erupted in the hallway. What was happening outside? I thought I heard a familiar voice. The nurse stepped out to investigate, returning with an unhappy expression. It's that little demon again. He is the one who brought you here. First, he nearly killed you, and now he is causing a ruckus, fearing punishment. I finally managed to chase him off yesterday, and now he is back. Let him in. I realized Naruto might be accused of attacking me, and my throat went dry. No, what if that little demon tries to kill you again? Let him in. In my fury, my Sharingan involuntarily activated once more. Otherwise, I would seek him out myself. The nurse knew further argument was futile and stepped out of the room. A minute later, Naruto burst into the room. Sasuke, you're awake, he exclaimed, beaming at me. I felt like a fool, consumed with the desire to awaken the Tsutomu Sharingan. I had completely disregarded him. I cannot fathom the immense effort it must take for him to muster that smile, especially when surrounded by individuals who so despise him. A part of that credit belongs to me. I extended my hand, and as Naruto approached, somewhat astonished, I embraced him tightly. Thank you for your gift, I conveyed. Referring to the newly awakened Sharingan, and please forgive me. I shall no longer impose such unreasonable requests. What are you saying? Naruto hurried to console me, feeling a touch embarrassed at my display of emotion in front of others. In truth, I often embraced him, pinched him, tickled him, held his hand, and tousled his hair. But only in private. At other times, I maintained a stoic demeanor, communicating with those around me in mere fragments of speech. Yet now, my emotions erupted unexpectedly before the astonished nurse. I don't wish to admit it, but you truly achieved this, I remarked, hoping to bring joy to Naruto, who has always sought to surpass me. You have pushed me to my limits. Humph, that hardly seems fair. Your clones attacked you, and you nearly obliterated them all. Naruto remained somewhat dissatisfied with this victory, but swiftly added, in a one-on-one encounter, I will defeat you. Dream on, I retorted, sticking out my tongue as I released him from our embrace. Excuse me, could I trouble you for a bit more food? I employed a secret jutsu on the nurse, for I had yet to satiate my hunger. Ah, certainly, right away, she replied, hastily exiting. I transformed back into my usual attire, shedding the hospital garb I had been donned with during my unconscious state. Let us depart. With that, I sprang from the bed, leaving a shadow clone behind as I leaped out of the window. Instantly, Naruto landed beside me. Are you truly able to leave like this? He asked, incredulous. TCH. I am perfectly fine. You merely grazed me yesterday. If they seek someone for treatment, they can entertain themselves with your clones. That evening, after decisively awakening my double Tomo Sharingan, I confirmed that my chakra reserves had indeed increased, suggesting a correlation between these two processes. The inherent abilities of the Sharingan had been enhanced, and in addition, I could now perceive chakra. Although not as clearly or as distantly as the Hyuga clan, it was still a considerable improvement. Now, the gap in our taijutsu capabilities had widened once more, and in most confrontations, he began to falter against me. With the double Tomo Sharingan, I no longer merely anticipated his movements, it was as if I could foresee where he intended to strike, just as he had once told me. By the way, utilizing my new ability to observe my classmates within the school, I discovered that I possessed the greatest amount of chakra, save for Naruto. However, some teachers and upperclassmen could conceal their energy, so I was unable to make definitive statements regarding them. Chapter 12. The growing pains and initial encounters with the team in the original narrative. Sasuke is regarded as a prodigy. However, upon closer reflection, he does not possess any particularly remarkable qualities when compared to Itachi. Naruto, too, only managed to defeat him with the aid of the Cursed Seal. Although Naruto did rely on the chakra of the Nine Tails during that encounter, it seemed somewhat underhanded. I find myself having surpassed the Uchiha Sasuke of the original storyline in various aspects. Yet the thought of the multitude of formidable ninjas in this world instills a sense of trepidation within me. Take Zabuza, for instance. As the first serious antagonist in the anime, he could easily dispatch me without breaking a sweat. Throughout the years, I have dedicated myself to relentless training, striving to grow stronger, but the prospect of the long journey ahead often leaves me feeling disheartened. I have nearly come to terms with the grim possibility of taking lives in the future. Yet the notion that my life will be filled with endless battles sometimes leads me to regret that my previous bout of unconsciousness did not transform into a prolonged slumber. Naruto has always managed to awaken me from that near comatose state, but that state tends to return every 6 months or so, sometimes even more frequently. The inhabitants of my inner world inform me that during those moments of unconsciousness, my consciousness wanders through a virtual realm, yet due to a subconscious desire to remain asleep, none of my personas can remind me of reality and rouse me. Aside from these episodes of slumber, everything else seems relatively normal. If it weren't for this peculiar affliction, I would truly have little to complain about. My inner world continues to evolve and expand, and I have even realized several projects conceived by the Research Institute. The most ambitious of these is a city that encompasses a variety of entertainment venues, cinemas that can screen any film I have ever seen in my past life, including the Naruto anime, restaurants, shops, and of course, a library. I had never anticipated that I had read so many books in this lifetime, encompassing a diverse range from academic texts to romantic novels. It feels divine to possess the abilities of a deity within my own realm. I can summon my memories at will, even the most trivial details, such as the cartoons I watched long ago. Nevertheless, my own name and past appearance remain shrouded in mystery, as if sealed away. However, within my inner world, I have accumulated over 300 distinct personas, which bring me not only joy but occasionally astonishing surprises. One such creation is the Solar Palace Project. A quintessential harem-style edifice, a grand white marble palace imbued with the essence of 1001 nights, complete with courtyards adorned with tropical flowers and palm trees, refreshing fountains, and exquisite swimming pools. Naturally, there are also numerous beautiful women clad in translucent garments and muscular men of mixed heritage. To my astonishment, this project did not evoke any aversion within me. It appears I have fully embraced my current masculine identity. Frankly, my inner personas are correct. Despite my actual age of 28, I have not shared a single kiss in these past 6 years. While my physical form may only be 12, my mind recalls the sensations of adulthood and naturally harbors desires. I often find myself immersed in vague, heavy, and fervent dreams imbued with explicit sexual undertones. Yet, as I am still a child in reality, these dreams remain unfulfilled. I hope that at the very least, this project may alleviate some of my psychological burdens. Thus, I gritted my teeth and created everything as they requested. Here, Jiraiya is merely labeled a pervert for his penchant for peeping at women bathing. Yet compared to the events unfolding in my mind, that seems trivial. Fortunately, after completing these projects, those strange dreams ceased to haunt me. I only ventured to the Solar Palace to witness the belly dancers and indulge in Eastern desserts, refraining from pursuing anything further for fear of becoming utterly lost between reality and fantasy, never wishing to return. Yet, those personas revel in their experiences, perceiving this world as their reality, as they are, in essence, part of it. Not only do the inhabitants of my inner world baffle me, but I also perplex them. For instance, I have indeed invented a method for bringing objects from the real world into the virtual realm. However, there are limitations. Items must first be infused with chakra, allowing them to become, to some extent, a part of me. Consequently, weapons crafted from metal are the easiest to successfully transmit via chakra, through diligent effort. I have managed to seal nearly 20 kilograms of various throwing weapons within my body for emergencies. I feel akin to a hamster, though overall, this sensation is rather pleasant. If only I could learn to materialize them instantaneously when needed, it would be truly perfect. As the days pass, the graduation exam draws ever closer. In truth, I harbor no concerns regarding my knowledge base. At least in subjects such as history, geography, and physical training, I could easily teach. Yet, the impending reality of adulthood fills me with apprehension. Although I am no longer a child, I am reluctant to embrace the role of an independent ninja. Incidentally, the original storyline unfolds here as well. Naruto still struggles to produce the shadow clone technique, yet he can effortlessly conjure over 100 more practical shadow clones. Irika, that fellow, inexplicably wishes for Naruto to fail the exam, only for Naruto to summon 50 clones, all shouting in unison that this is unfair. The J-Nin instructor had no choice but to relent and begrudgingly pass this problematic student. Thus, we all received headbands adorned with the Leaf Village emblem. I wrestled with how to deal with the spy Mizuki, who had attempted to seize the scroll and abduct Naruto. According to the plot, we were meant to apprehend him, yet I struggled to devise a suitable plan. Ultimately, I resolved to adhere to the original narrative, instructing Naruto to wait for Mizuki on the school swing. Mizuki did not disappoint. He quickly sought out the poor, forgotten Naruto, proposing to take him to a special test reserved for only the most skilled ninjas. Subsequently, I felt justified in reporting this spy to Irika-sensei, passionately recounting how Mizuki had deceived the Navi Naruto into committing crimes. Afterward, Naruto and I celebrated our promotion to Genin at a CAF, indulging in an array of sweet treats. Early the next morning, I heard from the gossip-loving Granny Mito that the Umbu had dramatically captured a villain the previous night, successfully completing their mission. This was hardly surprising, having observed the anime. It was clear that Mizuki was no match for Naruto, who had barely begun his training and had only just learned the shadow clone technique. I was merely astonished by the rapid spread of secret information within the village. Was this a deliberate arrangement? It seemed to serve as a demonstration to the villagers. Look, the Umbu are ever vigilant, safeguarding your peace. The following day, we were assigned to various teams, and unsurprisingly, we formed a trio with Sakura. Naruto was elated. But I was less than pleased. This girl incessantly called out Sasuke-kun, her gaze upon me seemingly voracious, akin to a nightmare. She's only 12. Yet, the moment she looks at me, I feel a chill run down my spine. However, when Naruto clumsily attempts to woo her, he is met with a brutal response. Even with my chakra-enhanced body, I would likely not withstand her punch. Sakura, I addressed her, Naruto is now a member of our team. Please refrain from hitting him. But he's such a fool, she retorted angrily, yet the moment I displayed even a hint of disappointment, she immediately changed her tune. All right, as you say, Sasuke-kun. Her eyes sparkled with admiration towards me. I intended to discuss the importance of teamwork and mutual understanding. But I knew she would probably not grasp even half of it at this moment. As I drew slightly closer to her to converse, she became overly excited. Perhaps it is best to revisit this topic at a later time. After waiting for several hours, our instructor, Kakashi-sensei, finally arrived. Bored, Naruto decided to tape a bag filled with white powder above the door. Sakura attempted to stop him, while I suggested applying soap on the ground at the entrance. Sakura was rendered speechless by my audacity. Predictably, Kakashi fell victim to the white powder trap and slipped, though he managed to regain his balance. Naruto struggled to suppress his laughter, even imitating my signature deadpan expression. Sakura, terrified, glanced at the teacher but remained silent, as I was also complicit in the prank. As usual, I maintained my composure. Well, I'm not particularly fond of you. However, we do welcome you, sensei. You have finally arrived, I said with exaggerated enthusiasm. Kakashi regarded me with suspicion, likely recalling our encounter at the cemetery. Other than that, our introduction to the teacher followed the original narrative closely. Except when Sakura asked him to introduce himself, I couldn't resist interjecting. Kakashi Hitaki, 28 years old, I announced before he could speak. An S-rank Jonin. Renowned as the copy ninja or Sharingan Kakashi. Master of 4 chakra natures, rumored to know over 1,000 jutsu. He enjoys reading Jiraiya-sensei's peculiar novels and visiting cemeteries. As I often spot him there when I pay respects to my parents. Dislikes, well, he seems to have an aversion to formalities and rules. I fixed my unactivated Sharingan upon him and continued. Height, 181 centimeters, weight, slightly under 70 kilograms, though it's hard to tell. Wow, impressive. Naruto was the first to react. Sasuke is so clever, Sakura added. Not bad, not bad. The teacher offered a rare compliment. Now how about you introduce yourselves? Uchiha Sasuke, 12 years old. My affinities are fire and lightning. I enjoy tomatoes and home-cooked meals, and I detest when someone shouts Sasuke-kun in my ear. Upon hearing this, Sakura immediately flushed and lowered her gaze shyly. In the future, I aim to restore the Uchiha clan and seek revenge on a certain individual. The rest of our introductions were rather uneventful. Ultimately, Kakashi seemed intent on intimidating us with survival training, but Naruto and I thwarted his plans. After learning the time and location for our meeting the following day, I invited everyone to a CAF to celebrate our team formation. The teacher promptly declined, citing other commitments, though I had not expected him to accept. Sakura was brimming with enthusiasm, and Naruto, never one to shy away from food, eagerly joined in. The next morning, we arrived at the training ground by 9:00 and Appo's clock. I reminded Sakura not to rush. I estimated that Kakashi would not arrive until around 11, providing us ample time to discuss our strategy and set traps. I informed them that we would likely encounter the classic bell test. After 2 hours of brainstorming, we devised several countermeasures, and by the time the teacher arrived, we were ready. Everything unfolded more smoothly than I had anticipated. It appeared Kakashi had underestimated us. According to Plan A, Naruto created several shadow clones and charged at the teacher in a chaotic manner, deliberately concealing his true taijutsu prowess. It was worth noting that he had recently been able to hold his own against me, even with my activated Tutomo Sharingan. For a Genin, that was quite impressive. And even a Nin would struggle against him. Kakashi, having lowered his guard, began reading a book while casually defending himself with one hand. Then it was Sakura's turn. Her task was to throw as many weapons at the teacher as possible to distract him. Meanwhile, I enveloped myself in a genjutsu to create the illusion of my absence, and, using Naruto's chaotic clones as cover, swiftly approached Kakashi and snatched the bell from his waist, replacing it with a simple illusionary bell. To be honest, I could hardly believe I had succeeded. I double-checked, fearing the bell might be a mere illusion. But everything was in order. Naruto, Sakura, I called out, and they immediately ceased their attack on the teacher and jumped aside. Then I tossed each of them a bell. Kakashi reached for his waist, only to find his fingers passing through the illusory bell that jingled mockingly. He stared wide-eyed in astonishment. And you, Sasuke-kun? Sakura inquired, equally surprised. Indeed, Sasuke, the teacher recovered, stating that if I did not possess a bell, I would have to return to the academy. TCH, I simply replied. Take mine. Naruto instantly offered me his bell. No, take mine. Sakura chimed in, as I had performed the worst. Kakashi-sensei was merely jesting, I clarified. All teams consist of 3 members. So we either pass together or fail together. Naruto and Sakura exchanged puzzled glances with the teacher. All right, Kakashi indicated with a smile, clearly realizing I had not managed to deceive Sasuke. Then, you all pass. Hooray! Naruto exclaimed joyfully, clinging to me. We are the best. Sakura, seizing the moment, embraced me amidst the excitement. Well done, children. I hadn't anticipated you would achieve this. Kakashi offered a rare compliment. Naruto's overly enthusiastic hug and Sakura's unexpected strength nearly suffocated me. The teacher merely smiled, squinting at us. Just you wait, Kakashi. I shall remember this. Chapter 13. Interrogating Kakashi. In the shift in team training, I anticipated this situation. Kakashi would invariably arrive 3 to 4 hours late, fabricating absurd excuses, only to lead us into yet another D-rank mission. Though labeled a mission, it was, in essence, a blatant exploitation of child labor. Yet, I was too apathetic to protest, Thanks to the shadow clone technique, we could complete the tasks in half an hour. Following this, our so-called teacher would leisurely read under the shade of a tree, bid us farewell, and send us home. I deliberately inquired with members from other teams about their training routines, only to discover that we were the only ones who engaged in nothing beyond missions. I had long suspected this. However, the disparity between manga and reality is stark, especially since I was an active participant. Had we encountered a formidable opponent during our first clash, we would have undoubtedly suffered a crushing defeat, were it not for my recollection of the original storyline. I might have assumed that Kakashi was merely waiting to witness our demise. Thus, after our fourth mission concluded, when this unreliable teacher prepared to bid us farewell once more, I feigned a hint of embarrassment and approached him. Kakashi-sensei, may I ask you a question? Of course, Sasuke-kun, but it is quite a personal matter. Very well, let us speak aside. He made his way towards the nearest building. Upon reaching a corner where Naruto and Sakura could not see us, I gestured for him to bend down. Kakashi-sensei, I have long wished to ask. I grasped his collar and pulled him closer, his expression instantly devoid of emotion. Are you truly as oblivious as you appear, or merely a short-sighted fool? What? Kakashi jolted in surprise. But he was too astounded to break free from my grip. I was acutely aware that he cared little for Sakura and me. To him, we were inconsequential. And he had no desire to accept students. But why did he disregard Naruto as well? If Minato Namikaze were to witness how you treated his son, he would surely be restless in his grave. Did you know? Every year on the anniversary of the Nine-Tails attack, which coincides with Naruto's birthday, he is bullied. At the tender age of 6, an old man nearly beat him to death, and I am curious as to why no one intervened. Why you? How do you know? Kakashi stammered, momentarily forgetting to struggle. How would I know? Anyone with eyes could deduce it. Just look at the portrait of the fourth Hokage. I released his collar and pushed him away, my face contorted with disgust. The renowned copy ninja, reputed to have stolen over 1,000 jutsu. Could you not teach your own students even a single technique? Instead of apologizing to the dead, who cannot hear you, why not concern yourself with the living? Observing his dazed expression, I realized that I would not extract further revelations from him today, and it was time to conclude this encounter. You need to decide swiftly whether you will teach us something, or we shall seek another mentor. I shook my hand as if touching something repulsive and stepped around the corner, leaving this unreliable teacher standing in a state of bewilderment. Naturally, Naruto and Sakura had not strayed far and were now curiously watching me. Kakashi-sensei said everyone should go home. What did you talk about? Sakura couldn't and Appos, contain her curiosity. A conversation between men, I replied blankly. Then you can tell me. Naruto exclaimed eagerly. Some things you ought to know yourself, I said, my hands stuffed in my pockets as I strolled homeward. It appeared that Sasuke's ideological guidance bore fruit, as the following day. Kakashi did not dismiss us as he usually would after a mission. Instead, he brought us to the training field. Remarkably, he was merely an hour late. I could scarcely fathom this outcome. Initially, the teacher intended for us to engage in chakra control exercises, but we deliberately scampered around the trees. Naruto even showcased his ability to hang from branches using various parts of his body, even his tongue. His determination was commendable. Thankfully, Ents did not plague us this time. Kakashi uttered his signature and then instructed us to demonstrate all the jutsu we had mastered. Overflowing with excitement, Naruto exhibited everything he could: substitution technique, shadow clone technique, an improved version of the sexy jutsu, which made Sakura blush and clench her fists, shadow shuriken technique, and finally, he unleashed a dragon roar. He had managed to infuse a hint of wind chakra into his voice, causing not only the nearby tree to shatter, but also leaving a small trench in its wake. Was all Kakashi could manage, utterly taken aback by Naruto's prowess. This jutsu was specifically devised by Sasuke for me. Naruto beamed, inadvertently drawing my ire. I nearly facepalmed. It was my own fault for not informing Naruto ahead of time to refrain from revealing the origins of such specialized techniques. Fortunately, my brother was a genius, and no one would find it surprising that a 12-year-old could create jutsu of at least B rank. Moreover, I was the last of the Uchiha clan. After all, nobles must bear their responsibilities. Kakashi regarded me with a knowing glance, and I met his gaze impassively. We both feigned ignorance of our conversation from the previous day, yet I was certain he would never forget it. Now it was Sasuke's turn. I demonstrated essential techniques such as the clone technique and substitution technique while dispersing my clones around Kakashi-sensei. Naruto sensed what was about to unfold and quickly ran to a distance, turning away. Sakura, curious, watched as my clones helped her close her eyes. The girl let out a soft gasp, relaxing, yet clung tightly to the clone. At least she did not inquire why she could not witness such a ridiculous spectacle. I snapped my fingers, and the animated figures began to swirl around Kakashi. Realizing our preparations, he was about to lift the forehead protector obscuring his Sharingan when he froze in astonishment. Indeed, he had not anticipated such a juvenile performance. However, as he stared vacantly at these ethereal beings, they accomplished their dark mission. A second later, Kakashi was enveloped by intense dizziness, as though the world had flipped upside down 20 times in an instant. I activated my Sharingan and combined it with an illusion of the cosmos, rendering him utterly disoriented. Yet, as a seasoned jonin, he could not be ensnared for long. Kakashi utilized Earth Release to burrow into the ground, successfully escaping my Jinjutsu. A minute later, he emerged from the earth, his complexion noticeably green. Not bad, not bad. I know. But against a formidable enemy, this is insufficient. I understand. Then I spoke to Naruto in Russian. Cover your ears. One clone lifted Sakura and leaped to a distance. All remaining clones joined me in forming several hand signs, enhancing our vocal cords and eardrums with chakra. Together, we shouted, unleashing sound waves towards our teacher. This time, he did not wait to be struck before attempting to evade. Indeed, a jonin could outpace sound. However, with 6 clones, we managed to hit him several times, though not severely. It must have been unpleasant nonetheless. Enough, I understand. Kakashi appeared behind me by some means. Very well. I dispelled the clones. A minute later, Sakura and Naruto returned. Well, you all are quite impressive. I did not anticipate your strength. But teacher, Sakura is on the verge of tears. I showcased nothing. I have not demonstrated a single formidable jutsu. Chapter 14. The gains from special training and our initial battle before Kakashi could devise a way to console Sakura. If indeed he intended to do so, I placed my hand gently upon her shoulder. Sakura, your mastery over chakra is remarkable, which positions you to become an exceptional medical ninja. You will undoubtedly save both Naruto and me on numerous occasions in the future. Moreover, your physical strength is considerable. With just a bit of training, you could move mountains with a single punch. Really? Sakura blushed, gazing at me with eyes full of affection, hoping she could grasp the essence of my words. Of course, I have complete faith in you. Kakashi interrupted our moment, signaling that it was time to commence our training, as if we had already prodded him for instruction. However, I refrained from pressing further on this matter, considering my teacher had already endured enough of my antics and deserved a moment and Appo's respite. That day, Kakashi assessed Naruto and my ability to wield elemental chakra, subsequently imparting several basic ninjutsu techniques for us to practice. Naruto had mastered wind element chakra, a skill Kakashi lacked, so he was set to modify standard ninjutsu to align with his newfound abilities. Meanwhile, I was diligently learning a technique akin to an electric shock, designed to incapacitate opponents. Having a teacher to guide us made the process significantly easier. He could resolve complex problems that would have otherwise taken me ages to decipher alone. Kakashi began instructing Sakura in taijutsu, but her skills were still at an academy level, essentially non-existent. The training persisted for several hours, during which Naruto and I nearly depleted our chakra reserves, a testament to the intensity of our regimen. Poor Sakura was subjected to the stern demands of her instructor, leaving the training ground in disarray, her body covered in dirt and scrapes. She was on the verge of tears, yet she stifled them, unwilling to break down in front of us. You did wonderfully, Sakura. You worked hard. I decided to offer her some encouragement. Instantly, her spirits lifted, as if she found her second wind. The happiness children seek is truly quite simple. If someone were to tell me I was doing great while I was utterly exhausted and barely able to stand, I might send that comforting individual off on a whimsical adventure with tentacled aliens. It appears that Kakashi was genuinely committed to our training, pushing us to our limits with each session. Particularly with me, it seemed he took pleasure in observing my weary struggle to return home after each exhausting practice. Naruto and Sakura, on the other hand, seemed far more energetic, especially as they began to acclimate to the increased training load. Naruto could still indulge in a few bowls of ramen post-training, while I could only collapse onto my bed, immobile for hours. Strangely enough, this high-intensity physical training yielded unexpected results. I learned to access my inner world instantaneously, a feat that previously required meditation, and I could now directly control my body from within. Admittedly, my senses dulled significantly, yet the pain and fatigue became nearly imperceptible. However, I soon ceased this practice, as it diminished the effectiveness of my training. Nevertheless, I committed this skill to memory, hoping it might prove useful in the future. On one occasion, I contemplated swapping places with a persona from my inner world, allowing her to use my body during training while I took a brief respite. Yet, these lazy entities were unwilling to cooperate. Upon hearing my enticing proposal of venturing into the outside world for a thrilling game of shuriken tag with Kakashi, running dozens of kilometers, performing hundreds of push-ups, and engaging in a plethora of equally thrilling activities, they dashed away in fright. The rigorous training offered another benefit. All exercises that did not require intense physical exertion, such as meditation, chakra control, and illusion creation, transformed into enjoyable and long-awaited moments of rest. Perhaps this was why I made significant strides in perfecting my shadow clone technique. My clones were now exceptionally lifelike, capable of replicating the human form down to the cellular level. I was inching ever closer to the dream of creating a powerful clone that could withstand Kakashi's training and survive. We adhered to this training regimen until the crucial day arrived. We received a C-rank escort mission. I had long wished to voice the potential consequences of this seemingly simple task, yet I restrained myself. The elusive three-tomo Sharingan had yet to manifest, and perhaps a dire threat might provoke its awakening. Moreover, known dangers were preferable to the completely unknown. Throughout the journey, I remained silent while the loquacious bridge builder, Tazuna, attempted to engage Naruto in conversation. Tazuna succeeded, as Naruto unwittingly activated a weakened version of his verbal barrage, a unique skill that could compel anyone to endure his incessant chatter. Naruto's formidable will allowed him to instill his ideals in those around him, usually after sufficiently incapacitating them, but such details were trivial. At last, the familiar marshland from the anime appeared before us. I discreetly caught Naruto's attention, employing the hand signals we had devised together to convey the situation, and subsequently alerted Sakura. Thus, the enemy ninja that leaped out to confront us were met with an unwelcome surprise. These foes were likely of Nin rank, albeit not particularly formidable, possessing only slightly more chakra than Sakura. In less than 30 seconds, we dispatched them, leaving them no time to fully comprehend their predicament. Well done, Kakashi exclaimed, leaping down from a nearby tree to commend us. TCH, where were you just now, sensei? Sakura inquired, visibly annoyed. All right, Sakura, don't be so upset. I was watching from the sidelines. If anything had gone awry, I would have intervened immediately. Kakashi took the two unconscious ninjas away for interrogation, returning alone. What had he done with them? Surely he hadn't used Earth-style jutsu to quietly dispose of them? His amiable smile made it difficult to believe such a thing. From what I had gathered from the anime, Kakashi seemed to avoid killing whenever possible. I hoped he had merely sealed them within a special scroll designed to contain criminals. Assuming such a thing existed, weapons could indeed be sealed in this manner. I had several items for sealing shuriken and kunai at home. However, I still questioned whether living beings could be confined in such artifacts. I kept my doubts to myself. I did not wish to worry Naruto and Sakura. I shifted the conversation, asking Kakashi-sensei, may I take these gauntlets? I gestured toward the weapons the enemy ninjas had wielded against us. What do you want those for? They're meant for 2 users. Such weapons are typically utilized by weaker ninjas. Alone, they pose little threat. Consider it a trophy, then. After all, this was my first real battle. I can hang it on my wall or think of another use. When I'm older, I can show it to my grandchildren and recount tales of my heroic deeds. Well, if Naruto and Sakura have no objections, they are also their spoils of war. If Sasuke wishes to take them, let him. This hunk of iron is of no use to me. Excellent. I seized one of the gauntlets and began to infuse it with chakra. The other gauntlet was connected by a spiked chain. Upon completing the infusion, I couldn't resist performing a small trick, a simple illusion that created golden sparks before sealing the weapon within my inner world. To the outside observer, it appeared as though the chain had suddenly erupted with sparks before vanishing. An intriguing technique, Kakashi remarked, having never witnessed such a spectacle. I hope you never have to witness it again. I activated my Sharingan and conjured a kunai sealed within my body before Kakashi. When the tip of the weapon appeared merely a centimeter from his eyes, the teacher and Appo's gaze widened in astonishment. However, the shuriken almost immediately fell to the ground, as I was unable to maintain its stability in the air. I found it impossible to impart acceleration to the released weapon, and its effective range was exceedingly limited. Nonetheless, it was undeniably impressive. I shrugged, feeling as though I had exhausted all possible attempts, yet this ninjutsu remained impractical for combat. Even if I concealed the explosive tag within my body, the time from activation to detonation would approximate 3 seconds, making it far more efficient to simply hurl it at the enemy, thus sparing myself the trouble of the release. Chapter 15. The turmoil of combat and the journey ahead was tranquil until a colossal water prison technique nearly severed our heads. Frankly, it was utterly terrifying, confronting such a formidable adversary, radiating a chilling aura of malevolence. Yet, within my heart, I chanted, "Come forth, 3-Tomo Sharingan." I even employed a self-induced illusion to amplify my fear slightly. It had proven somewhat effective before, and I hoped it would again. However, the dread I conjured could not compare to genuine terror, for I was acutely aware of its artificiality. Overall, I discerned that the world of ninjas possessed a unique etiquette. If one were to charge recklessly at a formidable opponent without a proper introduction, they would be deemed irrational. Most ninjas are not mere killing machines. They are living beings seeking to infuse some amusement into their arduous endeavors. Thus, when encountering a respectable foe, they engage in a ceremonial interaction, exchanging greetings, insults, or threats, depending on personal preference. At this moment, Zabuza ceased his assault, opting instead to boast about his terrifying prowess. He was nothing short of a demon, feared even by the denizens of the Hidden Mist Village. He recounted how, in his youth, he had single-handedly eliminated all the graduating students. For a brutal tradition mandated the killing of one's closest friend to pass the exam. As this swordsman rambled on, we listened obediently. Truly, Zabuza had been extolling his wickedness for 5 minutes, on the verge of erupting into a villainous cackle, yet no one dared interrupt him. I was the first to break the silence. Zabuza-sensei, I never imagined I would say this, but I believe you are a remarkably kind individual. Everyone was taken aback. Even Tazuna ceased trembling in fear. Zabuza, mid-sentence, gaped in astonishment but quickly regained his composure. You little brat, are you daft? Did you even comprehend what I said? I not only listened but understood, I replied. As far as I know, after you exterminated a whole class of genin, that cruel exam was abolished, and no one has been forced to slay their friends since. If you truly were the malevolent Madden you claim to be, you would never have left the hidden mist village, as their policies align perfectly with your methods. Furthermore, the wrinkles on your forehead and around your eyes suggest frequent encounters with intense negative emotions. And one final detail, there appears to be some kind of small animal's fur clinging to your pant leg. I find it hard to envision a bloodthirsty demon with cat hair on his leg. Or perhaps it's rabbit fur. I'm not entirely sure. In truth, I had only recently realized that the Two-Tomo Sharingan not only enhanced my combat abilities but also influenced my daily life. Now, my Sharingan could capture the minutest details and firmly etch them into my memory. Just months ago, I was pleasantly surprised to discover that I had learned to read lips. It was only then that I comprehended I had acquired a talent akin to Sherlock Holmes, though I still struggled with deductive reasoning. Each time I endeavored to decipher the meaning behind a small stain on a conversation partner's garment or the peculiar color of dust on their shoe, I found myself racking my brains. Solving certain puzzles is not always straightforward, yet some matters are glaringly apparent. Of course, I cannot ascertain a person's entire life story from a single item, but I can draw some conclusions. Once I slice you into pieces, let us see if you still dare call me kind. Zabuza quickly regained his composure after my remarks, descending into a frenzy. Well, in that case, I doubt you and Appos LL even be able to speak. I shrugged. Zabuza realized the pleasantries had run their course. It was time to attack. Kakashi-sensei stepped forward to confront him, while Naruto and I dealt with the water clones, effortlessly transforming them into mere puddles. Overall, this battle mirrored the original narrative, with Kakashi and Zabuza exhausting all their chakra and sustaining severe injuries, though my teacher managed to hold out a bit longer. Thus, I did not intervene as Haku took the unconscious Zabuza away. Naruto and I were confident we could defeat him, but I recalled watching the episodes where Zabuza and Haku perished in the anime, nearly brought to tears. Some facets of my inner persona are particularly susceptible to sentimentality. I still find myself rewatching those episodes, crying incessantly, and subsequently penning fanfiction about their eternal love. If I do not provide these two with a fitting conclusion, it would surely torment me. However, from another perspective, Zabuza's weapon, the decapitating sword, would likely fall into the hands of Suigetsu in the future. I truly had no idea how to orchestrate all of this. Yet, I still had an entire week to devise a plan. Naruto's clones hoisted the unconscious Kakashi and dragged him back to Tezuna's home. The following day, the revived Kakashi arranged more intensive training for us. Despite the feeling that we had already reached our limits, I genuinely could not fathom how to push further. He demonstrated the Chidori to me once more. Yet I found myself unable to execute this ninjutsu in its entirety. I was capable of enveloping my hand in lightning, but my piercing power could not hold a candle to Kakashi's. The connection between ninjutsu and emotional state is too intricate. Clearly, I lacked the requisite resolve to master this technique. In the original narrative, Sasuke learned it within a month, and despite having more exposure to lightning chakra, I still struggled. Nonetheless, I knew I would eventually grasp it, so I was not overly disheartened. After all, my fire-style ninjutsu was quite formidable as well. During training intervals, Naruto was not idle either. He successfully altered Inari's attitude. During their initial encounter, Inari had shouted that we would all perish, yet Naruto even managed to befriend Haku. By the way, I also had a brief encounter with Haku. He wandered through our training forest without a care, gathering herbs. Dressed in a simple kimono, with his hair cascading down, he resembled a beautiful girl, though he was entirely flat-chested, which was quite normal for his age. Speaking of which, he was even cuter than I was. However, we were not comparable. While I too possessed a certain charm, I leaned towards a more aloof demeanor, which would become more pronounced as I matured. Haku simply exuded femininity. Oh dear. I could already sense that some aspects of my persona would be unable to resist writing fanfiction about the two of them, or worse, indulging in their cosplay. Please, no. I cannot endure that. At long last, the day of battle arrived once more. Kakashi faced off against Zabuza, while Haku became my opponent. Activating my Two-Tomo Sharingan, I could perceive all his attacks. However, the sheer volume of ice needles he conjured rendered it impossible to evade them all. Nevertheless, I had not sustained severe injuries. Every time a Senbon pierced me, I infused chakra into it and sealed it within my body, resulting in only minor wounds with negligible impact. Seizing the moment, I summoned 2 enhanced clones, utilizing them as shields, for they felt no pain and could effortlessly withstand the Senbon. Meanwhile, I took the opportunity to launch my own attacks, throwing weapons or employing fire-style ninjutsu to prevent Haku from engaging in close combat. Yet, he quickly discerned that my assaults had weakened, serving more to distract him than to inflict true damage. Fight with all your might, or I shall be forced to kill you. Haku could no longer tolerate my taunts. TCH, I scoffed, you have no intention of killing me. These ice needles are futile against me. Then allow me to show you my true strength. In an instant, a wall of ice mirrors encircled me, and I found myself truly ensnared in a predicament. The icy needles were ubiquitous, and soon my clones began to dissipate one after another, resembling a hedgehog. I hardly had the time to summon new ones, To avoid the fate of my previous manifestations, I could only persistently evade and defend myself. At that moment, an ingenious idea struck me. I needed to find a weapon more formidable than shurikens. The sword wielded by Sasuke in the anime was indeed powerful, and I was certain I could wield something similar. Those accursed Senbon, not only did they inflict pain, but they also severely hampered my movements, causing my evasion speed to noticeably decline, resulting in an increasing number of strikes. However, at long last, the moment I had been anticipating arrived. Wait, I have something to say to you. This ninja actually halted, seemingly not deriving much joy from turning me into a pincushion. A clone I had stationed outside as a lookout had just been eliminated. He witnessed Kato approaching with 200 armed men heading our way. Kato had no intention of rewarding you. He was merely waiting to see who would emerge victorious, only to eliminate the exhausted ninja afterward. You are lying. Go see for yourself. I wanted to shrug, but the pain made me gasp sharply. Chapter 16. The turning point after the fierce battle I disregarded by. Clenching my teeth as I began to extract the Senbon from my own body. Though the wounds were minor, their multitude was overwhelming. Despite my attempts at self-healing during the skirmish, I had lost considerable blood. I was compelled to sit on the ground, my back propped against a shard of ice, as dizziness engulfed me. Initially, I appeared taken aback by my actions, but soon he seemed to conclude that I had succumbed. Utilizing his body flicker technique to verify my state, Sasuke. A sudden shout pierced through the air. It seemed Naruto had arrived just in time. The thought barely crossed my mind when the ice mirror dome above us shattered into fragments. Upon seeing my battered, bloodied form, Naruto froze for a moment, then was enveloped in the chakra of the Nine Tails. Surely, I can't look that dreadful? I thought in panic as I stood up. The murderous intent radiating from Naruto was chilling, rendering me momentarily immobile with fear. This was far more terrifying than Zabuza. My self-illusion was still set to amplify fear, nearly tormenting me until I activated the emergency shutdown mechanism. It's fine, Naruto. I spoke slowly, careful not to provoke him into an attack. I'm all right. These are merely scratches. Look. At that moment, Naruto and Appo's eyes transformed into a crimson hue, his pupils becoming slit-like, and the orange chakra exuding from him was palpable. For a brief moment, he stood hunched, as though moving on all fours would be easier, emitting a low growl. However, upon realizing there was no target to attack, he reined in his fury, reverting to his human form. I initially thought he killed you, Naruto said, his voice thick with emotion. Fool. I ruffled his hair. I defeated him, more or less. He fled the battlefield. Really? Naruto asked, excitement bubbling in his tone. Yeah, more or less. Now, let's go rescue Kakashi-sensei. Okay. However, as we emerged from the shattered ice dome, we stumbled upon a critical moment in the battle. The ninja dog summoned by Kakashi had Zabuza pinned in place, while Kakashi's hands were entwined with lightning chakra, preparing to unleash one of his most formidable attacks. Stop. I shouted hoarsely, my voice echoing, startling even Naruto. Kato has arrived with 200 mercenaries. Yet, Kakashi could not retract his attack. He managed to diminish the chakra output at the last second. His fist did not penetrate Zabuza's chest, but sank halfway in, blood splattering everywhere. No. Bai returned, bearing minor injuries, indicating he had encountered the mercenaries. He unleashed a flurry of Senbon at Kakashi. Kakashi dodged, bracing for a new assault, but Bai paid no heed to this. He rushed to Zabuza's side, kneeling beside him. Mr. Zabuza. Though masked, it was evident he was weeping. However, utilizing my Sharingan, I could sense that Zabuza's chakra was still flickering, indicating he was alive, albeit gravely wounded. You've lost again, Zabuza. Kato appeared on the bridge, berating all the ninjas and threatening to kill us. Bai rose, evidently preparing to unleash a large-scale, lethal jutsu. At that moment, I dramatically assumed a pose reminiscent of a dying swan, feigning unconsciousness beside him. Before Bai could shove me aside, I whispered softly, ensuring only he could hear, I can save him. I hesitated, and I knew all his attention was focused on me. Divert their attention, make it convincing. As if you've exhausted all your chakra and perished. Bai laid me on the ground, straightened up, and formed numerous hand seals. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura shouted in unison. I gestured to signify that all was well. Bai completed his preparations, and the surroundings dimmed noticeably. The mist had not yet fully dissipated, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Bai encased us within an ice dome, shielding Team 7 and Tazuna. Subsequently, colossal ice spikes descended from above, capable of shattering stone upon impact, let alone fragile human bodies. It seemed Zabuza's impending demise had prompted Bai to swiftly reevaluate his priorities and his perspective on life and death. Meanwhile, I commenced my actions. In truth, claiming I could heal Zabuza was merely a bluff. I had never dealt with such severe injuries before. His right ribs were shattered, and half of his lung was in ruins. The sole piece of good news was that his heart remained unscathed. My plan hinged on the shadow clone technique, utilizing medical chakra to create a makeshift patch that could staunch the bleeding and accelerate regeneration. With my control, I could replicate my own tissue with remarkable precision, even down to the cellular level. Now, it was merely a matter of crafting a few ribs and a small section of lung, an easy task. I additionally employed the healing palm technique and, as a precaution, administered a few chakra-restoring pills to Zabuza. In summary, I exerted every effort. Should Zabuza perish despite my intervention, he would truly be an ungrateful soul. Why are you helping us? I asked, observing my actions. In exchange for saving his life, I desire the Kubikirabocho. As I spoke, I handed by several pills, noting his voice was weak, as if he were genuinely drained of vitality. But you haven't studied swordsmanship. The blade would be of no use to you. Yet, it is a splendid trophy. Moreover, the sword is far too conspicuous. It would allow you to assume new identities and embark on a fresh life. After all, no one has seen your faces. Then what is the reason? I persisted. Very well, I relented, or perhaps it would be more fitting to say I was swayed by your profound affection, or something of that nature. In truth, my assistance was merely because you possess an appealing visage. Many would. To put it plainly, should I allow you to perish, they would never forgive me until their dying breath. Poor Bai was rendered speechless by this response. But you and Appos, V never seen my face. My Sharingan could recognize a person even by the sight of their toes. Hence, I identified you in the forest. Enough with the rambling. Take Zabuza and leave quickly. Thank you. Promise me one thing. I paused, gazing at me with confusion. At least for the next 5 years, do your utmost to stay alive. Or else my efforts will have been in vain. What do you mean? You'll understand in 5 years. And one last thing, Zabuza does not merely regard you as a weapon, although he may never admit it in his lifetime. I conjured an ice mirror from the ground, lifted the swordsman, and stepped onto its glimmering surface, vanishing. The ice stone began to dissolve into countless snowflakes. But I had nearly a minute to create the semblance of Zabuza, and by lying on the ground, I even posed them as if they were in an anime, rendering the scene more poignant. Naruto rushed over to assess my condition, recognizing Bai's face upon the masked removal. This isn't, he stammered, tears welling in his eyes. But why is he dead? He expended all his chakra on his final jutsu. But he was a good person. He once told me that only by protecting those dear to you can one become truly strong. Quit being sentimental. I tousled his hair as usual. This ending was not too grim. I gazed up at the pitch-black sky as delicate snowflakes gracefully descended. Naruto sniffled, and I said, look up. As I spoke, I conjured a faint, almost imperceptible illusion of a white smile in the sky. The outcome was both beautiful and poignant, even moving the teacher, who undoubtedly suspected it was my illusion. By the way, his chakra was nearly depleted, perhaps explaining why he failed to perceive that the corpse was a mere fabrication. Or could it be that these clones were so lifelike they could deceive anyone? The next day, a funeral was held for Zabuza and Haku. Some suggested erecting the beheading sword as a tombstone, but I was incensed. Anyone could simply take it away. It is better that I keep it myself. This is the true prize, one of the 7 ninja swords. Well, you were right, Sasuke. Kakashi exhibited a smile in his eyes. I suspected he merely wished to avoid the burden of carrying this 2-meter-long behemoth, intending to leave it behind. I attempted to grasp the hilt, only to find it required considerable effort to lift the colossal blade from the ground. Yet Zabuza could wield it as a throwing weapon. Truly monstrous. Infusing the sword with chakra took some time, but I succeeded. My inner hamster was thrilled to possess such a grand and intriguing item, eagerly contemplating what else it might desire. The journey back to Konoha was uneventful. Thus concluded our first significant mission. Chapter 17 Encounter with the Ninjas of Sunagakure. Ouch. That hurts. Kankuro exclaimed, gripping Konohamaru, who had collided into him, and shaking him by the collar. Konohamaru, who had just been chased by a furious Sakura, struggled helplessly, unable to mount any substantial resistance against this Sunagakure genin. Let him go, you fatso. Naruto bellowed, charging recklessly forward. Kankuro seemed to employ some form of puppet technique, causing Naruto to slip and fall to the ground. It appears that the ninjas of Konoha are nothing but weaklings. Enough, Kankuro, we might be inviting trouble, Temari advised, her tone lacking conviction. The higher-ups haven't arrived yet. This is just a bit of fun. I can't stand children. I just want to teach them a lesson. The puppet master declared with solemnity, at least that was his sentiment. Clearly, he was not alone in this feeling, as Konohamaru's companions immediately burst into tears. Naruto began to curse, and even Temari let out a resigned sigh. If trouble arises, don't count me in. Just as Naruto was poised to unleash a more ferocious attack, I appeared behind Kankuro, pressing a kunai against his throat. Release the child. I infused my voice with a hint of menace, making it sound quite intimidating. At the very least, Kankuro dared not retort, loosening his grip on Konohamaru's collar. Remember this, do not bully children. I could not resist gently tapping his head, purely for the sake of education. You scoundrel. The puppet master stood up, tearing off the scroll containing his puppets from his back, and shouted, Kankuro, cease this at once. A cold voice resonated from above. You are bringing shame to our village. Gaara hung upside down from a branch, his expression as impassive as ever. Gaara. Kankuro stammered. They started it. Silence, or I shall take your life. Gaara calmly replied, and everyone had no doubt he would follow through. I apologize. Kankuro immediately acquiesced. I too apologize. Temari quickly followed suit. It seems we arrived too early. But that does not justify attacking others. Let us depart. Wait. I called out to the departing Sunagakure ninjas, "You are Gaara of the Sand, the son of the 4th Kazekage, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, and one of the most promising candidates in this Chunin exam." Gaara halted, slowly turning to face me. "You know quite a bit. You have piqued my interest. State your name." "Uchiha Sasuke." "This is Uzumaki Naruto," I said, patting Naruto's shoulder, "the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I'm certain you will face one of us in the finals." "Wow, he and Appos. S also a Jinchuriki? That and Appos. S so cool." Naruto chimed in, thrilled to meet someone like him. This was probably the first time Gaara had ever heard someone express joy in meeting him, as most people would typically scream in terror and flee upon encountering him. A fleeting look of confusion crossed the poor boy's face, but he quickly masked his surprise. "Since the official reason for holding this joint exam is to improve relations between our two villages, I propose we celebrate our encounter," I continued. "Sounds good. Let us all go to Ichiraku Ramen," Naruto suggested eagerly. "How about a CAF instead? What if our guest does not like ramen? Who wouldn't he like ramen?" Naruto exclaimed incredulously, "Come on, Gaara. I'll let you taste the best food in the world." The boy from Sunagakure looked on in astonishment as Naruto sprinted toward Ichiraku Ramen. "Your companions may join us, but only if your hot-headed brother promises to behave," I said, eyeing Kankuro disapprovingly. Temari and Gaara also regarded Kankuro with mild astonishment. The puppet master was at a loss for words, momentarily rendered speechless by the reproach. "He promises," Gaara answered for him, evidently curious about the life of another Jinchuriki. "We will accompany you." "Sakura." I turned to Sakura, who seemed less than enthusiastic about befriending the ninjas of Sunagakure. "Could you do me a favor?" "Of course, Sasuke-kun." Sakura perked up immediately. "Take Konohamaru home, and remind him to walk properly on the streets, not to run into pedestrians." "Gladly." Sakura clenched her fists. "And don't forget, do not bully children," I added with a hint of skepticism. Naruto was already waiting for us at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen. Waving his hands excitedly, bouncing with impatience. "Why are you all so slow?" As usual, I greeted Old Man Tucci. Naruto and I frequently visited this place, although I always endeavored to prevent him from overeating ramen. "Oh, I see we have guests from Sunagakure. Welcome to Konoha," the shopkeeper said with a smile. For him, it was merely a professional courtesy, but the ninjas from Sunagakure watched him warily. Likely, they had never received such a warm welcome anywhere else. "Old Man Tucci, why don't you try developing a vegetable ramen? Vegetables are very good for you." Good idea, Sasuke. I shall ponder this," the shopkeeper replied, placing a bowl of ramen before me. "The exchanges and warmth within the ramen shop ugh, more vegetables," Naruto grumbled. "If you do not eat your vegetables, you won't grow tall," I said earnestly, having repeated this countless times. "I am not a short pumpkin," Naruto retorted, somewhat irked. "Exactly. I have been concerned about your diet for years, and it's not without reason. By the way, Gaara, you look so thin, and your complexion is quite pale." I leaned slightly toward the red-haired Gaara sitting beside me, lowering my voice. "Could it be that your brother steals your breakfast every morning?" Gaara seemed to be in a perpetual state of shock, merely shaking his head. "Regardless, you must eat more. You are a Jinchuriki, you need more strength than others." Upon hearing this, Gaara subtly glanced at Old Man Tucci, likely gauging his reaction to the notion of him being a demon, but the shopkeeper paid him no mind. Speaking of which, the owner of Ichiraku Ramen is quite reliable. Various jonin frequent the shop, and he often overhears conversations that spies would kill to hear. "Old Man Tucci, give Gaara a double serving," I said, and a bowl brimming with ramen quickly appeared before the boy. "Let us dig in," I declared, breaking apart my chopsticks and savoring the delicacies. To be honest, regardless of what people said in my previous life, ramen is entirely different from instant noodles. Beyond the thickness of the noodles, they share no commonality. The flavor of the ramen is indeed superb. It is no wonder Naruto adores it so much. However, alas, according to the cosmic law of malice, delicious things often lack nutritional value, especially for growing children. I picked out the pink Naruto rolls from my bowl and placed them into Naruto's bowl. I felt somewhat guilty for eating the toppings meant for Naruto, but the blonde boy had no such reservations, devouring them with cheeks puffed. Having finished his first bowl, Naruto slurped down the broth as well. "How is it, Gaara? This is undoubtedly the best food in the world, right?" Naruto's face radiated excitement, and even I, accustomed to such matters, found it hard to deny him. "Indeed," Gaara replied, a strange expression on his face. He was likely speaking from the heart. "If those around you regarded you with disdain or fear, it would indeed be difficult to savor the flavors of food. The atmosphere is remarkably amiable now, yet both Kankuro and Temari seem to disrupt the harmony. They sit rigidly, hardly touching their servings of ramen. Are they fearful of being poisoned?" Gaara consumes his meal at a leisurely pace, not out of reluctance, but as if he is striving to elongate this moment of indulgence. My heart aches for him. The trials he has endured in his lifetime surpass even those of Naruto. It would be justifiable to sever the hand of his father and affix it to the place where his own limbs grow, for he has subjected his own flesh and blood to such suffering. Upon reflection, I realize I have yet to encounter anyone here devoid of psychological scars or eccentric behavior. The most lamentable aspect is the absence of a psychologist in this world. Should one exist, their services would be indispensable. The only ones with such abilities are the mind readers of the Yamanaka clan, but consulting them is rather daunting. Who knows what revelations they might unearth within your psyche? Ah, I digress. Meanwhile, Naruto is nearly finishing his second bowl. Listen, Gaara, you don't happen to have any Uzumaki relatives, do you? Members of that clan are known for their fiery red hair. If you and Naruto are cousins or something, that would be quite fascinating. Wow, really? That would be so cool. Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. I'm not sure, Gaara replied thoughtfully, even pausing his meal, as if he were reminiscing about his family lineage. As the residents of Sunagakure left Ichiraku Ramen, their expressions were filled with bewilderment. I even sensed they pinched themselves to ascertain whether they were dreaming. Chapter 18. Preparation for the Chunin exam. As the Chunin exam draws near, Orochimaru seeks to inscribe that vile curse mark upon me. Yet I remain uncertain about how to counter his intentions. The cursed seal left by that serpentine fiend serves no purpose for me. However, even if I were to proclaim that Orochimaru would attend the exam and urge the village to adopt every conceivable security measure, it would likely be in vain. There would inevitably be inquiries regarding how I came by such knowledge. Thus, I am left to devise my own strategies in silence. My shadow clones have become remarkably perfected, even exhibiting the ability to bleed when injured. The most impressive aspect is that even Kakashi, with his Sharingan, cannot discern them from my true self. On one occasion, I had Hinata use her Byakugan to inspect them, and she detected no abnormalities. Nevertheless, Orochimaru is intent on sinking his fangs into me. And the scent of a mere clone can easily be identified, a fact I have already tested. Perhaps the imminent danger of the exam has stimulated my mind, for I suddenly conceived a method to rectify this flaw. By using my own blood as a foundation for the clones and fusing it with the elements of the shadow clone technique, I could reduce the required liquid to a significantly lesser quantity than the nearly 4 liters of blood within me. However, even the creation of a single blood clone would still consume a considerable amount of blood, leaving me feeling somewhat uneasy. Thus, I can only collect a small amount each day, akin to storing chakra. Fortunately, within my inner world, everything obeys my will, and this blood remains untainted. To my astonishment, the new clones possess an extraordinary trait. They harbor their own chakra sources. Although weaker than my own, they nonetheless exist. Their hearts pulsate, causing my blood to flow within their veins, and remarkably, this motion generates a flow of chakra. Reflecting on Scorpion, whose body consists solely of a heart while the rest is replaced by wooden puppets, it appears that such a small portion suffices. However, these clones are not without their drawbacks. The process of creating them is time-consuming, taking nearly half a minute, and requires intense concentration on the ninjutsu. Moreover, to achieve an accurate replication, I must swiftly release an amount of chakra equal to my own through my chakra pathways. Yet, as long as I prepare the clones in advance to confront Orochimaru in my stead, these obstacles can be surmounted. Now, only one question remains. Where should I conceal myself to evade that serpent's detection? I cannot merely send Naruto, Sakura, and a clone to participate in the exam. I must remain by their side at all times. However, I am not deluding myself. My disguising abilities are not particularly exceptional. While Jinjutsu might deceive humans, it would fail against animals. And surely, Orochimaru will bring along his 20-meter-long serpentine companions. I pondered tirelessly for several days before ultimately devising a solution. During yet another routine collection of a small quantity of blood, inspiration struck me. If I can conceal a 20-kilogram beheading sword within my inner world, why not temporarily hide my own body there as well? I carefully considered this audacious notion, assessing its feasibility, lest I end up, like the Ouroboros, consuming my own tail and ultimately destroying myself. I possess the ability to effortlessly separate my consciousness from my body. Years of meditation have honed this skill, and infusing my consciousness into my clone is not difficult. However, sealing my body within my inner world while leaving only my consciousness and blood clone in the real world is indeed perilous. Yet, I find myself with no alternative. I must either attempt to realize this audacious theory or succumb to Orochimaru's abhorrent curse mark. I drew a cross and recited a brief local prayer, despite not being a devout believer like Sasuke, before commencing the creation of the blood clone. Subsequently, I partially immersed myself in my inner world, drawing my body within and conveying the intent for its care to the inhabitants of that realm. Then, I swiftly transferred my consciousness into the clone. At first, I felt no discernible effect. However, I soon noticed a distinct difference in the responsiveness of the new body, with its senses dulled. I adjusted my perception through self-jinjutsu and engaged in a warm-up exercise at the training ground, yielding satisfactory results. As they say, all systems were functioning normally. The only drawback was the relatively weak chakra source. To unleash more potent ninjutsu, I would need to draw from the chakra sea within my inner world. Yet this posed no significant threat. Within my inner world, I have amassed a considerable expanse of water, which I refer to as a sea. Even though I can still glimpse the seabed, I frequently visit this place to admire my treasures, and it now appears far less desolate than before. I confess that I have even frolicked through my own chakra, akin to Scrooge McDuck swimming through gold coins. The sensation is quite delightful. Sasuke? Naruto's voice broke through my reverie as he approached stealthily. What are you doing at the training ground so late? I can't seem to sleep. I've been contemplating the exam. What's there to think about? You and I will undoubtedly triumph over everyone. Indeed, I replied. I was pondering whether my wager on our victory was too modest. I let out a slight huff. By the way, the odds on you winning are roughly 60-1. Well, I and Appos am amazing, Naruto exclaimed jubilantly. Well, sort of, I replied, not wishing to disappoint him. Now, off to bed you go. Tomorrow promises to be a challenging day. By the way, my new body withstood Naruto's intuitive scrutiny. He detected no oddities, confirming that my disguise was indeed successful. I slipped back into my inner world to reclaim my body, only to be astonished to find it missing. However, as soon as the thought crossed my mind, I immediately received information regarding its location. Oh, how I wish I hadn't known. I felt my anger rise, my hair standing on end like Medusa's serpents. I teleported to the castle and was met with an infuriating sight. Those rascals had dressed my body in a snow-white gown, placed it in a glass coffin, adorned it with flowers, and lined up to pay homage. Each of my inner personas approached, kissing my lips. Those scoundrels have stolen my first kiss. I had hoped to make it special in this lifetime. Yet, these bothersome imps turned it into a mere entertainment spectacle, showing no respect for their creator. I will kill you, I shouted, summoning heavenly thunder. My inner personas shrieked dramatically and fled, but as soon as they escaped my sight, they began to chuckle. They appeared utterly unafraid of me. I had spoiled them. Once I was left alone, I approached the coffin and peered inside. I can understand their perspective. I truly do look splendid, adorned with ribbons. Resembling Snow White, my skin as white as snow, hair as dark as a raven's feather, and lips as red as blood. Oh dear, where was my mind wandering? I am not a peculiar being like these inner personas. But who am I fooling? They are ultimately my reflections. I transformed the gown back into ordinary attire, reclaimed my body from the inner world, and returned to reality, simultaneously dispelling the clone. Along the way, I also discerned an important fact. To return from my inner world, I must leave a portion of myself outside. Typically, this role is played by the body, but now it is taken over by chakra. It serves as an anchor, drawing me back to reality. I conducted some experiments with this characteristic, dispatching clones to various locations, then moving my body to join them. If I could master this technique swiftly, it would be akin to the Flying Thunder God technique renowned by the fourth Hokage. Alas, I still require extensive training to reach that level. If I can even achieve it. Well, let us defer this matter for another time. For now, I must heed my own counsel and indulge in a good night's sleep before the examination. The first phase of the Chunin exam proceeded smoothly. I encountered Xiao Li, Tenten, and Niji, but I declined Xiao Li's challenge, stating that I would not reveal my techniques prior to the exam. Also present was Do, and I instantly felt the urge to confront him. I couldn't quite fathom why I harbored such disdain for him. Perhaps it was due to the impending threat he posed. The results of the written test were as expected. In an effort to prepare, I utilized my Sharingan to discreetly copy some answers from a proctoring Chunin. Some I answered on my own, as sitting idle for an hour proved rather tedious. Even Naruto managed to answer a question regarding history and geopolitics correctly. I had read him various educational books and shown him films during his childhood, and it seems my efforts were not in vain. However, there was no need for excessive diligence, as we all confidently answered the question concerning our own capabilities correctly. Then, Akamatsu brought an air of surprise as she appeared almost scantily clad in a trench coat. Indeed, she wore nothing more than a t-shirt and shorts made from chakra-conducting mesh, along with a mini-skirt-like garment. I stared at her, trying to ascertain whether I found this sight intriguing or not, being in a male form. By the way, her bosom was unremarkable, and she was not wearing a bra. Was I evaluating her as a woman, or as a budding adolescent? It was an intriguing question, albeit somewhat inopportune. Akamatsu led us to the 44th training ground, famously known as the Forest of Death, and began to intimidate us, declaring that not everyone would endure until the end of the trials, and that it would be fortunate if half of the examinees succeeded. Absolutely not. I fear nothing, Naruto immediately proclaimed. Oh dear, how brave we are, Akamatsu chuckled as she threw a kunai, aiming to nick Naruto's cheek. Yet, I was prepared. I hurled my shuriken, altering the trajectory of her kunai. Akamatsu-sensei, mind your own weapons. Those as audacious as you often find themselves eliminated first. The female examiner appeared behind me in an instant, wrapping her arms around me and pulling me closer. Her mouth was now near my ear, her warm breath brushing against me. Such a delightful young boy would be a tragic loss if he were to perish. To her surprise, I did not attempt to escape. Rather, I relaxed. I could not comprehend whether I was pleased or displeased to be embraced by a girl clad solely in chakra-conducting mesh. Yet, I felt no revulsion. Akamatsu-sensei, or may I call you Akamatsu-chan now that you have laid hands upon me? Are you aware that this constitutes harassment? Is it your fondness for young boys that you find yourself unable to control? At least allow me to attain the Chunin title first. My voice was low, almost an intimate whisper, audible only to her. You. Akamatsu-sensei jumped back from me as if shocked. I turned to see her face slightly flushed. How easily these individuals become bashful. Here, your kunai, a grass village genin nearby, with an astonishingly agile tongue. retrieved the deflected weapon, and handed it to the now composed Akamatsu. "Oh, thank you," she replied with a chuckle. How peculiar that Akamatsu failed to recognize him as her former instructor. He provided her with two obvious hints: his ludicrous villainous laughter and his ability to contort his body in remarkable ways. Moreover, his appearance bore similarity to the past: long hair, pale skin, and dark-haired. I almost shouted out Orochimaru and lunged at the snake ninja. However, apart from Akamatsu, there were no other jonin present, only Chunin and Jinin, who were no match for Orochimaru. He could end the exam in an instant, overpowering nearly all the examinees. Very well, I must adhere to the original plot. He would bite me and depart, which would at least avoid casualties. Akamatsu collected our signed declarations and distributed the Heaven and Earth Scrolls to each group. We received the Heaven Scroll, signifying that we must seize the Earth Scroll from others. The female examiner elucidated the rules to advance to the next round. We must reach the tower at the center of the Forest of Death, a mere 10 kilometers from the gate. This seemed deceptively simple. Walking 10 kilometers should take only 2 hours, but the path was fraught with traps, dangerous creatures, and, of course, other groups eager to snatch our scrolls. Furthermore, regardless of how swiftly we reached the tower, we were mandated to remain within the forest for 5 days. A Chunin guided our group to gate number 12, swiftly locking the door behind us as we entered. Well, this place feels rather eerie, and the atmosphere is less than inviting. I ought to say something to bolster the team's morale. Sakura appeared somewhat uncertain. All right, comrades, cheer up. We are the strongest group in this examination. Naruto is the most formidable Jinchuriki of the world. Sakura is the brightest and strongest kunoichi of our generation, and I am a veritable genius. We have no chance of defeat. Yes, indeed. We shall vanquish all. With that, my teammates visibly brightened, their resolve fortifying. Alas, I wish someone could invigorate me. Within the body of my blood clone, I felt more pessimistic than usual. It felt the same as in my ordinary body, yet I knew I was an imposter, and more so than at any other time. After all, I was not only masquerading as a feeling but also as the entirety of Sasuke. Nevertheless, I consoled myself with the thought that it would be more satisfying to teach our enemies a lesson while harboring this gloomy demeanor. Thus I set off, trailing behind Naruto and Sakura. The first minor incident arose swiftly. "I need to urinate," Naruto suddenly announced, turning towards the nearest thicket to unbutton his pants. "What do you intend to show the girls?" "Go behind the bushes, you fool." Sakura promptly delivered a corrective smack to the back of Naruto's head. "Create a few clones and keep an eye on your surroundings," I suggested. 3 of Naruto's clones darted into the nearest thicket, and half a minute later, sounds of a struggle and rustling from the bushes reached our ears. A few minutes later, a somewhat disheveled Naruto emerged onto the path, tossing the unconscious body of a Rain Village Genin before us. "This pervert was peeping on me," Naruto exclaimed angrily. "Unlikely," I scoffed. "He was probably just trying to deal with you first before approaching us." "Well done, Naruto. That's one less enemy to contend with." Chapter 19. Confronting Orochimaru, we pressed onward, and I activated my Sharingan in an attempt to discern the enemy's whereabouts. Unfortunately, even the trees here were imbued with chakra, causing significant interference, rendering it exceedingly difficult to see anything clearly. Orochimaru was close by, watching us intently. He soon confirmed this by conjuring a small tempest beside us. We were compelled to seek shelter, and thus, this serpentine ninja successfully separated us. "Sasuke-kun," came Sakura's voice nearby. We recognized each other without the need for a signal. For ages, we had communicated through a specially devised gesture system in a secret language that blended Japanese and Chinese. "Are you all right?" Naruto emerged from the thicket, bloodied and bearing snake claw marks. He failed to respond to our designated gestures, prompting me to launch several kunai embedded with explosive tags at him. Regrettably, that cunning serpent evaded them. "Impressive, you saw through my ruse. How did you know I was an imposter?" I mused internally, recalling the anime, yet replied aloud. "You did not respond to our signal." "Oh, I see. It seems you are more astute than I anticipated. This makes it all the more interesting. You desire my Earth Scroll, do you not? You possess the Heaven Scroll, correct?" As he spoke, he entwined his tongue around the Earth Scroll and swallowed it whole. "Very well, let us commence our battle." He unleashed his murderous intent, and only then did I realize how naive I had been to fear Naruto's Nine-Tails mode. The overwhelming aura of death rendered us nearly immobile, akin to a Jinjutsu, presenting visions of our demise. Fortunately, my self-illusion system activated almost instantaneously, liberating me from that intense emotion. I scooped up the paralyzed Sakura and maneuvered her away from the attack. Thankfully, once we moved out of direct sight, the oppressive aura diminished, and Sakura regained her composure. However, no one intended to grant us respite. Half a minute later, a colossal snake slithered down from the trees above us. Yet, it was not difficult to deal with. Several kunai, expertly aimed at its gaping maw, resolved the issue. Nevertheless, Orochimaru emerged from the slain serpent and Appo's carcass, tearing through its tough skin. He stood there, dripping with viscous slime from head to toe. Didn't he find that repulsive? Apparently not. He stood there, oozing with mucus, a sardonic grin upon his face, his tongue extending nearly half a meter. I couldn't fathom how he could still articulate words in such a state. Prey always struggles desperately, clinging to life, especially when the predator is near. You are Orochimaru, aren't you? I inquired calmly, with no intention of struggling. What? How do you? Oh, come now. You might as well wear a sign that reads, I am Orochimaru. Long black hair, pallid skin, a body modified for flexibility, summoning serpents, and of course, that villainous laugh. You seem quite eager for recognition. Even Anko failed to recognize me. He retorted. Apologies, but your disciple appears rather dim-witted. I interrupted. This is the power of the Sharingan. It reveals what others overlook. What does that have to do with the Sharingan? I simply use my brain. Unlike certain individuals. Hee, Orochimaru chuckled again. I admire your spirit. I can grant you the power you desire. Sasuke. Naruto shouted from the side, sorry, I'm late. He charged in from nowhere, covered in blood and bearing snake claw marks. Finally here. Execute plan A charge. Naruto formed hand seals, summoning numerous shadow clones. Sakura leaped back, unfurling a scroll filled with throwing weapons. I too created several clones. Having them around would facilitate the use of soundwave ninjutsu. I pondered whether defeating this snake ninja would be regarded as an S-rank mission. Let us just try to survive for now, Orochimaru advised, easily deflecting the kunai Sakura had thrown and shattering dozens of Naruto-esque clones in one swift motion. You should reserve that advice for yourself, I replied, reveling in my mischief. I snapped my fingers, conjuring fleeting images of anime characters around the snake ninja while signaling for action. Our intentions were not to pursue blindly. We aimed to lure him to a specific location, the center of our coordinated assault. After all, sound and wind ninjutsu required a moment to reach the enemy, even if only a fraction of a second, necessitating prior knowledge of his position. At last, my anime effects took hold. Orochimaru's face reflected boundless astonishment. He did not leap from branch to branch as usual, but instead stumbled unexpectedly, crashing to the ground. Immediately, my soundwave ninjutsu and Naruto's wind-augmented dragon roar surged toward him. The ground at the attack's epicenter seemed to erupt, dust swirling into the air. We three crouched in the surrounding trees, anxiously observing. Did we kill him? Naruto asked uncertainly. Of course not, I replied, furrowing my brow. He will soon emerge from some crevice, and he will be furious. Sakura, prepare more explosive tags. She silently nodded, nervously unrolling another set of explosive tags. I inhaled deeply, reactivating my self-illusion system. I hoped that Orochimaru would at least startle me. Perhaps that would trigger my three-tomo Sharingan. However, I deemed it unlikely, as I was not genuinely concerned for my life. This was not my true body, and he could not kill me, unless he drained all my chakra. But the snake ninja lacked the time to accomplish that. I held no worries for Naruto and Sakura's lives. Firstly, they were the protagonists. Secondly, they were formidable enough to survive. As I had dreaded, Orochimaru confirmed my worst fears. He erupted from the ground, standing atop a massive snake's head, dwarfing the previous serpent which had been but a mere worm. It seemed that Naruto and I had inflicted considerable damage upon him. His skin hung loosely, partially revealing his true form. Just as I surmised, he appeared quite irate, though he still emitted that foolish laughter, claiming we had amused him. It will only get more entertaining from here, I assured, striving to contain my laughter. This Sannin had finally fallen victim to my illusion. I did not create effects as intricate as a paralysis technique. I merely distorted his perception so that everything appeared shifted by 20 centimeters to the side. I could not encompass that enormous snake within the illusion, but that was inconsequential, as Orochimaru was its master. Naruto, Plan B. Understood. Naruto conjured another swarm of clones, and they began to act as per Plan A. I concealed our true forms within the illusion and stealthily approached Naruto, preparing to execute our combined ninjutsu. The wind chakra could significantly amplify the fire chakra, and we decided to exploit that. I unleashed the great fireball technique, while Naruto accelerated the fireball with his dragon roar. The thunderous sound echoed, and the explosive force nearly toppled us along with the ancient trees. We had previously tested this ninjutsu, leaving a vast crater in the training ground. Thankfully, that was my private training area. Aside from the repair costs and a mild concussion from the explosion, I incurred no further losses. Did we finally kill him? Naruto inquired once more. I doubt it, I answered skeptically, scrutinizing the disordered terrain and tree trunks below. Indeed, we caused quite a commotion, with only the oldest and stoutest trees surviving the onslaught, while all else was swept away, leaving behind a jagged, collapsing pit where the once lush forest stood. Regrettably, my illusions dissipated after the explosion, yet I gleaned that this serpent ninja remained susceptible to genjutsu. Alas, it was only as Orochimaru lunged to sink his fangs into my neck, marking me with his cursed seal in this peculiar manner, that I sensed the impending peril. He elongated his neck with ninjutsu, and before I even registered his presence, he had already bitten me. The pain was akin to purgatory. I crumpled to the ground, severing nearly all sensation in an instant. What have you done to Sasuke-kun? Sakura shrieked. You scoundrel. Naruto immediately surged forward to attack, but I restrained him. No. Don't pursue him. Let him go. But I extended my hand to him, adopting a near-fatal pose, and reluctantly, the boy withdrew. his gaze filled with a silent vow to vanquish this villain next time. Hehehe, Orochimaru chuckled. Now Sasuke-kun will obediently seek me out, yearning for power. Humph, what a naive thought. I would not comply. Yet I refrained from voicing my disappointment, allowing the serpent ninja to calmly burrow into the trees. With the aid of my Sharingan, I discerned his chakra swiftly receding into the distance, vanishing among the chaotic signals of other chakras moments later. Sasuke-kun, Sakura appeared genuinely convinced that I was on the brink of death, ready to weep uncontrollably. It was time to conclude this performance. I summoned my true body from the inner realm, transferring my consciousness within, sending back the blood clone, now tainted by that insidious curse, which had begun to spread through my veins to amuse the inhabitants of my inner world. Huh? Sakura could only utter such a sound as the near-dead version of myself vanished from her grasp. It seemed we were not yet equipped to handle one of the legendary Sannin. I feigned nonchalance, stating that we had not yet reached that level. Just a little more. And we could have defeated him, Naruto declared with fervor, evidently unfazed by my dramatic reappearance, having witnessed my enhanced clones before. Sometimes, retreating is a strategy to regroup or devise new tactics. It is the wise course of action, I advised earnestly. And let us not forget, we are participating in an exam, not hunting rogue ninjas. All right, Naruto replied, his voice trailing in disappointment. Well, do not be disheartened. I sense we shall encounter Orochimaru again. We will settle today's affairs then. Now, we must find a suitable place to rest for the night, as dusk approached. I had previously advised Naruto and Sakura to bring all necessary provisions for several days, so we settled in as comfortably as possible, which was the utmost we could achieve in this forest teeming with perilous creatures. Thankfully, the earlier explosion had frightened away most of the wild beasts in the vicinity, ensuring our peace through the night. In the evening, we set various traps around the campsite, with Naruto particularly enthusiastic, relishing the opportunity to indulge in his fondness for such endeavors. We took turns keeping watch, allowing everyone to rest soundly. An hour before dawn, I awakened my comrades, signaling the situation with a coded message. The sound for lay concealed in the nearby underbrush, their chakra visible to me. Poor souls, they must be freezing there, as it was quite chilly before dawn. Meanwhile, we leisurely sipped hot tea and conversed several dozen meters away, with clones stationed to keep watch. Chapter 20. The Clash of Sound and Sand Ninjas. I could hardly fathom how they managed to refrain from attacking us before the appointed time. At dawn, a seemingly innocuous squirrel attempted to breach our temporary camp's perimeter, with explosive tags affixed to its back. I dispatched a kunai to scare it away, hoping that Lee would rescue it as he did in the original tale. The Sound Ninja trio made no effort to conceal themselves, boldly appearing in the clearing to declare, "We wish to duel with Sasuke-kun." Remarkably, they exhibited a certain politeness. Even Orochimaru addressed me with respect, despite my unabashedly referring to him as Snake Uncle. Form an orderly line. Sasuke-kun only receives challengers on Wednesdays and Fridays from 3 to 5 in the afternoon. By the way, there is a fee of 5,000 ryo for a duel, as we have had far too many free matches of late, I stated with utmost seriousness. Sakura gazed at me in astonishment, while Naruto nearly burst into laughter. What? The bewildered Sound Ninja inquired. You heard me. Today is not a reception day, do you understand? You scoundrel. The Sound Ninja took a moment to process that he had been outwitted. Lord Orochimaru has commanded us to kill Sasuke. We almost dealt with your Lord Orochimaru yesterday. Naruto interjected hastily, recalling how covered in slime he had been after our encounter. We beat him up again. His skin was shedding, and those enormous snakes were left lifeless. Naruto succinctly recounted our epic battle with the Sound Ninjas. Surely, you noticed the explosion yesterday and that massive crater nearby. Orochimaru fled, and we emerged unscathed. Do you truly believe that you, a bunch of weaklings, stand a chance against us? If you have any sense, you will leave the scroll and scram. I maintain my calm demeanor. Nonsense. Lord Orochimaru cannot lose. I will kill you. The assailant charged at me, only to step into the nearest trap, though it inflicted minimal damage. Negotiations have broken down, I concluded. All right, Sakura, which opponent do you choose? The girl instantly perked up, as she had assumed her role would once again be limited to support, with no genuine battle for her to partake in. Her. She pointed at the sole female in the enemy ranks. The choice was evident. Then I choose the Cyclops, Naruto proclaimed. Why not select another? His ninjutsu resembles yours, utilizing air and sound for attacks. Then it and Appo's, settled. Let us see whose ninjutsu reigns supreme. I swiftly conveyed the opponent's key techniques through coded signals and secret language. Naruto and Sakura were unfazed by my ability to discern so much about others with just a glance, having grown accustomed to it. Activating my Sharingan, I noticed several onlookers gathering. Rock Lee had come to assess Sakura's situation but remained hidden, awaiting a grand entrance to rescue the distressed girl. I surmised that others would soon join us. Once we had assigned our opponents, the battle commenced. To be frank, these Sound Ninjas posed no challenge for us at all. Even Sakura dispatched her foe in less than a minute, luring her opponent into a trap before delivering a decisive blow. The female ninja from the Sound Village hardly had a chance to unleash her Jinjutsu. Naruto reveled in the encounter. As it was rare for us to face contemporaries as adversaries, I, too, decided to test a new technique. employing a complex jinjutsu that made my opponent believe the fight had begun while he merely stood still. The merit of this jutsu lay not only in the fact that the enemy would expend chakra as if in actual combat, but also in that my allies or shadow clones could effortlessly eliminate the opponent during the standoff. The sound ninja remained oblivious to the jinjutsu's effect, even as illusory vines erupted from the ground, nearly ensnaring him entirely. I circled behind him, pressing a kunai against his throat. Now, slowly retrieve the scroll and place it on the ground. We Konoha ninjas typically refrain from killing non-threatening opponents unless compelled. You would want my hand to tremble accidentally, would you? So, remain still, and all shall be well. Fortunately, this ninja, I could not recall his name, did not act foolishly and complied. I upheld my promise and let him go. You are mere pawns to Orochimaru, nothing but cannon fodder. He dispatched you to eliminate me. Yet yesterday he personally came to test my strength. You ought to seek a more reliable ally. You are strong. You cannot comprehend what this feels like. He trailed off, turning to depart. We did not obstruct his retreat with his companion, the only other ninja barely able to move, while the female ninja required assistance to be carried away. Be swift, I called out loudly. 6 individuals lurked in the shadows, and I could not discern where they hid among the foliage. The team led by Might Guy and the Ino Sakura CH trio materialized around us. For a fleeting moment, I believed they would attempt to seize the scroll, yet ultimately we parted ways amicably. Sasuke-kun. Ino even yanked the rubber band from her golden hair, allowing it to cascade like waves. You are so cool. Indeed, it is a pleasure to see you all, I replied, tossing the scroll to Naruto. However, we had no time for delay. We aim to reach the tower today. Good luck to everyone. See you in the next round of exams. You are even stronger than I imagined. You must duel me. Rock Lee exclaimed passionately, striking an exaggerated pose. Certainly, I replied, slinging my bag over my shoulder. If you truly possess the strength you professed, we shall meet in personal combat. However, I do not wish to expend my energy on friendly matches until the exams conclude. Naruto and Sakura gathered their belongings, and we set off towards the tower. Fortunately, classes 9 and 10 did not attempt to impede our progress. The remaining journey was relatively uneventful. After our fierce battle with Orochimaru, encountering a 10-meter-long centipede seemed trivial. Near the tower, there was but one small team, led by Gaara. The shinobi from the Sand Village was delighting in slaughtering those careless enough to approach too closely. Hello, Gaara, I greeted as I leaped down from the tree beside him. What are you up to? Naruto and Sakura chose to remain perched in the trees, as it was immediately apparent what the One-Tails Jinchuriki was doing. He was turning his opponents into a gory mush. Blood stained the ground, and 2 bodies lay disfigured. My sand absorbs blood, making me stronger, Gaara replied with a frenzied gleam in his eyes. Apologies, but you are gravely mistaken. Sand and blood are entirely different properties, and they do not influence one another. Moreover, the human body contains various fluids beyond blood, alongside considerable waste produced by metabolism. You know, this squeezing of opponents while carrying such filth is at the very least unsanitary. Everyone stared at me in unison, as though I had sprouted a second head adorned with rabbit ears right before their eyes. Even the bloodthirsty desire in Gaara's gaze was replaced by astonishment. He stood there, bewildered, staring at me. He was likely accustomed to others fleeing in terror at his presence, yet here I was, seemingly even more unhinged than he. You should let this poor soul go. I pointed to the last unfortunate lower ninja under his command, indicating that if he were to absorb him with the sand, it would not be blood that would be drawn, but something far less desirable. Gaara grasped my meaning. The sand-like creature released its hold on the lower ninja, displaying a hint of disdain. The poor soul could scarcely believe his fortune, sitting on the ground for several seconds before leaping up and fleeing, crying out in sheer relief. However, what I did not anticipate was the sudden gathering of sand around me, lifting me into the air. The binding was not tight, and I felt no genuine threat that Gaara intended to crush me. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, they exclaimed in unison, yet fortunately, they refrained from rushing to my aid, aware that I was merely a shadow clone. Ugh, how revolting. Gaara, did you wash your hands before grabbing me? I decided to fully embrace my eccentric persona. In truth, I had never been entirely conventional. You truly are not afraid of me, the Jinchuriki remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. I could end your life at any moment. You could, I conceded, choosing not to provoke him further, lest he genuinely test my resilience to death. But you do not wish to. I want to annihilate everything I see. That is not your desire. It is the demon within you that speaks. You have granted Shikaka too much dominion. No, this is my hatred, my anger. Human hatred does not manifest in such a manner. Merely slaying those we loathe is insufficient. We yearn to revel in their fear, despair, and suffering, to torment them slowly until death, to obliterate everything they hold dear. Humanity is indeed more terrifying than demons. Yet you, Gaara, have dwelled in darkness for so long and have not succumbed to utter depravity. Look closely. One day, you will behold the light. I was moved by my own words. The sand that cradled me gradually descended, gently returning me to the ground. Haven't you entered the tower yet? I inquired nonchalantly as I stood once more. No, Gaara replied. Kankuro and Temari now regarded me with an expression bordering on reverence. If you could venture into the sand coffin and emerge unscathed, what are we waiting for? I gestured for Naruto and Sakura to join me before pushing open the nearest door. Each team had been assigned a chamber, likely intended for those who arrived early to await their turn. We unfurled the heaven and earth scrolls, initiating the summoning technique to call forth Irika-sensei. Alas, I lamented not having summoned him at a more amusing hour, like the dead of night. Well done, children. You have succeeded, Irika exclaimed. Upon seeing the familiar face and receiving praise, Naruto joyfully rushed to embrace him. In this reality, Irika had not given his forehead protector to Naruto, yet after Naruto aided in apprehending the spy Mizuki, his attitude toward Naruto had noticeably improved. I'm glad you all are safe, he remarked, glancing at Sakura, who bore minor scrapes, Naruto, who appeared slightly disheveled yet intact, and me, who was unscathed and donned in clean attire, having just switched from my clone to my true form. Irika explained the inscriptions on the walls, congratulating us once more, and then granted us the next 4 days for our own discretion, the remaining time of the second phase of the exam. Oh. No wonder Gaara grew bored enough to resort to violence. There truly is little to occupy oneself with here. The exam organizers had evidently neglected our comfort, as there were no bathing facilities. All right, Naruto, Sakura, let us foster international relations, I commanded. What? The boy replied, taken aback. Strengthen the friendly ties between Konoha and Sunagakure, I explained while retrieving a deck of cards from my backpack, as there was little else to engage in. Chapter 21. During the CHNIN exams, the final moments of the second phase of the exam dragged on with considerable tedium. On the first day, I endeavored to teach the other ninjas nearly every game I knew, ranging from the Three Gardens and Werewolf to a Japanese variant of word games that was excruciatingly tedious. With little else to occupy my time, previously devoted to training and learning, I found myself with an abundance of free time, unable to showcase my abilities in this environment. At long last, 5 days passed, ushering in the elimination rounds. As in the original narrative, 21 participants advanced to the finals, but Kabuto opted out of the competition. The personal duel held no surprises. My opponent was Chid-K. I found it perplexing that his lackluster taijutsu would serve any purpose, as all his techniques necessitated close proximity to his adversary. Should anyone anticipate a thrilling battle, they would be sorely disappointed. I refrained from employing any ninjutsu and dispatched my opponent within mere seconds of the match's commencement. Upon the examiner declaring me the victor, I suddenly felt the weight of someone's intense gaze upon me. In truth, everyone was observing me, yet this sensation was distinctly different. I lifted my gaze to behold a tall man with long black hair, adorned with the forehead protector of the Sound Village, his hair tied back in a ponytail. He scrutinized me intently, licking his lips and swallowing audibly. I nearly succumbed to the urge to throw a kunai at him. However, there was no need to expose Orochimaru. He would reveal himself in due course. Any disturbance would certainly bring misfortune upon the attending genin. Nevertheless, I could not resist a small prank. I activated my Sharingan for a few seconds, allowing this Sannin to perceive that I had seen through him, silently mouthing the words. I recognize you. Orochimaru's eyes, by the way, mirrored his usual form, yellow slits, wide with astonishment. His laughter grew more pronounced. I considered advising this pervert to refrain from drooling. Yet such a suggestion would surely draw attention to our silent exchange. The elimination rounds unfolded without incident, save for Sakura and Appo's effortless victory over Ino. Given the torturous training imposed by Kakashi-sensei, this outcome was hardly surprising. Moreover, Gaara did not pulverize Lee's bones. He merely broke his leg. It appeared my words had some effect. Not to worry, Naruto would soon charm Gaara into gentleness with his verbal prowess. After the battles concluded, Kakashi called me aside to inquire about that insidious cursed seal. My teacher seemed remarkably unperturbed, considering that the seal had allegedly been placed 5 days prior. If that were true, I might well have been dead by now. I revealed my unblemished shoulder as a response. How could this be? Kakashi exclaimed, astonished. I had merely employed a slightly modified shadow clone and genjutsu. Orochimaru had underestimated us, and we had given him a bit of a lesson, prompting him to hastily change his nearly peeling disguise. By the way, is his presence in the elimination rounds normal? He had been fixated on me, his eyes nearly boring a hole through my being. What? My teacher leaned closer. From your expression, this is not normal. I had assumed that with the Hokage present, along with a cadre of Umbu and Jainin, there must be a reason for it. Perhaps it was a trap for him, or which among them is Orochimaru? Kakashi interrupted, the leader of the Sound Village team. As Kakashi endeavored to report this, I swiftly grasped his sleeve to halt him. Kakashi-sensei, since everyone has been candid tonight, I must share other suspicions with you. I initially thought everyone was in the know, but now I wonder if I am merely fretting unnecessarily. Kabuto has participated in the exam 7 times. It is evident he is a spy. His control over chakra is nothing short of extraordinary, and he possesses medical ninjutsu. I frequently encounter him at the hospital. With a mere touch, he could eliminate an enemy. I refuse to believe it is mere coincidence that he has failed to obtain the CHNIN title for years. That is intriguing, Sasuke, but we lack time. Kakashi attempted to extricate himself, yet I tightened my grip. There is more. When I spoke to the Suna ninjas about Orochimaru's attack on our team, they exhibited no surprise. You must know, Kakashi-sensei, that the Sharingan can pierce through a person and Appo's emotions. The Suna ninjas were already aware of Orochimaru and Appo's arrival here. Furthermore, they dispatched their valuable Jinchuriki to Konoha. I refused to believe this was a gesture of trust. Additionally, as we approach the final phase of the exam, the Kazekage will arrive with a cadre of formidable ninjas, presenting an opportune moment for an assault. Should they ally with Orochimaru? That is a grave accusation. But as far as I know, you lack evidence. Ah, very well. I released his sleeve. You may choose not to believe me. I have done my utmost. And now I shall care not. However, Kakashi-sensei, you must understand that any potential victims will weigh heavily upon your conscience. I turned away, leaving Kakashi stunned by my words. I had indeed done all I could. The only course of action I had not taken was marching through the village with a sign proclaiming that Orochimaru would strike a month hence. Yet I had not reached that point. Moreover, should the attack truly occur, it would work to my advantage, significantly weakening the snake ninja, making it easier to eliminate him thereafter. Furthermore, I held no special sentiments for the third Hokage, who would perish in battle against his former students. I preferred Tsunade as the village leader. I was uncertain of the utility of my warnings, yet if they could mitigate casualties, it would be worthwhile. There was a month's interval between the second and third phases of the Nin exam, allowing all participants to recuperate from their injuries and regain their strength. Additionally, this period could be utilized to learn new ninjutsu or refine existing techniques. Kakashi was responsible for instructing Sakura and me, while Iruka mentored Naruto. Initially, Naruto was quite disgruntled, but Iruka swiftly devised a plan to bribe him with delicacies, persuading him to keep quiet about his defeat to Gaara in their ninjutsu duel. I had been diligently studying lightning release chakra for quite some time, yet I had only managed to emit feeble currents. However, the imminent confrontation with Gaara served as a tremendous motivator, and after 2 weeks, I finally mastered the technique. Alas, unlike those adrenaline junkies who revel in battling formidable foes, only the fear of death could spur me into a fierce conflict. Of course, I possessed the blood clone technique, yet it too bore numerous limitations. The Jinchuriki could deplete a significant portion of my chakra reserves, leaving me uncertain of what might transpire. Perhaps I would perish. Or perhaps I would remain eternally trapped within my inner world, though that might not be too dire a fate. In the remaining 2 weeks, I devoted myself to refining Chidori. With my control, this was not overly difficult. I swiftly grasped the Chidori flow, enabling me to direct controllable currents along the ground or the surface of rocks. I felt as though I were defying the laws of physics, yet in this mad world, such feats were entirely feasible. Additionally, I learned to infuse my kunai with chakra, enhancing their durability and penetrating power. During my battle with Haku, I sought a weapon longer than the kunai. My current height prevented me from wielding a regular sword, yet the tanto was perfectly suited. The family armory housed several appropriate blades, and to my surprise, Kakashi was enthusiastic, agreeing to teach me the art of swordsmanship. However, I soon discovered that he had simply found a new excuse to strike me under the guise of training. I understood the urgency of the situation, but returning from the training grounds each night left me utterly exhausted, scarcely able to walk. It was becoming intolerable. After considerable contemplation, I devised a plan to surprise my teacher. Enlisting the aid of the inhabitants of my inner world, who promptly concocted a clever scheme, I had to pay extra for the blacksmith to expedite the crafting. Yet 3 days later, I acquired a tanto imbued with secrets. Kakashi could easily deflect my sword infused with lightning release chakra, as he was adept in its use. However, by simultaneously infusing the tanto with fire and lightning chakra, I could gain the upper hand. To achieve this, my custom sword is crafted from 2 identical parts, with edges flowing with distinct attributes of chakra. My instructor praised this concept and intensified my training efforts. I found myself regretting the inception of such a brilliant idea. Yet it was too late to turn back. Nonetheless, I now possess a blade that rivals the performance of divine artifacts. While it may not compare to one of the 7 legendary swords, it is still quite impressive. My teacher's training for Sakura was not as rigorous, yet it sufficed for her needs. Incidentally, having advanced to the 3rd round, she was supposed to battle the one-eyed dragon from the Sound Village. However, that fool attempted to ambush Gaara and paid dearly for his miscalculation. The mercy of this one-tailed Jinchuriki was merely sufficient to refrain from taking lives over trivial matters, and nothing more. Thus, Gaara inadvertently assisted Sakura, enabling her to reach the semifinals before the 3rd stage commenced. During this period, Naruto was training with Jiraiya, and I was uncertain whose training was more grueling. For an entire month, I scarcely saw Naruto, even when we did cross paths. We were too exhausted to exchange more than a few words before collapsing into sleep. Yet, neither of us complained about this intense training regimen, as we all understood it was essential for our survival. Chapter 22, The Battle with Gaara. On the eve of the examination, Kakashi urged us to rest well, and I succumbed to slumber for a remarkable 14 hours. However, on the day of the test, my teacher retained me a while longer, offering final guidance. His fervor in speaking caused us to miss the commencement of my match, necessitating the examiners to postpone my bout. Yet, everything unfolded as scripted, so I harbored no significant concerns. Gaara appeared exceedingly eager for our confrontation, his gaze imbued with madness. Nevertheless, his lack of communication with his mother indicated that he had not fully surrendered his will to the One Tail. I had no intention of deviating from the narrative. Thus our battle proceeded as per the original tale. Gaara's sand defense was indeed formidable, yet it consumed excessive chakra, and the Jinchuriki could not sustain it indefinitely. As Gaara coiled into a sand sphere, preparing for a partial transformation, I pierced through his defense with my Chidori, inflicting a wound upon his shoulder. This marked the conclusion of our skirmish, coinciding with the end of the Chunin exam, as Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, issued the command to attack. Most spectators in the stands fell into a hypnotic trance, allowing Temari and Kankuro to seize the temporarily incapacitated Gaara, who had been interrupted mid-transformation, and flee. The examiners instructed me to pursue them, a sentiment I shared. I had just caught up with the trio from Sunagakure when Shino, emerging from the shadows, declared his intent to confront Kankuro, prompting me to continue my pursuit of the remaining two. Minutes later, Gaara awakened, a miracle considering the near loss of control of the beast within him. He pushed Temari aside to prevent her from being harmed during the fray. The Jinchuriki commenced his transformation anew, this time with increased speed. Half of his body was enveloped in sand, taking on a diminutive form of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The murderous intent radiating from him was monstrous, yet I refrained from deactivating my illusionary system, hoping that such terror might awaken my Sharingan. Recently, I had begun to notice changes within my Sharingan, hinting that it was time for a new evolutionary phase. You are formidable. You possess comrades and aspirations. You shall become my prey. Only then can I feel alive, he declared. I, on the other hand, had no ambitions. Frowning, I replied, what you perceive is merely an illusion. I am but a pitiable counterfeit, predominantly comprised of Genjutsu. Gaara could only emit such a sound, revealing that transforming into a Jinchuriki was excruciating for him. Engaging him in conversation proved futile. My words were nothing but hollow echoes to him. Fortunately, unlike Sasuke in the original narrative, I was not limited to 2 uses of Chidori within a day. My chakra was sufficient for multiple utilizations, though I could not afford to squander it recklessly. As I practiced this jutsu, the reservoir of energy within me had notably diminished. Moreover, while my jutsu could inflict harm upon this one-tailed Jinchuriki, it only drove him further into madness, his transformation intensifying. Initially, only his hands and half of his face had altered, but now even his tail had manifested, and the rest of his body began to morph, accelerating in speed. I endeavored to evade his strikes, yet even with the assistance of the Sharingan, I could not succeed every time. Several attacks narrowly grazed me. Chidori not only drained my chakra but also inflicted pain upon my hand. I attempted to mend my injuries mid-battle, yet there was scarcely time to alleviate the damage fully. Indeed, this was merely a clone, but I needed to conserve chakra, thus I could only maintain this old body, rather than conjure a new one. You are weak, he taunted, as he struck me with his tail, pinning me against a nearby tree. Your weakness lies in your lack of hatred. The power of hatred grants the strength to kill, and the power of killing begets the strength for revenge. His words unexpectedly stirred something deep within me. The genuine emotions of the true Sasuke, which I had long since cast aside, surged forth, overwhelming me. I deactivated my illusionary system, yet it proved futile. Gaara echoed Itachi's departing words, and for a fleeting moment, I felt as if I had reverted to that terrified boy witnessing his parents' demise. I had to rid myself of these destructive emotions immediately, lest my mental defenses sustain further damage. Silence. I rose, declaring, now you shall witness my hatred. I had never employed the 6 paths hell beasts I had conjured in reality, but this moment seemed most opportune. I isolated myself and Gaara from potential witnesses with a Genjutsu, as my dwindling rationality urged me not to reveal this jutsu in public. Summoning jutsu. I infused all my emotions, fear, despair, and rage, into the summoned creature, along with the oval fragment of hatred extracted from my spiritual essence. Channeling such an abundance of chakra through my pathways in such a brief span was agonizing. Had my training been insufficient, my chakra network could have ruptured. Sensing the escalating murderous intent, Gaara leaped back, affording me time to complete the jutsu. Half a minute later, a towering 3-meter black beast materialized between us. A creature never before seen in this frenzied world. The monster exuded a murderous desire nearly as potent as that of the Jinchuriki. What is this? Even the one-tail appeared taken aback. My hatred. I merely bestowed it with form, I replied wearily, leaning against the tree. After all, in the past hour, I had expended more chakra than in a month of training. I intended to conserve chakra, but in the throes of emotional upheaval, I paid little heed to such concerns. Yet now, I felt significantly lighter, as if all sensations had been severed. My body was so fatigued that speaking had become arduous. Thankfully, the creature could now fight in my stead. The beast opened its mouth, unleashing a sonic wave towards the Jinchuriki. Gaara evaded, attempting to counterattack, yet the creature preempted him, striking with its tail and then attempting to bite him. The small monster's behavior was peculiar. It lunged recklessly at the one tail, disregarding defense, intent solely on tearing him apart with its teeth. However, as my clone, it could utilize all my jutsu, and its forelimbs were adept at forming seals. It seemed that hatred had stripped it of rationality, rendering it nearly thoughtless. At that moment, Gaara was nearly entirely enveloped in sand, having undergone a near-complete transformation. with only his legs and red hair retaining any semblance of humanity. Curiously, this one-tailed Jinchuriki appeared more lucid than the beast. I suddenly fell into a peculiar apathy. The outcome of the confrontation mattered little to me. I was utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground. Through the leaves, I glimpsed a patch of blue sky adorned with a few white clouds. For some reason, I understood Shikamaru more than ever at that moment. Lying there, gazing at the heavens, was profoundly tranquil. What was I truly fighting for? It held no significance for me. I had grown weary. The sounds of battle barely reached my ears, as if muffled by cotton. But suddenly, a shrill cry pierced through, breaking my eardrum. It was Gaara. Having ensnared the beast in a sand coffin and crushing it, yet the creature bled acid instead of blood, causing the one-tail to suffer as well. Of course, the primary damage was to his sand shell, but he could still feel the pain. A shadow loomed over my sky. It was Gaara, hovering above me. Struggling, I turned my head towards him. You have lost. I shall kill you. The nearly transformed Jinchuriki roared. Then come at me. I managed to muster a faint, warm smile. I truly hold a fondness for you. Your portrait has graced my desk for nearly a year. Ah. How I long to see whether you will indeed grow to be as handsome as I envision. The colossal claw hovering above me trembled slightly before coming to a halt. I closed my eyes. Before the chakra of this clone completely dissipates, will I be able to retrieve my true self from the depths of my inner world? Do I even wish to do so? I am so weary. I merely desire a moment's respite, even if only for a fleeting instant. I am uncertain how everything will culminate, but just then, a loud cry resonated. Sasuke. I opened my eyes, still in time to witness Gaara being hurled away by a burst of orange light. At last, my orange-clad knight has arrived. Sasuke, are you unharmed? Naruto's clone lunged at the Jinchuriki, while he himself began to shake me, rocking me so forcefully that I nearly felt my soul dislodge. Gently, please. It was a struggle to utter those words, as the vigorous shaking nearly dislocated my jaw. Fool. What are you doing? Sakura delivered a chastising blow to Naruto's head, finally setting me down gently on the ground. No, these two are truly remarkable, not far away. The Jinchuriki had nearly vanquished all the shadow clones, yet they continued their bickering. Nevertheless, merely seeing Naruto was enough to revitalize my spirit. I finally recalled the purpose of my presence here. Initially, it was I who tended to Naruto, and now that he has matured, he is capable of managing everything on his own. I need only to observe as he grows ever stronger. I formed the necessary seals, retrieved my true body from the inner world, and then dispelled the clone. I had hoped that my body, resting safely and quietly, would imbue me with some vitality. But alas, my hopes were in vain. The situation worsened. It turned out that I had not lost consciousness simply because the clone was incapable of doing so. Hey, there's still time to sleep. The last thing I heard was Naruto's voice, and then I completely succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 23. New abilities and new perspectives. It was only deep into the night that I awakened in an unfamiliar place. As I surveyed my surroundings, I realized the scene was rather familiar. I had last regained consciousness in this very hospital room. My first instinct was to assess my chakra levels. Astonishingly, its capacity had nearly doubled. Indeed, it is only through confronting formidable adversaries that one can truly attain strength. For good fortune, I crossed my fingers and activated my Sharingan. Marvelous. The three-tomo Sharingan had finally manifested. With this upgraded version, I could see clearly even in the darkness. Now, akin to the Hyuga clan, I could discern the chakra within my own body. Although my perception radius was limited, and I could barely make out shapes through the walls, it was nonetheless impressive. After admiring my new Sharingan, I closed these extraordinary eyes and began searching for normal clothes to replace the hospital gown. It was time to continue my favorite tradition of leaving without notice and escaping the confines of the hospital. Moreover, I bore no injuries. After all, my real body had not participated in the battle. Upon returning home, my first act was to rush to the refrigerator, ravenously hungry and eager to devour whatever I could find. After expending such substantial energy, it was hardly surprising. My inner lake of chakra had evidently run dry during the exam period. The noise I created inadvertently roused Naruto. Sasuke, he exclaimed excitedly, leaping onto me and nearly squashing me. Ahem, it's delightful to see you too, I replied, putting down the half-eaten rice ball. It seemed like mere hours had passed since our last encounter. You've been asleep for a whole day? After you fainted, you didn't wake up at all. The doctor even told me not to disturb you and shooed me out of your room. Oh dear, if I sleep any longer, I shall miss the entirety of the world. It's high time I rid myself of this habit of fainting at the slightest inconvenience, appearing like a distressed noblewoman. All right. Tell me how you defeated Gaara. It's such a pity I didn't witness it firsthand. Oh, that battle was absolutely exhilarating. He transformed into a colossal giant. I clapped my hands and summoned the great toad. Naruto animatedly recounted his battle, gesticulating wildly and occasionally jumping up. I merely nodded along, secretly relieved to see him in good spirits. The few band-aids on his face and hands were trivial. Naruto's scrapes would vanish without a trace in a couple of days. When Naruto grew weary of talking, sniffling in the middle of the night was hardly considerate. Even for a ninja, I encouraged him to get some rest and ventured into the garden. After nearly 30 hours of sleep, I still felt invigorated. Sitting on the balcony with a cup of tea, I fell into contemplation. The jutsu that allows me to store consciousness in an artificial body could render me nearly immortal. If I were to keep my real body hidden within my inner world most of the time, perhaps I would never age. However, this consideration was not pertinent to my current self. I must first grow up before contemplating eternal youth. Moreover, residing within a clone felt somewhat uncomfortable, not due to any physical sensation, but rather a peculiar psychological disquiet. It was akin to my encounter with Gaara. I had essentially surrendered. Despite having ample chakra, my desire to fight had completely dissipated. Perhaps I had become overly reliant on my clones. Could this merely be my fanciful musings? I needed to contemplate this issue thoroughly to avoid suddenly succumbing to such apathy. I worried that if Gaara had truly crushed me, I might not have time to return to the real world. I must ensure that a portion of my chakra remains in reality at all times. Otherwise, I would be eternally trapped within my own inner world. Of course, this was purely theoretical. I dared not test it in practice, nor would I take such risks in the future. Hence, I needed to devise a method to keep my chakra anchored in the real world. It is easier said than done. The simplest solution would be to create shadow clones. But no one could guarantee their survival. What I required was something small and inconspicuous, yet sturdy enough not to vanish from mere accidental contact. I formed hand seals and conjured a shadow shuriken. Typically, such weapons are used to confuse enemies, as they shatter upon impact and cannot inflict harm. I focused intently, crafting a fortified version of the shuriken. It could penetrate wooden walls without dissipating. While this was commendable, the time it took to create was excessive. In genuine combat, I would scarcely have the luxury of time unless I prepared several in advance. Not every battle would necessitate throwing weapons. Tossing shuriken around would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Furthermore, to perceptive ninjas, these shuriken would not appear as ordinary metal. I required something smaller, invisible to the naked eye. Then, I recalled Deidara's explosive clay jutsu from the anime. What was that technique called? C4 chakra? If he could create such intricate constructs, then with my control, it should be feasible. I did not need an explosive effect. Merely the principle of transforming chakra into minuscule particles would suffice. I activated my Sharingan now. I could discern even the minutest details of dust, and I began my work. First, I created a microscopic chakra sphere, then another, and another. When the count reached over 20, the earliest ones began to rupture. It turned out that even with my extraordinary control, which ordinary individuals could hardly fathom, it was insufficient to maintain their form. I toiled for several hours, attempting to resolve this issue, ultimately deciding to abandon it and sit in meditation. After all, I had an entire research team. Let them grapple with the problem. By the time I emerged from my inner world, the sun had already risen. Only a few hours had passed here, while nearly 2 days had elapsed in my inner world. I was becoming increasingly adept at managing time within it. The intellects of my inner world had devised several potential solutions. Surely, one would prove effective. By the way, the population of my inner world had significantly increased tonight, now exceeding 300, so control should no longer pose a problem. This jutsu, never before tested in reality, had acquired a new name, Matrix. I had never been particularly concerned with the names of jutsu, although some individuals took great care to bestow nicknames upon every new technique. Why name this jutsu Matrix? Simply because it sounded impressive, and so it was settled. The best part was that this jutsu had numerous applications, from serving as anchor points in the real world to accelerating the materialization of the most energy-consuming clones. I took a deep breath, crossed my fingers in a gesture of good fortune, and activated the jutsu. Its principle dictated that stabilizing the minuscule chakra required a material foundation. Ultimately, I decided to use microscopic blood droplets as the basis. Thus, the matrix particles would contain some of my DNA, encased within a robust chakra shell. Chapter 24. New ninjutsu. In new plans, releasing a substantial amount of chakra through my lungs is the most effortless method for me, akin to utilizing wind release. However, it is indeed possible to emit chakra from virtually every part of my body. I sat in quiet meditation for a while, inhaling deeply until the surrounding air was saturated with chakra. Upon activating my Sharingan, the chakra appeared as a nebulous mist, though it remained imperceptible to the naked eye. The formation of the matrix does not necessitate hand seals, yet out of habit, I performed the focusing seal and, almost instantaneously, coalesced a shadow clone from the particles dispersed in the air. Previously, executing this trick would take nearly half a minute. Yet now the speed at which the clone materialized rivals that of a standard shadow clone. I dismissed the clone, watching it dissolve into golden dust, which could be reused. I extended my hand, and a shadow shuriken swiftly formed in my palm. After testing its strength, I also disbanded it. Everything seemed flawless, yet for all perceptive ninjas, the cloud of particles surrounding me would undoubtedly attract attention. Nonetheless, the strategists in my inner world had anticipated this. I commanded the chakra to adhere to me, distributing it evenly across my body's surface. Now, to the Sharingan and Byakugan, I appeared merely somewhat indistinct, evoking no particular suspicion. In its contracted state, the matrix was nearly undetectable even to specialized ocular techniques, while it could surely be perceived under a microscope. I have yet to encounter a ninja who employs a microscope in the heat of battle. Perhaps there is merit to them calling me a genius? In truth, They remain oblivious to the full extent of my most formidable ninjutsu. Not everyone possesses the capacity to create such techniques. It took me several years, since mastering the shadow clone, to reach this point. However, it is premature to celebrate. I remain uncertain about all the intricacies involved. Itachi once remarked that every ninjutsu has its weaknesses, and mine is certainly no exception, likely possessing more than one. By the way, he could assist me in identifying those vulnerabilities. In the original narrative, Sasuke was soon to seek out Orochimaru, yet I took an immediate disliking to that slick-tongued fellow. Thus, I resolved to approach Itachi, daring him to refuse. Only a few days remained until our meeting, and though I outwardly projected confidence, an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through me. No, Itachi harbored profound love for his brother, even willing to sacrifice his life for him. Yet I am not the true Sasuke. I feared that Itachi would instantly discern my masquerade. However, it has been 5 years since he last saw me. Any peculiarities in my behavior or character could easily be attributed to growth and past traumas. The following day, the funeral for the third Hokage was held. All Konoha ninjas and the majority of the villagers gathered to bid farewell. After all, the third was a commendable ruler who perpetuated the will of fire and passed it on to the next generation. Yet, I felt not a shred of pity for his demise. I might say it was his fate, to die protecting the village, but a living counterexample stood before me. To say he was alive is not entirely accurate. The Moonlight Gale appeared as sickly as ever, yet he remained among the living. According to the original tale, in this realm of so-called fate, he was destined to perish at the hands of my beloved Gar's mentor, Maki. Thus, my mind was occupied with other matters. I remained restless until my encounter with Itachi. It is truly remarkable, meeting a character I admire from an anime, and moreover, one who is ostensibly my brother. He would arrive in Konoha the next day, clad in the formal Akatsuki robe, indulging in pastries at a CAF without a care in the world. No, he certainly did not come merely for that. As far as I know, he sought to remind Danzo of that foolish brother's agreement, yet his brazen demeanor was truly striking. Subsequently, Itachi and Kisame nearly captured Naruto, but Jiraiya intervened at the last moment. Therefore, I planned to accompany Jiraiya and Naruto in search of Tsunade, rather than frantically scouring for their lodging later. I had only a few minutes to persuade Itachi to take me along, so I needed to prepare meticulously and contemplate every possible dialogue. But first, I had to alert Naruto. I could not simply depart and leave him behind. However, soon enough, he would embark on a nearly 3-year training journey with the perverse sage, and thus, we could no longer live together in any case. That evening, I summoned Naruto to the balcony, ready for a serious conversation. I must tell you something of utmost importance. You must listen closely. There exists an organization known as Akatsuki, whose objective is to capture all Jinchuriki. Konoha is currently too weak to protect you. Hence the decision for you to embark on a long-term training journey with Jiraiya. What? I don't want to go? Naruto exclaimed angrily. Regrettably, your desires are of little concern to anyone. I shook my head. If you were in my position, do not be so quick to refuse. Being a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin is undeniably cool. Of course, just avoid Orochimaru. I took an immediate disliking to that slippery fellow. But what about you? Do not worry, I have already found myself a teacher. I just need to persuade him. Who is it? Itachi. He is the only one who can help me fully master the Sharingan. But Naruto hesitated, unable to voice the words about Itachi having killed your parents. He had his reasons, trust me. I remember he loved mom and dad as well, and the sacrifice he made to commit such an act is unimaginable. My survival is only due to Itachi's greater love for me. He could not bring himself to kill me. But Naruto attempted to argue, but I interrupted him. I know what I am doing, trust me. I promise, within 3 years, we shall reunite. I extended my pinky, as if making a childlike vow. Naruto stared at me for a moment before extending his pinky to intertwine with mine. I promise, I reiterated. Despite sealing our pact, Naruto appeared quite dejected. I instinctively ruffled his hair. Hey, do not be gloomy. We are not parting forever. Moreover, if Jiraiya trains you, I will undoubtedly be left in the dust. I am already weaker than you, and as time passes, the gap will only widen. You do not want me to remain a weakling, do you? I do not. Naruto sniffled, wiping his reddened eyes. You must also strive to learn every jutsu Jiraiya knows. I have a hunch he is not as generous with knowledge as Kakashi. If he can teach you to enter Sage Mode, then the legend will belong to you, not him. I understand. There is one more thing. I will accompany you for a while, as Itachi will undoubtedly be sent to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, considering he also hails from Konoha. When we encounter him, we must. Chapter 25. Plans and conflicts. It has been quite some time, hasn't it? The esteemed Jonin finally deigned to turn towards me, despite having sensed my presence long ago. Brother, I said, a hint of sorrow lacing my voice. Why have you been gone for so long? Itachi's eyes widened slightly. The iconic Akatsuki cloak, with its high collar obscuring the lower half of his face, led me to surmise that his mouth was also slightly agape. He was utterly unprepared for me to address him as brother. Brother, why did you leave me all alone? I exclaimed, rushing towards him, clearly intending to embrace him. I had rehearsed this scene repeatedly in my mind while concealed by my transformation technique, imagining various possible outcomes. If Itachi were to strike me down as he did in the anime, sending me flying, it would be disastrous. However, I had devised a countermeasure, casting a self-illusion to make my eyes shimmer with joyful tears, radiating an overwhelming sense of happiness. Itachi stood in stunned silence as I wrapped my arms around his waist, gazing up at him with uncontainable joy. Meanwhile, Naruto seized the moment of confusion to discreetly retreat to a safe distance from the two jonin, just in case. Looks like your brother, Kasame interjected. Is he really your brother? Yes, Itachi replied, albeit slowly. I heard the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Was it you who did it? Yes. Then why? Enough. You shouldn't dwell on the past. Brother, I understand. You were under immense pressure during your rebellious phase. You were already exceptional. Yet they demanded more and more from you until you could bear it no longer. I spoke earnestly, my expression grave. Kisame burst into laughter. Your brother is quite peculiar. Indeed, I agree. The impact of Tsukuyumi on a child's psyche is profound, I replied. Itachi, you should hate me. He attempted to pull me away, his shirt collar gripping my arm. But I lowered my head, pressing my cheek against his hand, and pleaded, please, brother, do not leave me alone again. This plea struck at his very core. Itachi's fingers loosened their grip, completely defeated, engulfed in despair. Seizing the opportunity, I leapt up, clinging to him like a monkey to a palm tree. Thank you, I whispered in his ear, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. After all, one must honor their promises, even those made to oneself. Itachi trembled as if stung, gazing at me in sheer terror. Why? Because of your plans. I replied. For one who felt unworthy of life, such concern was excessive. I apologize, brother, but your brilliant scheme has faltered. However, even I knew it would not succeed. No, it cannot be. This plan had cost Itachi dearly. Its failure was evidently a heavy blow to him. Realizing I had fallen victim to his illusion, I plunged into the ominous realm of Tsukuyumi, hastily severing all sensory connections. I had long sought a method to resist such formidable illusions. Yet no one had been there to practice with me, leaving my strategies merely theoretical. Once again, I found myself in that tricolor world I had once mistaken for a dream, standing before the door that concealed my parents' and Appo's corpses. However, after enduring countless nightmares, this image had lost its power to evoke any emotion within me. Taking a few steps forward, I allowed the moonlight streaming through the window to illuminate my form completely. In another's illusion, I appeared as a 7-year-old boy, my face marred with cracks, a dark void at the center of my forehead. What is this? Itachi seemed utterly unprepared for this sight. I told you, your Tsukuyumi has not been in vain for me. I extended my hand, revealing my small palm. I shall never grow up. I will remain this way forever. Over the years, I could only apply illusions to myself to feel anything. No. It shouldn't be like this. Itachi knelt before me. For the first time in my life, I witnessed him weep. No. Curse it. He is driving himself mad. This thought flashed through my mind as I quickly closed the distance between us. With a swift slap, I turned Itachi's head to the side. He looked at me, yet did nothing, even as I raised my hand once more. I slowly lowered my hand, realizing his complete focus was on me. Brother, do you remember that day you promised to train with me? You later said you would return late, but you never mentioned it would be 5 whole years. Promises must be kept. Why? He choked out, unable to articulate further as I wiped away his tears. Because we are brothers. At that moment, he was entirely mine. In an emotional shielding mode, I was essentially a cold-hearted individual. After all, Sasuke's disappearance was primarily my fault, albeit unintentional. Now, Itachi had inflicted deep wounds upon his brother and was engulfed in guilt. Itachi trembled as he wept. I gently stroked his head, waiting for this moment of fragility to pass. Release the illusion. It will only cause you more pain. As my brother ceased his tears, burying his face in my abdomen, I spoke. In the real world, merely a second had elapsed. When we regained our senses, Itachi began to collapse. I quickly leaped off him, catching his nearly unconscious body. Thus, we found ourselves in a position akin to that within the illusion, though I was now taller than him. You defeated Itachi? Impossible. Kisame seemed intent on intervening, swinging his massive sword towards me. I had no choice but to activate my Sharingan and cast a binding illusion upon the Jonin. This illusion would not hold for long, but I only needed a few seconds. Forming a hand sign with one hand, I summoned my blood clone at the end of the corridor. The clone roared, Itachi, launching itself towards us with Chidori, leaving a mark of ninjutsu on the wall. Itachi's shoulder tensed, clearly believing I had indeed intended to kill him, yet he remained motionless. I needed to find a way to address his suicidal tendencies. I mentally noted this. Naruto. Now, are you sure? Do it. Naruto summoned his shadow clones, beginning to gather energy for a Rasengan. You little brat. Kisame became increasingly agitated in his illusory torment, nearly breaking free from the illusion. However, what unfolded next was utterly unexpected for both Jonin. Naruto suddenly smashed the Rasengan against the nearest wall. Subsequently, my clone followed suit, creating a gaping hole. It seemed even the legendary sword, Samahata, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Then, Naruto and his clones lunged at mine. Chaos erupted. Even Itachi turned to witness the commotion. Ultimately, my clone feigned a hit, flying down the corridor and crashing into the wall. Naruto rushed over to check on him. Could you be a bit gentler? The clone coughed up blood, having bitten its tongue. Sorry, Naruto replied, delivering a precise blow that dissipated the clone. With a resounding crash, it finally vanished. What the hell is going on? Kisame seemingly voiced everyone's thoughts, no longer struggling. Kidnapping, I explained kindly. You sought to capture the Jinchuriki. But Naruto and I fought back until Jiraiya arrived. You didn't want to engage the legendary Sannin, so you retreated. But becoming a rogue ninja does me no good. So everyone will believe I was abducted. Brother, you are truly a madman. Kisame has finally liberated himself from the illusion and reached a conclusion. Sometimes, it is indeed this way. I concede, and then I turn to my brother, urging him to rise. Otherwise, Jiraiya will truly arrive, eager to introduce you to his pets. Sasuke, just as I prepared to leap through the gaping hole in the wall, a voice called out from behind me. Did I not promise we would meet again? Trust me. Naruto. I waved farewell, stepping toward a new chapter in my life. Although this path resembles a flight from reality, I hold on to the hope of successfully preventing the Fourth Great Ninja War, or at the very least, mitigating its catastrophic potential. Chapter 26. The Trials of Not Joining Akatsuki Itachi. Could you enlighten me as to why we are burdened with this child? As the three of us darted swiftly through the branches, heading towards an unfamiliar destination, Kisame could no longer contain his irritation. Kisame, I politely interjected with a smile. I explained just 5 minutes ago that you kidnapped me, and it is evident that you intend to transport me to the Akatsuki and Appos, a stronghold in place of my brother. Silence. I did not inquire about your opinion. And since when did I become your senior? Well, you are still quite a distance from being a Jonin, I retorted. What do you consider yourself? Nothing particularly special, but I assure you, even without the Sharingan, I could defeat you. You wretched bastard. My parents are lawfully wedded. Thank you very much. And by the way, if you haven't forgotten, Itachi and I are brothers, so your words are an offense to him as well. Enough. You are doomed. Kisame lunged at me, evidently intent on teaching me a lesson about arrogance. I deftly sidestepped, snapping my fingers to conjure a few simple illusionary images beside this Jonin. In an instant, 3 neon-hued kittens scampered around Kisame, leaving a vibrant rainbow trail in their wake. A swarm of gigantic butterflies adorned with spiral patterns danced gracefully. Striped flying serpents spiraled through the air, and colorful ponies leaped about, their hues constantly shifting. These images were not three-dimensional but strikingly vivid two-dimensional representations, reminiscent of neon signs. Although this ninjutsu seemed juvenile, the colors were so vibrant that they did not exist in nature, compelling me to create figures akin to animated characters. On the surface, they appeared harmless. Yet after a few seconds, they would overload the brain, inducing severe dizziness, nausea, and a loss of spatial awareness. Little did I expect that I would be thoroughly disoriented myself before perfecting this technique. A sensation akin to having just disembarked from a high-speed roller coaster while simultaneously being inside a running washing machine. This ninjutsu could trigger severe seizures in individuals prone to photosensitive epilepsy, but regrettably, there were no such ninjas among us. What in the world is this? Do you think such childish tricks could affect me? Kisame hurled several shuriken, only to find them passing right through the flickering illusions. Those illusions promptly erupted in a dazzling explosion of red and blue light. This is merely basic ninjutsu taught in the first year of the academy. I leapt between the branches at an accelerated pace, striving to distance myself from the enraged Kisame, as the effects would activate in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. At that moment, Kisame, who had been leaping through the branches with the grace of walking on solid ground, suddenly lost control and plummeted. The use of this ninjutsu severely disoriented his vestibular system, rendering him incapable of discerning up from down. As he fell, he attempted to curl his body, but merely flailed about like a drunken man. Having distanced myself over 100 meters from where he would land, I swiftly returned, positioning myself atop a branch directly above him. I formed a concentrated seal, inhaled deeply, and placed my fingers to my lips as if to unleash a fireball. However, instead of expelling flames, I silently shouted, amplifying my vocal cords with chakra to direct the resultant infrasound waves towards Kisame. I will kill you. Kisame endeavored to leap towards me but instead crashed headfirst into the ground. Immediately after, he was struck by my sonic wave. I had not exerted my full strength. The force was merely sufficient to shatter wooden boards, resulting in blood seeping from his nose and cheek. Had I truly wished to eliminate this Jonin, I might have succeeded, but only because he initially underestimated me. However, Kisame was an S-rank ninja, and he was already regaining his composure. You are finished. With considerable effort, he clasped his hands together, swiftly forming seals to summon several water clones, which immediately leapt aside. Yet, one clone was not quick enough and was struck by the edge of the sound wave, bursting apart in an instant. Enough. Itachi finally intervened. I immediately ceased my ninjutsu, leaping to my brother's side to prevent Kisame from retaliating. It's all right, brother. Kisame and I were merely getting acquainted, I said, casting a calm glance at Kisame. Right, senior? I will kill you, Kisame muttered darkly as he recovered from the impact, leaping onto a branch opposite us, though he dismissed his clones. Well, let's just say it has been a pleasure meeting each other. You have quite the resilience. I am surprised you did not vomit. Itachi, do we truly need this child? Why not just dispose of him here? TCH. I interjected before Itachi could respond. Senior, do not hide your true feelings. I know you have taken a liking to me. Kisame tightened his grip on the hilt of Samehada in silence. I am certain that both you and Itachi intended to kill me from the outset. The Uchiha clan seems to possess an innate ability to provoke ire merely by existing. We are running late, my brother stated, signaling the end of our conversation. The ensuing journey was rather dull. We traveled between branches and rivers for over 10 hours. I grew weary of controlling my facial muscles, my expression becoming as impassive as Itachi's. The Akatsuki stronghold lay in the land of rain, concealed within a cliff. Without the Sharingan, I would never have discovered it, however. Just beyond the entrance was a spacious corridor, ample enough for a herd of elephants to traverse. Moreover, the rooms were exceedingly vast, even accommodating the likes of the Tintails without seeming cramped. If old Freud were to witness the architectural marvels here, he would surely be intrigued. Numerous enormous empty chambers echoed with our footsteps. I could not fathom why such a grand place was constructed for an organization comprising merely 10 members. Even at the speed of a ninja, it would take 5 minutes to reach inhabited areas, spanning several kilometers. Itachi, Kisame, you have failed your mission. Pain sat at the head of a colossal table, exuding an air of authority. The furniture appeared afflicted by gigantism. This table was large enough for a game of football, while the chairs resembled thrones. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is under Jiraiya's protection. I see that you have yet to bring back any spoils. However, this is not a refuge. Outsiders are prohibited. Must I join the Akatsuki? I inquired before Itachi could respond. My brother turned sharply to regard me. There is no need. The Akatsuki occasionally hires individuals from outside the organization. Very well. However, I can already envision us gathering each night, painting our nails purple. Conan, standing beside Pain's throne, stifled a soft laugh. The others remained indifferent, showing no reaction to my jest. In Pain, he was devoid of life, referring to his cold demeanor, akin to that of a puppet. To join the Akatsuki, you must defeat one of its members. I have already defeated 2 at once. What? When did you defeat me, you little brat? Kisame reacted immediately, reaching for Samehada. You practically walked into it, Itachi stated matter-of-factly, confirming that I had over 20 seconds to eliminate him. It seems you share your brother's talent. Itachi joined the Akatsuki at your age, Pain remarked, halting Kisame's impending argument with a glance. From this moment onward, this is yours. He pointed to the center of the table. And it was then that I noticed what lay upon the base, not an intricately carved branch, but a withered hand adorned with a white ring on its finger. To be frank, I had not anticipated such a turn of events. Upon entering, I was immediately invited to join the most perilous of terrorist organizations. No. I had contemplated the possibility of joining the Akatsuki one day, yet I never anticipated it would occur so swiftly. Moreover, under such circumstances, refusal was not an option. However, donning the ring would obligate me to undertake missions primarily centered around terroristic activities and mass slaughter, missions that elite shinobi seldom receive elsewhere. Fortunately, Itachi came to my aid. No. He placed his hand upon my shoulder. I hastily reinforced my bones and muscles with chakra, for his grip was far too forceful. He was unprepared for such intensity. What was wrong with me? Others might assume I was eager to adorn this ring. Yet, if it were Orochimaru's hand, I would not hesitate. How ironic it is. He sought to seize my body but failed. Yet, I could resurrect him through the impure world reincarnation and obtain his form. There remained but a minor detail, eliminating this serpent uncle. Theoretically, this task would fall to me. Well, if Sasuke from the original narrative could accomplish it, so too could I. It was then that I noticed everyone was watching me expectantly while I greedily fixed my gaze upon that hand. Goodness, I wore the most sinister of smiles. My self-illusion system had worked wonders, selecting the facial expression that most aligned with my intentions from countless options. Perhaps my earlier practice in front of the mirror, emulating classic cinematic villains, bore fruit. It had seemed amusing at the time, though best not to let the gods hear of it. Now, contemplating my world-conquering ambitions, I nearly erupted into a villainous cackle. I suppose my brother was right. I am still too young. Itachi and Appos, his hand slipped from my shoulder. We departed. As he turned to exit the room, I mused about the organization's formidable nature. Regardless of the mission's failure, it was of little concern. Reporting back required no lengthy, 20-page accounts, and they would wonder why ninjas choose to defect. Chapter 27. New Stronghold and In-Depth Conversation. It took nearly 10 minutes to reach Itachi's room. Without the Sharingan, I would surely have lost my way. These corridors appeared to be haphazardly constructed by a band of drunken moles. You may choose any room you like. Itachi swiftly entered one of the 4 doors on the side of the empty square room, the ceiling of which vanished into the depths of darkness. I shrugged and began to survey my surroundings. 2 of the rooms were furnished in an exceedingly simple manner, nearly identical. The 3rd door led to a restroom. How peculiar. Who designed this place? I could envision someone using earth release techniques to excavate this underground stronghold, but who was responsible for the plumbing, sewage, and lighting? I chuckled to myself, thinking of Kisame using water release to fill a reservoir while Itachi warmed himself with fireball jutsu. However, the method of operation was inconsequential. The key was to avoid any tasks involving boiling water or incinerating trash. After refreshing myself with a shower, I returned to the room I had chosen. I had only brought what could fit in my backpack. Carrying several large boxes of clothing would be far too conspicuous. Nevertheless, I had brought along all the weapon scrolls. Brother, I knocked on his door, entering without waiting for a response. Your place is rather sparse. I hope you don't mind if I make a few modifications? As you wish, but don't do it in my room, Itachi replied, glancing up from the book he was reading, likely bewildered by my sudden quest for furniture. Agreed. Back in the square room, I reached out to touch the wall. The stone was smooth yet slightly rough. I surveyed the area, mentally designing a layout. Then, I swiftly formed hand seals. Chidori flow. I pressed my palm, enveloped in electrical currents, against the wall. The blue lightning instantly snaked across the stone, etching a pattern reminiscent of brickwork. On the opposite wall, I sculpted 3 pointed Gothic-style windows in bas-relief. If only I could manipulate the earth element. I could create exactly what I desired without all this hassle. But for now, I could only use Chidori to gather the stone fragments knocked loose from the wall and meld them together, fashioning something akin to a hollow stone sofa and a low table in the center of the room. Itachi exited his room, curious about the commotion, and stood momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment. It was no surprise. Few would think to employ such advanced ninjutsu, requiring utmost control, for decorating a room. Finally, I cast an illusion over the windows to reveal a starry night sky and snapped my fingers to ignite stone candle holders. The effect was quite breathtaking. This world lacked Gothic architecture, so one could say I was its pioneer here. Once the sofa cooled, I utilized an improved version of the shadow clone technique to conjure several red velvet cushions atop it. What do you think? Impressive. I've never seen ninjutsu used in this manner. I sat on the cushions and patted the space beside me. Come, take a seat. We need to discuss something. On the wall opposite the sofa, I intentionally left a flat rectangular area, which under the influence of the illusion transformed into a vast screen. I began playing clips from my favorite films, accompanied by dynamic music. I made a conscious effort to avoid all action scenes. As for a professional ninja, most cinematic fight sequences would either seem baffling or simply provoke laughter. Many scenes would likely be lost on Itachi, yet he remained transfixed by the screen. After all, some things transcend the boundaries of time and worlds, such as love. The first love story that came to mind was Titanic. In a flash, the chaotic snippets transitioned to scenes from Titanic, with Celine Dion's song providing the backdrop. Presenting such a film to a professional assassin may seem odd, but it was purely spontaneous. I could not conjure a better option. I needed something universally comprehensible, and I had no other ideas. As the film concluded, the final image of DiCaprio sinking into the depths vanished, and as the screen darkened, I noticed Itachi's gaze. He typically concealed his emotions, yet this time he appeared touched. Perhaps it was due to my subconscious inclusion of low-frequency sound effects that sent chills down one's spine. What is this? At last, my brother spoke, just as the screen faded alongside DiCaprio and Appo's last descent. Recently, I and Appo's VE had a strong desire to create. I shrugged. Music, films, literature. I could ignite a cultural revolution here, but they won't allow me peace. Even if I rid myself of the Sharingan, my genes still hold an allure for certain individuals. I see. Itachi's gaze returned to the screen, as if he could still perceive the film's imagery. At this moment, his expression seemed to indicate he had made some significant decision. The fervent light in his eyes made me uneasy, prompting me to shift the topic to divert his attention. Actually, I've been contemplating immortality. I seem to have achieved some results, but whether I succeeded remained to be seen. My pursuit of immortality was primarily driven by the desire to see if I would grow bored enough to wish for death a century from now. Itachi suddenly turned to me, seemingly startled by my words. I suspected that in the past 5 years, he had experienced more emotional fluctuations than in these few hours spent together. Now, I was intrigued by the question of whether one could become a god. We are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, and he had nearly transcended the boundary between man and deity. I activated the Sharingan, casting an illusion over us to guard against any eavesdroppers. Itachi, do you not wish to try becoming a god? Among the four with Mangeki Sharingan, your character most resembles the Sage of Six Paths. The Rinnegan is, in fact, an evolution of the Sharingan. As far as I know, one must implant the Senju clan's genes to obtain the Rinnegan. It seems it does not necessarily have to be the Rinnegan, merely the DNA will suffice. How do you know this? It is inscribed on the stone tablet of the sage. You can read it all, to some extent. It also documented the defeat of the Ten-Tails, but that is not what I wish to discuss now. Orochimaru, Captain Yamato, Obito, and Nagato possess DNA samples of Hashirama Senju. Moreover, Tsunade is the last of the Senju clan. Such information could not possibly exist on the tablet. So where did it come from? Itachi gripped my hand tightly, his expression a mix of anguish and intense focus as he gazed into my eyes. Brother, the cost of this information is too great for me. Please do not ask where I acquired it. My lips twisted into a bitter smile. For this knowledge, I had paid the price of 2 lives, and I had no idea how Itachi would react if he discovered, albeit unintentionally, that I had become the reason for Sasuke's death and replaced him. Some things are better left unknown. Why did you tell me about the Rinnegan? As I mentioned before, you resemble the Sage of Six Paths the most. If anyone is to be trusted with changing this world, it can only be you. However, I do not fundamentally believe that a complete peace can be achieved. Violence and cruelty are intrinsic to human nature. If these were to be eradicated in some manner, humanity would cease to be human or would simply devolve into a herd of herbivores. Sasuke. Itachi covered his face with his hand, leaning helplessly against the back of the sofa. Damn, it seemed I had overturned all his ideals for the second time in a single day. I should have revealed this information gradually, rather than overwhelming him with it all at once. Brother, I shook his shoulder. Cheer up. I haven't yet revealed the true purpose of this conversation. Is there more? Itachi asked in a lifeless tone. Yes, but it's not as grand as you might think. I must confide in you that I am grappling with certain issues regarding my motivation. At times, it feels as though a shroud envelopes me, causing me to forget the purpose behind it all, leading to a loss of the desire to continue living. If one day I find myself languishing in bed, unresponsive to the world around me, I implore you to take action. In such moments, Naruto typically creates shadow clones, who then drag me, clad in sleepwear, to the training grounds. Along the way, they often provoke within me a burning desire to eliminate them all. Frankly, I cannot fathom what might transpire if no one were to awaken me. Perhaps I would eventually rouse myself after a while. Yet, to validate this in practice is a daunting prospect. Is all of this my doing? Has my Tsukuyomi caused you such profound harm? No, I hastily assure him. It is merely a consequence of that knowledge. By the way, if I were to suddenly entertain thoughts that this world is but an illusion, with all of us as fictional characters, please do not mind it, all right? I do not truly believe that, although I have never held firm beliefs. And one last thing, I exhibit signs of a fragmented personality to some extent. What does that imply? Well, at present, there exist 342 distinct personalities within me. Itachi, whose complexion was already pallid, appeared even more so. Do not fret too much. They assist me and were consciously created by me. My most intricate jutsu is a product of their innovation. However, they share my motivational struggles, thus they are reluctant to take control of my body. Should I suddenly behave peculiarly? Well, even more so than usual. Please do not be concerned. My condition is entirely manageable, and thus far, no one in Konoha has ever harbored any suspicions. That about sums it up. Brother, do not wear that expression. I am well, and I am content with my life. So do not act as if I am on the brink of death. I grasped Itachi's cheeks and pulled them apart in an attempt to coax a smile from him. Brother, cheer up. I need you. It seemed to have a slight effect. At least Itachi no longer appeared as despondent. You have never inquired why I annihilated our clan. How much do you know? I possess a basic understanding of the past, merely the major events, and regarding the future, I can foresee events approximately 4 years ahead. Why only 4 years? I surmise that by then, the world will be approaching its end. More precisely, the conclusion of the manga. However, that seems improbable. Perhaps it is merely the conclusion of an era. Yet the most likely explanation is that I simply did not have time to read further. Read? Itachi regarded me with confusion. I shrugged in response. I also did not manage to finish it. We sat in silence for a while, Itachi processing this new information while I afforded him the time to collect himself. I dispelled the Tsukuyomi. Finally, I spoke. Itachi nodded, his expression returning to its usual indifference. Upon our return to reality, we appeared just as we had before our conversation. Brother, would you like me to share a story with you? Though they may be rather juvenile, given that I crafted them for Naruto, they are quite entertaining and all possess a happy ending. I doubted my capacity to focus on the narrative. Nonetheless, let us see. It cannot be that bad. Very well. I played Shrek on the screen. I remember laughing so hard the first time I watched it that my stomach ached. Itachi, however, remained expressionless. I leaned in closer, allowing our shoulders to touch, and began to convey my emotions to him. My self-emotional regulation system functioned optimally, presenting me with various emotions at appropriate moments, which I then projected onto him. Smile, or shed a tear, either is acceptable. This life is infinitely more appealing than the world you left behind. Do you think that if I were to uncover the entire truth in the future, I might lose my sanity? Even if it is not overtly apparent, I am certain I would not remain entirely normal. I slightly intensified the effects of the Tsukuyomi, noticing the corners of Itachi's mouth twitching as a hint of a smile emerged. Perhaps, just perhaps, everything will turn out all right. Chapter 28. New conditions and training within the stone chamber. Even the faintest sound of breath reverberated softly. After lying with my eyes closed for 5 minutes, I realized sleep would elude me this night. For 5 years, I had grown accustomed to Naruto's thunderous snoring, yet now, alone, I found it difficult to drift into slumber. Of course, I could hypnotize myself or conjure a clone for company, but I held a steadfast principle. I would never settle for a substitute when the genuine article was attainable. Thus, I rose and made my way to my brother and Appo's room. Brother, may I come in? Itachi had yet to sleep, sitting on his bed lost in thought. It was the first time I had seen his hair cascading down freely. I am unaccustomed to sleeping alone. Would you mind if I rested here? He paused briefly, then nodded. I quickly nestled under his covers, grateful that the bedding seemed ample enough for a man nearly 2 meters broad. Itachi's eyes widened in surprise, even in my childhood. I had never requested to share his bed. I'll help you fall asleep, I offered, to spare you from a night of restless thoughts. No. But I had already pressed my fingers against the pressure point on his brow, casting a hypnotic illusion. Itachi lay face down on the pillow. I turned him over to lie beside him, and a wave of comfort enveloped me. Naruto, despite his small stature, remained somewhat frail and restless in sleep, while Itachi's warmth and height made resting against him a sheer delight. The room was not particularly cold. It seemed to possess a unique ninjutsu that regulated temperature. Yet the bare stone walls offered no semblance of warmth. In the morning, I awoke first. I stretched lazily, blinking my sleepy eyes. My gaze fell upon the bare chest of the man beside me, wandering along the smooth, dark strands of hair scattered across the pillow, finally resting on his serene, relaxed face. Itachi's eyelashes were remarkably long. This man was truly handsome. Stop. Deep breath, my friend. Inhale, exhale, exhale. You are a man. A man. And this is your brother. Fortunately, that peculiar sensation soon dissipated. Occasionally, remnants of my former female consciousness would surface unexpectedly. The thought was unsettling. It had been 6 years since I had experienced even a kiss, let alone any other intimate contact. Moreover, I was in my adolescence. My hormones could spiral out of control at any moment, and no amount of emotional regulation would suffice. I needed to devise a solution to this dilemma. Thankfully, ninjas possess remarkable control over their bodies. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Thus, I lay there, my brother still asleep, while I internally grappled with my awkwardness. How strange. What was this sensation? I remembered it being nearly invisible before, but now it seemed to extend nearly to the middle of my cheek. I reached out to touch the peculiar patterns on his face, but just as my fingers were a mere centimeter away from their target, Itachi's hand clamped around my wrist with the swiftness of steel. Good morning. He stared at me for several seconds before releasing my hand. Did you sleep well? Did you enjoy the dream? I inquired. Was that your doing? Itachi sat up, rubbing his face, seemingly displeased with his relaxed state. Last night, I had employed a technique to guide his dreams, allowing him a glimpse into a corner of my inner world known as the lagoon, pristine white sands, palm trees, and a cerulean bay. In the distance, several young men and women played beach volleyball, while a group of children built sandcastles nearby. I typically refrained from using guided dreams, but this time, I briefly entered his dream to see what he was doing. Itachi reclined on a lounge chair, alternating his gaze between the sea and the frolicking children. Brother, try this. I offered him a coconut-flavored cocktail and a cotton candy stick, recalling his fondness for sweets. Then, I dashed toward the shoreline, conjuring a surfboard as I summoned the waves. You rascal! A massive wave crashed down upon the sandcastle. One of the children, who was actually a member of my inner world-esque think tank in disguise, leaped up and hurled a plastic frisbee at me. You shall pay for that, especially for the time you searched for traps in the bathroom. I laughed heartily in response, before returning to my own dream. You claim not to believe in a world devoid of violence, yet you have created a beautiful realm, Itachi murmured softly. You have only seen a small fragment. I did not show you the 6 paths of Hell or Umbrella Corporation. Itachi frowned, and I quickly continued. However, my disbelief in the possibility of a completely peaceful world does not imply that it cannot be achieved. I know someone whose conviction is powerful enough to inspire everyone. Perhaps you should have a conversation with Naruto? He possesses a unique skill he is unaware of. I call it Naruto's mouth jutsu. Unfortunately, I have immunity, having known him since childhood. Perhaps there may be an opportunity, Itachi murmured thoughtfully. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance, accompanied by muffled voices. It's Obito, Itachi said with a furrowed brow as he stood. I'll go answer the door. In an instant, a plan formed in my mind. I dashed from Itachi's room, weaving hand signs as I activated a protective matrix just in case. Simultaneously, I altered my appearance. A basic transformation technique would not deceive someone with the Sharingan, necessitating the use of a more advanced ninjutsu. By the time I reached the door, I had transformed into a girl of about 5 years, with large blue eyes, golden curls, and a pink, knee-length puff dress. I opened the door to find Obito standing there, dumbfounded and speechless. Uncle, who are you looking for? Obito remained silent, staring at me in shock. At that moment, Itachi strode into the living room with his usual authoritative demeanor, now donned in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, sitting on the sofa as if upon a throne. Brother, a peculiar person has arrived. Shall I let him in? Itachi nodded slightly, granting his consent. I opened the door wider and returned to my brother's side, settling comfortably on his lap. Itachi remained unfazed, his expression betraying no sign of disturbance. It seemed he had grown accustomed to my various antics. Or perhaps, due to his discomfort, his facial muscles had tightened beyond control. Ultimately, Obito could no longer contain himself, forming hand signs and shouting, "Release!" in hopes of dispelling the illusion. When he realized it was futile, he activated his Sharingan. Aha! Red eyes. I pointed at him, then turned to Itachi. Brother, did you not say that the goal of eliminating everyone was to make me the strongest? Can I deal with him now? Please, may I? No, Itachi replied expressionlessly, then inquired of Obito, what brings you here? Nothing. I accidentally took a wrong turn. Yes, just lost my way. I'll be on my way now. The true leader of the Akatsuki hurriedly retreated, closing the door behind him and fleeing with the speed of instantaneous movement, though the sound of his hurried footsteps echoed for several seconds in the distance. I sat motionless for nearly half a minute, then finally burst into laughter. No. It was more akin to hysterical laughter, rolling on the sofa. Oh my goodness. I wish I could see the expression on his face when he removes his mask. After calming down somewhat, I noticed Itachi smiling. Though merely a slight upward curve of his lips, it was indeed a smile. Once my laughter subsided, I returned to my normal appearance. Brother, shall we engage in a little training? Just in case, I did not deactivate the matrix, fearing the training might commence immediately. All right, let us go. 5 minutes later, we arrived at a vast underground training ground. It appeared to be merely a light warm-up. If Itachi were to unleash his full strength, this place would likely be reduced to rubble. According to the unspoken rules of ninjas, one must strike a formidable pose before engaging in combat, followed by a few words exchanged with the opponent, be it about the weather, the meaning of life, or the peculiar sight of all adversaries donning white slippers as they enter their graves. However, Itachi, being inherently taciturn, uttered but a single word, Sasuke. Even with the activation of my Sharingan, I could scarcely discern his movements. To evade the initial strike was nothing short of a miracle. I strained with all my might, feeling as though my muscles and joints might tear from the excessive tension, barely managing to hold on for approximately 30 seconds. Then, as if melding into the very air around him, Itachi seized the collar of my garment and flung me aside. I tumbled through the air several times before skidding 6 meters across the ground. Chidori. I struck the ground, unleashing a surge of electricity that surged toward my brother. Itachi leaped, yet in the air, evasion proved nearly impossible. The vertical arc of electricity caught him off guard. The powerful current penetrated his form, which instantly transformed into a swarm of black crows. Yet, this revelation did not surprise me. Worse still, the flock of crows charged toward me. I began hurling shurikens at them, and just as the last crow exploded in a burst of feathers, I exhaled in relief, only to suddenly feel a rush of air and the gentle brush of wings against my face. Where did that come from? Before I could comprehend the situation, Itachi materialized before me, delivering a fierce punch to my abdomen that sent me crashing against the wall, the impact so forceful that cracks appeared in the stone. Did I break a rib? Damn it, I cannot afford to shut off my pain receptors. Without the sensation of pain, the efficacy of my training would diminish by nearly threefold. Coughing, I spat blood onto the ground and swiftly conjured several shadow clones, hoping they would divert my brother's attention long enough to grant me 10 precious seconds. During this fleeting interval, I rose to my feet and steadied my breath. Fire style. Great fireball technique. I summoned a few fireballs, but Itachi dodged them with ease. Seizing the opportunity, I drew my tanto, infusing it with chakra, and launched my assault. When my blade effortlessly severed the kunai he had used to block, Itachi's eyes widened in astonishment. He discerned the dual nature of my sword, one edge flowing with lightning chakra, while the other brimmed with fire chakra. I must admit, I found delight in the expression upon his face. Yet, my jubilation was premature. An instant later, my brother sent me hurtling against the wall once more, simultaneously fracturing my wrist. I refrained from vocalizing my pain, having quickly severed the sensation in my hand. For anyone else, this battle would have concluded here, as a fracture would render hand signs impossible. Fortunately, the ninjutsu I favor requires no hand seals. Brother, I fail to comprehend. Are you angry with me? No. This is merely training. I am rather disappointed. You are exceedingly weak. Your taijutsu is utterly abysmal, and your swordsmanship is a complete shambles. Chapter 29. Intense training and hidden truths. It was evident that Itachi adhered to the philosophy that what does not kill us ultimately serves to make us stronger, showing no mercy in his approach, seemingly intent on thoroughly demoralizing me. Oh, how his disparagement of my abilities has left me utterly distraught. I could almost weep, not really. At my tender age of 13, I had yet to reach a commendable level of taijutsu, and there wasn't a single worthy swordsmanship instructor in Konoha. I had only begun to practice with a short blade a few weeks prior. As I spoke, I activated my healing chakra in my left hand, tending to my fractured limbs. To be honest, in the face of formidable adversaries, I would not resort to such techniques in battle. I merely wished to showcase my swordsmanship, which I believed was rather commendable. Wouldn't you agree? Rising to my feet, I offered a smile and formed a hand seal. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly and leaped back a bit. Previously, he had witnessed me perform simple genjutsu and ignite flames with a snap of my fingers. But the ability to perform single-handed seals was typically reserved for those endowed with unique Kekkei Genkai, those gifted with innate abilities. I decided to withhold the fact that I didn't actually need to perform seals even in his presence. I refrained from uttering the name of the jutsu, allowing it to remain a surprise. Between my brother and me, a pair of golden-haired twins appeared, a boy and a girl of similar age to mine. I muted my hearing and reinforced my eardrums with chakra to prevent them from shattering. The twins emitted piercing screams, forcing Itachi to evade their directed sonic attack, which left deep imprints on the stone. Moreover, their voices were exceedingly grating, causing my brother to furrow his brow at the particularly shrill notes. While they were preoccupied with my brother, I seized the opportunity to heal my hand. Eventually, Itachi conjured 2 shadow clones, and while the twins were busy shrieking at the original, he thrust kunai into their backs. Such a rudimentary jutsu could not deter me. I read his lips and smiled in response, showcasing my now repaired hand. The twins perfectly mirrored my smile, extracting the kunai from their bodies to reveal their instantly healed wounds. Then hurled the kunai and dozens of shuriken back at Itachi's clones. Summoning technique. I swiftly performed the seals akin to an ordinary summoning jutsu, tearing open my shirt and placing my palm against the sun tattoo on my body. Just like a standard summoning, the incantation spread across my skin. I indulged for almost a second in the look of shock on Itachi's face, only to be overtaken by excruciating pain, causing me to collapse to the ground. Blood erupted from my mouth, which I hastily covered with my hand. Following that, my abdominal skin tore open, and a massive black entity broke free from within me. In half a second, a 3-meter-tall creature, reminiscent of the extraterrestrial beings from the film Alien, stood before me, roaring with excitement. To be precise, I understood it was excitement. But to others, its gaping maw filled with sharp fangs appeared menacing. I fell to my side, clutching my abdomen, which radiated with green healing chakra, feigning a fatal wound. In truth, all of this was an elaborate genjutsu. Apart from the blood and pain, it would not have felt convincingly real without them. I could have conjured the creature with a mere snap of my fingers, akin to creating a shadow clone, but that would have failed to achieve the desired psychological effect. My opponent would believe I had unleashed my final card, teetering on the brink of death, while in reality, I remained virtually unscathed. Healing my abdominal skin was merely a matter of seconds. The creature, seemingly born from nightmares, evidently left a profound impression on Itachi. The 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes melded into the kaleidoscopic form of the Manjiki Sharingan. Once, a certain genius within my inner world speculated that chakra might move at the speed of light. Yet, despite our attempts thereafter, we could never accelerate it to that extent. Nevertheless, the creature composed of chakra retained remarkable speed. When I directly controlled it, I had to intentionally slow it down. But now, it was governed by my inner world, where time could be drastically accelerated. The pilot could even sip tea during the intervals between attacks, although that hardly seemed impressive. Hence, the control speed of this creature merely slowed reality by a factor of 3. Conversely, in the training grounds of the 6 Paths of Hell and Umbrella Corporation, they required no deceleration, moving so swiftly that even the Sharingan could not capture it. To evade the creature's onslaught, Itachi evidently exerted considerable effort. While the twins were equally occupied, the creature's projectile weapons could not harm Itachi. He adeptly dodged the fire release jutsu, and the genjutsu had no effect on him whatsoever. Ultimately, this aspect particularly astonished my brother. He was unaware that the creature lacked ordinary sensory perception. Meanwhile, I was securely guarded by my own genjutsu, easily able to sever external genjutsu. Only Tsukuyomi was an exception, but Itachi would no longer dare to use it against me. At last, the creature struck Itachi's chest with its tail, sending him crashing against the wall. I smirked in a vengeful manner, but quickly suppressed my gloating emotions. Did he dare to say my taijutsu was lacking? Humph. Simultaneously, the creature successfully spat a stream of acid at Itachi, which corroded his sleeve, leaving several burn marks on his arm. Nevertheless, as an S-rank ninja, he was not without merit, in the blink of an eye. He recognized that he was not merely taking hits but was deliberately luring his opponent into a trap. Amaterasu. Before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, the twins and the creature, skillfully gathered by Itachi, were engulfed in black flames. The creature's wails rivaled those of the twins. As it seemed, the pilot was indeed feeling the agony. Of course, he did not endure the full torment of being burned alive, but it was sufficient to cause him distress. Ultimately, he bore some responsibility for falling into the trap. Yet this battle was not without repercussions for Itachi. He clutched his left eye and knelt, gasping for breath. Thank heavens, there was no blood, but the veins had ruptured. From my assessment, my brother had expended over half of his chakra. My own chakra reserves were also dwindling, barely sufficient for a few uses of the more economical Chidori. However, my brother quickly regained composure, rising expressionless. I hastily emulated him, forming the seals to activate Chidori. I must have looked quite disheveled, bloodied, torn clothing, and covered in dust and debris. I retracted my earlier words. He was far from weak. Yet, that was still insufficient. Perhaps today's training should come to an end. I smiled faintly, extinguishing Chidori and collapsing to the ground. Itachi took a few steps toward me but halted upon hearing a sound behind him. Brother. I reversed the matrix. Appearing behind him, he spun around abruptly, astonished to see me, unscathed, impeccably dressed, and even brimming with chakra. What is going on? At that moment, the version of me that had been battling him dissipated like fireworks, transforming into golden sparks. Oh, I had undoubtedly crafted a masterpiece. After all, one must live up to the title of genius. You understand, it is a matter of identity. I could scarcely contain my triumphant smile. But this jutsu demanded extraordinarily precise control, necessitating a split in my persona. I placed my hands over him, channeling healing chakra to mend his burns. While my brother processed the reality, his younger sibling had not only mastered S-rank jutsu but had also invented an entirely new and peculiar technique. So unique that even his activation of the Manjiki Sharingan could not discern the ruse. As I reached out to heal the ruptured blood vessels in his eye, Itachi tensed, yet allowed me to proceed. By the way, brother, try not to strain your eyes too much. If I can fully awaken my Sharingan, we could exchange our eyes, granting us both eternal Manjiki. So please, do not go blind when that time comes. I shall endeavor to do my utmost. My brother, maintaining an air of serene composure, responded. Brother, I placed my hand over his chest, recalling the incident when he was struck by a tail. Could you not offer me a word of praise? I have created something remarkable. For years, I have diligently immersed myself in this ninjutsu, yearning to discuss it with others or to test it against a worthy opponent. As anticipated, cracks appeared in Itachi's ribs. While not severely detrimental, they would certainly lead to bruising and considerable pain. You are exceptional, Sasuke. I take pride in you. Itachi proclaimed with a smile. My heart skipped a beat. That smile was more lethal than any ninjutsu. If I were to say that girls pursued me since my early days at the Ninja Academy, then with a smile like Itachi's, all the female ninjas in the world would surely wage war for his attention. Noticing a change in my expression, my brother reverted to his usual poker face. Say it again, I implored. Itachi raised an eyebrow in surprise before the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I am proud of you, Sasuke. I found myself having to divert my gaze from his face. It appeared that Itachi found my reaction quite amusing. Do not blush. Absolutely do not blush. Remember, you are a man. I needed to find a way to control my hormones, or I might completely lose my composure. At that moment, his ribs had finally healed, and I conducted a thorough examination. However, the results left me far from elated. Turning to my brother, I activated my Sharingan, casting an illusion to safeguard us from eavesdroppers. Itachi, you are aware that Obito has been using some insidious means against you, which has already led to irreversible consequences. Itachi's face twitched slightly. I held my suspicions. My ninjutsu not only has the capacity to create a new body with an independent chakra source, but can also accomplish numerous other feats. I had never utilized it to heal such severe injuries, but it could not be worse than this. Open your mouth wider. I formed several hand seals, channeling medical chakra within me, transforming it into particles capable of absorbing toxins and repairing damaged cells. A faintly glowing, pale green, translucent column of energy emanated from my mouth and penetrated Itachi's. Though this ninjutsu appeared rather unrefined, its uniqueness lay in the fact that, as the blood circulated, the microscopic medical chakra particles would disseminate to every cell in the body, something ordinary medical ninjutsu could never achieve. The results would be evident in a few days. If they were unsatisfactory, I would attempt to concoct an antidote, though that might take considerable time. Thank you, Itachi remarked, lightly touching his lips. You always manage to surprise me. This is merely the beginning, I replied with a smile, dispelling the illusion. In my room, which I fondly referred to as the Gothic-style lounge, I collapsed onto the sofa. It had been quite a taxing morning. I then played a clip from the original work showcasing the battle between Itachi and me. I intentionally refrained from converting the characters into realistic forms, maintaining their two-dimensional appearance. As I was about to return to my room, my brother, drawn by the music from this alternate world, turned his head. Upon recognizing the protagonist on the screen, he stood transfixed. Before the screen dimmed, he seemed to remain utterly still. Well done, is it not? Indeed. What is that form with enormous hands replacing wings? It is Orochimaru's curse mark, which he implanted in me during the Nin exams. I was unaware when my brother had approached my side. He tugged at the collar of my shirt, revealing my left shoulder. Do not worry, it is not on this body. I attempted to extract something useful from the curse mark, but research indicated that utilizing the and Apos, Princess and Apos, was far more effective. Princess? Is that the black creature? They reside on the 6th level of Hell of 6 Paths, and on the 7th level, the lowest tier, resides the Queen. Is that not a summoning beast? No. I replied with a sense of pride. This is a modified body. By the way, the inspiration for creating them came from your Susanoo. The design of the Queen is modeled after Susanoo, but as you know, I cannot utilize it in Konoha, and the chakra consumption is exorbitant. Merely thinking about it pains me. This is truly remarkable. Initially, I classified this ninjutsu as S rank, but I believe it even surpasses S rank. And you achieved all of this without the Manjiki Sharingan. TCH. I frowned in dissatisfaction. I felt my ninjutsu had numerous flaws. For instance, I was uncertain what would happen if I were at the epicenter of an explosion or subjected to a powerful chakra absorption attack. Perhaps my body would be reduced to mere fragments by a single strike from a shark's skin. I will train you. You will undoubtedly refine this extraordinary ninjutsu to perfection. My brother spoke with unwavering conviction, as if making a solemn vow. You seem overly pleased. I narrowed my eyes suspiciously. It usually takes considerable effort to persuade you. Yet now you are volunteering. What is your ulterior motive? In response, Itachi's lips curled up slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible smile. That smile was laden with meaning, sending chills down my spine. I sensed that dark days were soon to descend upon me. Chapter 30. Special Training and Crisis. I slid down the wall. Having once again been sent flying by my brother's powerful punch, I attempted to catch my breath, feeling as though he relished in the act of striking me. Why would you think that? Itachi inquired with an expression of calm intensity, gradually approaching me. Ever since he discovered my ability to create new bodies, he had ceased to hold back, imparting his martial arts skills upon me with unwavering dedication. Although my brother refrains from using a sword, his mastery of swordsmanship remains extraordinary. resulting in not only frequent fractures but also a myriad of inexplicable wounds adorning my body. Yet, Itachi showed no concern for my pain. I formed hand seals and summoned something new. The princesses had become adept at countering Itachi in battle, even in the absence of Amaterasu. In truth, these summoned beings were continuously evolving, creating a balance of power between us. At that moment, Alice appeared between Itachi and me. In the confrontations between the creatures of the Six Paths of Hell and Umbrella Corporation, the princesses usually emerged victorious, yet Alice possessed her own advantages. Oh, Itachi, you are even more captivating in person than I had imagined. Honestly, just the thought of sharing a bed with you makes me willing to continue living in this world. The girl remarked with a knowing smile. Notably, she wore even less than usual, a short-sleeved top, shorts, weapon straps, and combat boots. I inwardly hoped my brother would and Appos. T deduced that she was merely voicing my own sentiments. Harlot, I muttered under my breath, you are 13 years older than him. Little brat. She teased affectionately. Before I could respond, she shot me in the forehead. In my inner world, her handgun fired explosive rounds, but in reality, it had been modified to release compressed fire-style chakra. My head and part of the wall behind me were blown apart by the small explosion. However, as it was my chakra, it merely caused a temporary imbalance in my physical structure, which restored itself almost instantaneously. It hardly hurt at all, I remarked, overcoming the brief dizziness and sticking out my tongue. What a pity. Then, she unexpectedly aimed her gun at Itachi. Until that moment, Itachi had maintained a peculiar expression. Observing the clash of personalities between Alice and me, he evaded the attack effortlessly. At times, I questioned whether he was some sort of superhuman. How else could one explain his remarkable abilities? He effortlessly dodged bullets fired from mere inches away, could eliminate a life with a single shuriken, and moved with such swiftness that it appeared he could teleport short distances, all accomplished solely through his Sharingan, without the need for ninjutsu. If he were to activate his Manjiki Sharingan, it would be wise to find a place to hide and keep a low profile. For a while, Alice maintained her distance through gunfire, but Itachi swiftly closed the gap. She displayed some prowess in martial arts, primarily aided by her ability to accelerate her personal time relative to the real world. She continually attempted to create distance to use her handgun and miraculously hit Itachi. Just as we believed victory was within reach, Itachi's clone dissipated, and another appeared behind her, instantaneously eliminating her. Damn it, I sighed, drawing my tanto and infusing it with chakra, sensing that my body would soon acquire additional wounds. In truth, I had never truly harmed him. Those minor scratches were hardly worth mentioning. A minute later, my own body was shattered. TSK. I clicked my tongue in frustration, preparing to try again. Could you not? For the sake of our relationship, allow me a single victory? Even if you were to feign defeat? I assure you, I will concede one day, little brother. But that day is certainly not today. Initially, I believed he had overlooked Alice's remarks, but that evening, Itachi unceremoniously ejected me from his bed. My attempts at cuteness and pouting proved futile. The sole concession he granted was allowing me to move my futon into his room. Though he had endured my presence for quite some time, I had anticipated he would have expelled me at the first opportunity. After all, he placed great importance on personal space, and he had never been fond of companionship. Yet, here I was, intruding upon his solitude. This training continued for approximately 2 weeks. My martial arts skills improved, and my speed appeared to have increased, yet I had still failed to land a single blow on Itachi. Despite the pilots mounting dissatisfaction from their repeated failures, they devised various clever strategies each day, instructing me on how to ensnare Itachi and secure a definitive victory rather than merely achieving a draw. Typically, members of the Akatsuki organization did not linger in the hideout for long, as it was far too dreary. They were either on missions or seeking amusement to pass the time. During this period, aside from Obito, Kisame, Pain, and Conan, I had not encountered anyone else since my first day. One rather dismal morning, my brother had to depart for a mission. He revealed no details regarding the task and did not take me along, though I had not pressed the issue. The first day was unbearably dull. I seemed to have quickly grown accustomed to Itachi's presence. Without him, the silence weighed heavily on my ears. I resorted to turning the television volume to its maximum, lest I succumb to auditory hallucinations. Even in the absence of Jinjutsu, I could hear inexplicable sounds and indistinct voices. Alone in the room, sleep eluded me. So I returned to the living room, wrapped in a blanket and clutching a pillow, lying in a heap on the couch. Thus, I spent the night in a state of half-dreaming as the television displayed scenes conjured from my mind. The following day, if such a thing were possible, became even more tedious. I did not even train, for without Itachi, training held no meaning. Upon reflection, I realized I had never endured such prolonged solitude in my life. Initially, Naruto had relied on me, always clinging to my side. Later, when I began to experience episodes, he became particularly attentive, ensuring I was not left alone for too long. My consciousness was enveloped in a thin veil of haze. I found myself powerless to resist, for during each episode, I remained oblivious to my condition. It was akin to inadvertently falling asleep and dreaming, unaware of the experience. I slipped into my inner world, where reality seemed to fade away. The dream shifted incessantly, yet each time I awoke from an episode, I could not recall the contents of my dreams. However, strange occurrences began to unfold around me. Everything trembled, cracks appeared, and a low rumble emanated from beneath my feet as the earth quaked. Sasuke! 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 I jolted awake, gasping for breath. After blinking several times, my vision finally focused, revealing Itachi's face hovering above me. His complexion, already pale, now resembled chalk. Itachi, what happened? I attempted to inquire, but my throat felt parched and raw. During an episode, my body would automatically enter energy-saving mode, merely sustaining my breathing and heartbeat. Each time I regained consciousness, I would feel an overwhelming weakness for several minutes. I tried to sit up, but I was unable and Itachi had to assist me. How long was I out? I gradually sensed my body returning to normal. You were unconscious for a week. I stared at him in astonishment. Are you saying I was in a coma for a full 5 days? That has never happened before. My previous record was 10 hours. Have you been calling for a long time? 23 minutes, Itachi replied hollowly. I swallowed hard, imagining what he must have endured. I'm sorry. I leaned closer, burying my face in his shoulder, unable to control my emotions. Sasuke. Suddenly, Itachi enveloped me in a vice-like grip, his embrace firm and unyielding. This is all my fault. I swear I will never leave you alone again. Brother, I mumbled, you're going to suffocate me. And this is my real body. Itachi immediately loosened his hold somewhat, but did not completely let go, keeping me pressed against him. His fingers gripped the fabric of my shirt tightly. The seams threatening to tear, yet the material held on. This has nothing to do with you. I must swiftly alleviate my brother's self-reproach, lest he spirals into unfounded worries once more. The fault lies with me. In my attempt to regulate my emotions, I inadvertently created a predicament. It remains uncertain whether I have succeeded in persuading him that this matter bears no relation to him, as his expression reveals nothing. Nevertheless, within misfortune lies the seed of fortune. My affliction has unexpectedly yielded some positive outcomes. While my body lies here, resembling a lifeless husk, my consciousness busies itself within the realm of my inner world. Although I cannot recall the specifics, other facets of my personality recount that I endeavored to invent an aircraft. In this inner sanctuary where I approached divinity, the task was not insurmountable. Though it was no trivial endeavor, the entire research department exerted considerable effort, ultimately presenting 10 potential designs. In truth, only one passed the virtual examination, while outlandish concepts such as flying carpets and aerial vessels were dismissed before they could even commence. Thus, I have acquired a remarkable new ninjutsu, awaiting only practical testing in the real world. It is curious that I did not conceive of this sooner, considering my fire release chakra is perfectly suited for it. Ultimately, I crafted a glider resembling a bat with a wingspan of 1.5 meters. It operates via jet propulsion, and a particularly clever individual at the Research Institute proposed equipping it with weaponry capable of launching chakra compressed to the size of bullets, be it fire or lightning release. Following my affliction, there was a period during which Itachi assumed the role of a protective hen, likely sensing my vulnerability, and he was almost eager to feed me with a spoon. Fortunately, my recovery was swift. I intended to test the glider during training that very day, but Itachi firmly refused. Thus, I had to wait until the following day. During the first training session, it became apparent that I posed no hindrance to Itachi in the air. He could effortlessly bring me down from various distances. Admittedly, I was still unfamiliar with maneuvering my ninjutsu, and had yet to fully grasp its characteristics, making it entirely reasonable for me to be struck by shurikens. A few days later, Itachi received a mission to capture Deidara alongside Kisame and Sasori. I was brought along as an uninvited guest. Itachi diligently honored his promise not to leave me behind, seemingly resolute in his intent to take me wherever he ventured. Chapter 31. Daily life with Akatsuki. On the way to our destination, silence enveloped us. My companions were not inclined to converse. It sufficed for Itachi and me to communicate through mere glances, engaging in a silent dialogue amidst the illusions. However, my brother preferred to remain mute for the most part, leaving me to articulate our thoughts. Itachi effortlessly vanquished Deidara with his Jinjutsu. Frankly, I found myself perplexed by Deidara's state of mind, as he lacked even the most rudimentary defenses against illusions. Even without the Sharingan, I could easily contend with him. Moreover, I was quite irked by the way he gazed at Itachi. His adoration was a privilege that belonged solely to me. However, the golden-haired youth soon launched into an incessant monologue about his art. I had witnessed his bizarrely designed bombs. If that could be deemed art, then it was undoubtedly an avant-garde that the world would reject. On our return journey, Deidara did not pause for a moment, passionately expounding upon his unique artistic vision. 20 minutes of uninterrupted prattle made me yearn to strangle this foolish blonde with my own hands. No wonder he resembled Ino so much. He truly ought to have been reborn as a girl, for that would better match his exterior with his interior. And honestly, his appearance was merely average. In my previous life, I might have found appeal in a blue-eyed, blonde-haired youth. If only he would keep his mouth shut, he could pass as handsome. After all, he was merely 16, the same age as I. In a serious terrorist organization, the members were either children or peculiar individuals, devoid of any semblance of normalcy. They aspired to conquer the world. I hastily suppressed the unwarranted emergence of my feminine persona deep within my subconscious, striving to focus on neutral thoughts. 10 minutes later, I imagined being able to shut my ears off, but such an act was imprudent while operating on enemy territory. 5 minutes later, Scorpion could no longer endure the incessant noise. Yet, rather than reprimanding the blonde nuisance who would inevitably become his partner, he commenced sharing his understanding of art, believing it should be as eternal as his puppets. Deidara retorted angrily, and it was evident that these two were indeed evenly matched. Half an hour later, I was prepared to engage both Akatsuki members in a brawl, provided they would merely cease their incessant chatter. Kisame attempted several times to quiet them, but they blatantly disregarded him. Meanwhile, Itachi maintained an expressionless facade. I suspected he had cast an illusion upon himself, transforming the impassioned drivel of these two artists into the soothing sounds of flowing water or rustling leaves. You both need to silence yourselves. I can demonstrate to you what true artistry is. I finally reached my breaking point. Until this moment, I had perfectly mimicked Itachi's poker face. But now my emotions erupted, leaving Deidara and Scorpion, who were not intimately acquainted with me, somewhat astonished. I summoned a glider and ascended into the air, conjuring 10 clones around me. At that moment, we were traversing a plain, nearing a modest mountain range. And an idea struck me. I would merge explosion with an eternal masterpiece. I flew towards a nearly vertical cliff, with my clones dispersing around me. We simultaneously performed hand signs and began to rapidly exhale tightly compressed fireballs, which would explode upon striking the rocks, even without activating the Sharingan. It aided me in precisely calculating the power and trajectory of these small fireballs. Upon completion, I recalled my clones and returned to the astonished Akatsuki members below. As the dust settled, everyone beheld the 20-meter-high portrait of Itachi, sculpted by the explosions on the cliffside. He sat upon a throne-like chair, striking his favored commanding pose. Finally, I added the finishing touch, an illusion of flames flickering within the portrait's eyes, casting the illusion from the rock towards the onlookers. It created the impression that the eyes of the painted figure had come to life, gazing intently upon the crowd. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. To be honest, I was taken aback myself. I had not anticipated such a stunning effect. Is this the true power of the Sharingan? Deidara finally spoke. No. This is the power of talent. I retorted fiercely, turning toward the golden-haired youth with a mischievous grin, having not activated the Sharingan during this period. I see. This is the power of a brotherly bond, Kisame interjected, bursting into laughter. TSK, Senior Kisame, you are merely envious. I never expected you to utter such an insightful remark. Can you even read? You little rascal. Kisame fell back to the spot where I had just been. Such a strong reaction, Senior. I soared higher on my glider, out of range of his sword strike, well aware of your interest in me. One day, I will kill you, Kisame threatened ominously. You won't be able to, I scoffed. If you possess the courage, come down and try. Just as my brother said, another time. I decided it was time to put the glider through a practical test. Until now, I had only practiced in the underground training facility, which, while spacious, lacked the necessary space for showcasing my abilities. I flew far away, testing my maximum speed and altitude. I soon discovered that the headwind was quite uncomfortable for my eyes, prompting me to fashion a pair of sunglasses reminiscent of those worn by Obito. At high speeds, the oncoming airflow constantly threatened to dislodge me from my glider, clearly indicating my body's poor aerodynamic performance. I reduced my speed and began to showcase various maneuvers, such as sudden stops and spins, experimenting with everything I could conceive. This was exhilarating, and I found myself marveling at why I had not thought of such delightful activities before. My cheers could probably be heard several kilometers away. Hours later, my face flushed with excitement, I finally caught up with the Akatsuki members ahead, having deliberately detoured to admire Itachi's portrait once more. I wondered if this place might have a name. What would Konoha think if they knew a monument had been erected for the traitorous shinobi who annihilated his clan? I caught up with the Akatsuki members near the entrance of their base. I did not dismount from my glider, instead hovering just above the ground as I followed them into the room, where Itachi was reporting to Pain about the failed mission to capture the Nine Tails. It appeared that a gathering was convened today to welcome the new members. Several individuals were already seated at the table, two of whom I did not recognize. They were clad in the signature red-clouded black cloaks and had not appeared in the anime. No one expelled me, despite my non-membership in Akatsuki. Obito was present as well. Though he had yet to be formally inducted, yet he already donned the distinctive cloak. Perhaps I should acquire one as well? At last, everyone assembled, and Pain entered the room accompanied by Conan. Once he settled into his throne, to be honest, he lacked the commanding presence of Itachi. He began to impart his ideology. He elucidated the organization's goals, to amass wealth, establish military hegemony, and ultimately conquer the world. While the speech posed no issues, it lacked a certain fervor. And as it neared conclusion, I found myself growing somewhat bored, deciding to assist our leader in creating an engaging atmosphere. Dark clouds began to coalesce above Pain's head, intermittently illuminated by crimson lightning. The room was expansive, and the ceiling faded into darkness, providing ample space for my display. The leader himself was oblivious to the spectacle above. but the others noticed, likely assuming it was a premeditated arrangement. When Pain declared our intent to conquer the world, the ground behind him was struck by ethereal lightning, perfectly synchronizing with the opening melody of Bach's toccata and fugue in D minor, merging seamlessly with the thunder. The acoustics of the room were superb, and I supplemented it with low-frequency sound effects that sent shivers down spines, causing the ground to tremble slightly. It did not take long for the leader to deduce the source of the phenomenon. There were only 2 individuals skilled in illusions here, and Itachi never engaged in such mischief. A moment of silence fell over the room as the Akatsuki members gradually recognized the unexpected occurrence, all gazes converging upon me. I, much like Itachi, maintained a stoic expression for a moment, but I noticed the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. 1 minute passed, then another. Ahem, well? My apologies, I could not hold back. I presented a harmless smile, dispelling the illusion. By the way, I have a question. Is it forbidden for the organization to fall in love? The response was a profound silence. However, everyone gazed at me in astonishment. Silence, indeed. Spoken agreement. I reached a conclusion and, employing my transformation technique, morphed into a version of myself 7 years older. Miss Xiaonan, do you have any plans for tonight? How about a date, just the 2 of us, surrounded by countless candles, rose petals, and a romantic dinner for 2? As if to affirm my words, an array of flowers began to bloom around her chair. Irises, gladioluses, lilies, roses, daffodils, some of which I could not even name. Within a minute, Xiaonan appeared to be sitting amidst a magnificent bouquet. Now, all eyes were fixed upon her, delighting in this spontaneous spectacle. Under such scrutiny, she blushed ever so slightly, which endeared her to me even more. I recalled she was already 30, yet she seemed no older than 20. I had never considered that blue hair could suit anyone, but it truly complimented her. Moreover, she was undeniably beautiful, even with that wretched robe obscuring her figure. I'm sorry, Sasuke-kun, but I cannot. Finally, she spoke. In an instant, the flowers withered, their petals cascading to the ground, turning to ash. How unfortunate. Should you change your mind, do let me know. I never genuinely expected her to acquiesce, yet perhaps she could offer a solution to my dilemma. Otherwise, I would suffocate from the unexpressed desires within me, and I would have to muster the courage to inquire how my brother addressed his needs. Pain swiftly concluded the meeting, dispersing everyone. Chapter 32. The mission of the Akatsuki in the present day. Whenever a mission is assigned, Itachi always takes me along. Typically, members of the Akatsuki operate in pairs. But with Kisame, we form a trio. Our tasks predominantly involve assassinating the most formidable rogue ninjas with the highest bounties in the black market. Itachi and Kisame usually alternate, with one engaged in battle while the other observes, and I, too, am accumulating practical experience. On several occasions, Itachi has allowed me to take the lead on a target. During my time in Team 7, I occasionally encountered adversaries with whom I had to fight for my life, yet we had never taken a life ourselves. However, our teacher, Kakashi, often had to handle such matters for us. At times, I pondered the fate of those defeated enemies, yet I never voiced this inquiry, fearing it might distress Sakura and Naruto. My first target was a weakling, and I found myself questioning why his life was worth a bounty of 10 million. I employed a technique favored by illusionists, distorting his perceptions. He likely underestimated me, thinking my 13 years rendered me inconsequential, believing he had ensnared me with chakra threats. He activated the explosive tags attached to them. In truth, he had ensnared himself, effectively committing suicide. After losing my innocence in this manner, I earnestly reflected on the sensations following my first kill. Even with the enhancement of my perception through my own illusions, I could only articulate it as a vague bewilderment. I had not even lifted a finger, I had merely activated my Sharingan. I stood beside the dismembered corpse for a considerable time, filled with disappointment and confusion. You possess quite a bit of potential, kid, Kisame grinned, revealing his triangular teeth. Next time, be mindful not to mangle the body too severely. Otherwise, you'll have to carry the dead weight yourself. Are you mocking me, senior? I coldly inquired. He killed himself. I had barely touched him. In the next battle, it was I who became careless. Overconfident in my abilities, I let my guard down, yet I still activated my formation due to my ever-increasing vigilance. In truth, even when not engaged in combat, I maintained a semi-active state of the formation, prepared to conjure something should the need arise. This opponent evidently possessed a unique bloodline limit. Otherwise, how would he have green hair and rainbow-colored markings nearly consuming his entire scara? I believed I had successfully ensnared him with my illusions. Yet it seemed he was aware of my identity from the outset. As I launched my lethal strike, his body dissolved like mud. I attempted to leap away, but the ground beneath me transformed into liquid, ensnaring me up to my neck. So, you are one of the last remnants of the Uchiha clan? He taunted. No wonder your clan was annihilated. If all of you are as feeble as you, it is hardly surprising. But now, eyes bearing the Sharingan are even more valuable. He reveled in his arrogance for quite some time. I had not felt such shame in a long while, not due to his jeers, but because it was utterly embarrassing to fall into such a simple trap before my brother. Had this ninja not been so preoccupied with philosophizing about the meaning of life and instead sought to eliminate me directly, I would have been compelled to reveal the capabilities of my formation. Yet, I wished to keep it as my secret weapon for as long as possible. Unless I could instantaneously divert his attention, I had no means to ensnare him with my illusions once more. I had to devise another plan, concentrating my lightning chakra into the ground to weaken the earth-style technique binding me. Even for me, manipulating elements without hand signs proved challenging. And I found myself jolted by my own electricity, as I extricated my hand from the earth and launched a small bolt of lightning at him. He leapt away in an instant. Thinking of struggling? You won't last long. He began forming seals to summon stone spikes, but I had already freed myself from the trap, conjuring glider wings to ascend into the air. From above, I attempted to strike him with lightning once more, yet he evaded it and burrowed underground. While the Sharingan is indeed potent, capable of perceiving chakra, it pales in comparison to the Byakugan when it comes to sensing enemies. Indeed, this was my Achilles heel. My perceptive abilities were nearly non-existent. The princesses could detect him and even drag him out, but this was also a secret weapon. The fewer who knew, the better. If it were merely a matter of eliminating the enemy, I could easily obliterate this place with compressed fire chakra. But I needed to ensure his corpse remained intact rather than reduced to a pulp. I summoned a shadow clone and instructed it to jump around on the ground, shouting, "Which one of us is the weakling? Come out and fight like a man." To my astonishment, this proclamation bore fruit. The ninja revealed himself, attempting to create a trap beneath the clone to crush it. I struck him with lightning, but it turned out to be yet another Earth-style clone. Damn it. My chakra was nearly depleted, and after being struck by my own lightning, my entire body ached. This bastard's immortality was driving me insane. I had been entangled with him for nearly 15 minutes, whereas my battles with Itachi lasted no longer than 5. Now, I couldn't even take down a common ninja. Finally, I devised a way to lure him out. I expended nearly all my chakra to summon 4 clones. They positioned themselves at the corners of a square, within which I could perceive the enemy's chakra. Lacking the precision to pinpoint his location, I resorted to a widespread attack. Chidori Stream. The clones formed seals and struck the ground with their hands. Lightning immediately spread outward, forming a closed figure before beginning to expand. To avoid electrocution, the ninja was forced to leap to the ground, and I finally struck him. His chakra was nearly spent as well, allowing my 6 paths kunai and lightning sphere to find their mark. His body collapsed to the ground, while my clones and glider wings dissipated, leaving me seated upon a small patch of grass, miraculously alive, utterly drained of strength. Huh, I thought you were done for. Kisame and Itachi appeared beside me. Senior, you remain as kind as ever, I replied glumly. After training with one of the strongest ninjas in the world for so long, I nearly embarrassed myself in my second battle. Itachi's expression revealed nothing, yet I was deeply dissatisfied with my performance. The worst part was that I now had to remain in this nearly chakra-less vessel, with only enough chakra left to heal. Had I returned to my unscathed original body, Kisame would undoubtedly sense that this was no illusion, given his keen chakra perception, coupled with the fact that he had learned to discern illusions from prolonged collaboration with Itachi. I glared at the corpse. After such an ordeal, aside from my exhaustion and pain, I had to extract something from this experience. Senior, we only need his head, right? Yes, what are you planning to do? Silently, I enveloped my hand with medical chakra and approached the corpse. The human body is so fragile, if one desires, it can be torn apart with bare hands. I exerted minimal effort to reach into his chest cavity, locating the heart and extracting it. Had someone told me in my past life that one day I would delve into another corpse, I would never have believed them. Yet, I recalled a time long ago when I followed a complex recipe to prepare a New Year's roast chicken, during which I had to separate the meat from the bones without damaging the skin. At that moment, I felt like a madman, a blend of a pathological anatomist and a necrophile. With that experience, extracting a heart became a trivial task. Moreover, I could not forget my studies in medical school. Although I had never performed a complete surgery, I had observed numerous corpses. An uncontrollable, almost maniacal smile crept upon my lips. Under the influence of my medical chakra, the heart began to pulse, as if it were still alive. Blood trickled down my hand, dripping from my elbow. What do you need the heart for? Kisame inquired cautiously. I turned to him, my gaze conveying the absurdity of his question. Of course, to consume it, I replied, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. A means to swiftly restore vitality after battle. To my surprise, he seemed to genuinely believe me. His expression transformed. Even Itachi's eyes reflected a hint of peculiarity. Oh, I was just teasing you, I chuckled. I'll simply place it in a small vial, pour in some formaldehyde, and begin collecting my specimens. My laughter resonated with joy. At that moment, they appeared uncertain as to which scenario was more troubling. Perhaps it was best not to reveal that my intention for the heart was to conduct a ninjutsu experiment. My chakra permeated every cell of this unfamiliar heart, and then I tucked it away in my inner world, where my true self resided. Kisame, upon witnessing the heart vanish from my grasp, seemingly resolved not to pursue the matter further, seeking comfort in his own mind. Chapter 33. Life in the Akatsuki Organization. On the journey back to the Akatsuki stronghold, I instructed the Research Institute of my inner world to study this new heart and its capabilities, accelerating time in that realm. Thus, when we returned to the base, everything was meticulously prepared. The brilliant minds at the institute had constructed models and completed their studies. As I anticipated, with the heart of a ninja proficient in earth techniques, I could create clones endowed with similar abilities. The only drawback was that these clones could not utilize my lightning and fire techniques. However, such limitations were unavoidable. Kisame and Itachi reported to the leader, while I made my way directly to the training grounds. During this period, my brother and I had transformed the area beyond recognition. The walls and floor were anything but even, littered with craters from explosions and areas scorched or corroded by acid. Yet, this environment was ideal for rigorous physical training, pushing us to our limits. I recently discovered that since we began training together, Itachi had concealed the training ground with genjutsu to prevent other Akatsuki members from discovering it. Initially, he believed my skills were limited to a mere genin level and wished to shield my weakness from others. However, after our first encounter with the princesses, his perspective shifted. In Itachi's absence, I summoned clones to experiment with various earth techniques. The sensation felt somewhat foreign, as it differed greatly from my experiences with fire and lightning. My repertoire consisted of merely 3 earth techniques, all mechanically replicated from Kakashi-sensei via my Sharingan. I chuckled to myself, eagerly anticipating the surprise I would unveil for Itachi. While simple traps like creating an earthquake would hardly deceive him, the mere fact that I could wield the techniques of others would surely astonish him. The initial training session revealed that even if I amassed all techniques, I would still be unable to triumph over Itachi in physical confrontations. Nevertheless, exhibiting my newfound abilities left a lasting impression on him. I also disclosed that the idea of collecting the hearts of others was not my own, but rather the brainchild of Kakuzu, who had gathered 5 distinct elemental hearts, all residing within him. My brother had, aside from that, life was relatively despite its labyrinthine such as replacing the shadow pillows with Itachi seemed to have fully embraced during our leisure time. If a nearby town was within reach, while Kisame would mutter that we were both, Itachi and I were likely the only two. The vast underground complex was predominant. It was best not to disturb Itachi when he, what a folly it was on that fateful. My naivety led me to create one that, as I had to relinquish everything, resulting in the emergence of new titles. Not a single serious detective novel could. I ventured near the main hall and decided to take a gander at Orochimaru's hand. If I were to snap off a thumb as a memento, I hope no one would mind. Surely, the leader would not begrudge a small token of someone else's DNA for a good cause. Just as I reached for the hand, a thunderous shout echoed from behind, nearly making me leap in fright. What are you doing? Afei, I gasped, turning around with my hand pressed to my chest. Do not sneak up on me like that. What brings you here? You know. I lowered my gaze, a blush creeping onto my cheeks. I have an uncontrollable fondness for severed hands. This one was simply exquisite, even mummified, a true work of art. Although the ring needed replacing with something golden, adorned with diamonds. I gazed longingly at the hand, lowering my eyelashes, my face reddening further. In that moment, I regretted one thing, not being able to see the expression behind Afei's mask, which I was certain would have been amusing. If you truly admire it, feel free to take it. The true leader of the Akatsuki retreated a couple of steps. Really? Is it truly permissible? The hand felt like a desiccated twig in my grasp. My treasure. Come to me, my dear. I cradled the hand in my arms as one would a child, gently caressing it. For Afei, this was likely an unpleasant revelation. Uchiha's last scion turned out to be a lunatic. However, that was merely the tip of the iceberg. Itachi's brother was even more profoundly deranged. Afei reveled in playing the jester for amusement, yet Sasuke was genuinely mad. His actions were no mere performance, and his Sharingan could not deceive. Itachi had painstakingly nurtured a vengeful spirit, only to find himself burdened with guilt as he cared for his brother. It might have been more merciful to end his life directly. Upon returning to my room, I placed Orochimaru's hand on a shelf I had prepared specifically for maintaining this peculiar hobby. Now, in a seldom-used third bedroom, I had indeed amassed a collection of hearts submerged in jars. I needed a plausible explanation for why I frequently removed such items from corpses. In truth, only those hearts devoid of elemental attributes made it to this collection. The others were stored within my inner world. By the way, the nails on that mummified hand were still painted. It seemed I was the only one here who did not indulge in manicures. Perhaps it was time for a change. However, I had never seen Itachi with painted nails. This was surely part of some ceremonial practice related to the ring, perhaps even the robe. Of course, I could have simply altered the color of the nails directly, but we do not take shortcuts. Thus, I summoned 3 residents from the Sunlight Hall. In reality, the Sunlight Hall was almost always devoid of permanent residents, yet numerous personalities would frequent it daily. The inhabitants of my inner world chose their destinations based on their moods. Now, 3 girls appeared before me, one with golden locks, another with raven hair, and the last with fiery red tresses. The attire in the Sunlight Hall was quite daring. The less fabric, the better, with transparency being the goal, and bracelets on hands and feet were essential accessories. Only those assuming the role of rulers could afford to dress more modestly. The golden-haired girl commenced my manicure, applying black nail polish, while the red-haired girl performed a belly dance, and the dark-haired one fed me grapes, rare delicacies in this realm. Comparatively, Naruto's harem techniques paled in comparison to my girls. Each of them possessed their own chakra source, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, even to the Byakugan. As for their combat capabilities, I could not ascertain, for they were far too lazy and utterly unwilling to train. Not one could be persuaded otherwise. However, when it comes to appearances, there is nothing to critique. Everyone selects their styles based on personal preferences, resulting in a diverse array of beauty, with an abundance of styles to behold. According to the conventions of shounen manga, every typical male protagonist ought to have a harem. Although I may not be the principal character, my abilities far surpass those of others. For instance, as the last surviving member of the nearly extinct Uchiha clan, I theoretically have the potential to marry multiple wives. During my time at the Ninja Academy, I was perpetually surrounded by a throng of girls, so I had little to worry about in that regard. Yet, it fills me with deep regret that not a single one is within several kilometers of me at present. Engaging in ambiguous interactions with my clones is utterly excessive, and it contradicts my principle of solely utilizing my true self. My only indulgence lies in relishing the visual delight presented by these beauties. Everything seems splendid, if one overlooks the fact that these girls are, in some respects, also a part of me. They evidently take great pleasure in adorning my charming visage, showcasing their beauty, and exhibiting exquisite attire and jewelry, which leads me to question my own masculinity. The blonde girl was just finishing painting my toenails when the door to Itachi's room swung open abruptly, revealing him standing in the doorway. For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the room. Well, not complete silence, as the red-haired girl continued to dance to her music, the small bells on her bracelet producing a captivating rhythm. Yet, her smile became more audacious, and if her movements could be any more sensual, they would undoubtedly be more provocative. I silently apologized to my brother. According to the latest survey, 2/3 of my inner personas deem you flawless. The remaining third often mimics your attire. I quietly expressed my regret. For every time a female clone appears, they immediately cast flirtatious glances at Itachi. In truth, Itachi usually remains engrossed in his books, impervious to distractions, even if I were to throw bombs in his vicinity. However, this time he decided to check on what I was doing. Was it the music that drew him in? He intended to listen, but nearly stumbled upon an adult version of 1001 Nights. I broke the awkward silence, stating that I was applying nail polish. I deliberately waved my hand. The blonde girl chuckled softly, completing the final toenail. All done, sir. Do you require anything else? Her tone suggested that the something else was of an adult nature. This is a disaster. What will my brother think of me? Understanding dawned upon him. After uttering his words, Itachi vanished behind the door. What astonishes me most about Itachi is his disinterest in my affairs. Regardless of the antics I conjure, he merely observes in silence. I cannot fathom whether it is due to having abandoned me for so many years, feeling unqualified to admonish me, or some other reason entirely. I find it utterly incomprehensible. Should I directly inquire, he would undoubtedly remain reticent. Chapter 34. Visitors to the base and a unique coming-of-age ceremony on a day that can hardly be described as beautiful. An unexpected knock echoed at our door. Guests at the Akatsuki base are an exceedingly rare occurrence, this being only the second instance during my stay. If the last visit involved Haydn kicking down the door, this time the unknown visitor approached with a tentative scrape rather than a knock. I found myself once again heading to the door, and to my astonishment, the person standing there was none other than the visibly agitated Deidara. His expression was more frenzied than usual, reluctant to let him in yet unable to leave him outside. After all, he might unleash an explosion that would obliterate my cherished Gothic-style living room, which I had adorned with several medieval-themed tapestries. I finally relented. Come in, since you're here, I said. Deidara entered with a determined look, but paused at the threshold, evidently taken aback by the room's decor. Having mastered Earth Chakra, I had made some modifications to this space, adding embellishments and reliefs. Such artistry was virtually non-existent in this world, leaving this slightly art-savvy ninja momentarily speechless. Soon, however, a near-desperate expression overtook his features, causing me to tense in anticipation of what might unfold. I recalled how, in the anime, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Itachi after their defeat, spending years training his left eye to counter Genjutsu. His duel with Sasuke in the original narrative stemmed primarily from a desire to challenge the Sharingan. Please, be my teacher. Deidara suddenly knelt in a manner reminiscent of Japanese customs. I was momentarily stunned, staring incredulously at the golden-haired youth. What? I blurted out, feeling utterly foolish. You have shown me the true power of art, a realm I cannot surpass no matter how hard I try. I beseech you, teach me. This was quite an unexpected turn of events. It seemed that my impromptu portrayal of Itachi had resonated with him more than I anticipated. I was somewhat reluctant to take on the role of a mentor, unsure of what or how to teach. Conversely, rebuffing this explosive maniac could lead to my relocation to another corner of the base, if there was anything left of it afterward. From another perspective, imparting a few lessons in cultural studies would not be particularly challenging for me. I could even supplement them with illustrations. In exchange, he could accompany me in training sessions to test the extent of large-scale explosions on my matrix. Moreover, having a disciple could bring a sense of pride. Rise, my young apprentice. I shall unveil the secrets of art to you, I declared, unable to suppress a smile. I decided to show Deidara Star Wars so he could experience something profound. I commenced my lecture by discussing the general understanding of art and its myriad functions. Initially, Deidara attempted to interject, insisting that art was nothing more than explosions. However, an annoyed sound from me silenced him. Strangely, this tactic proved effective. It seemed this golden-haired boy was genuinely beginning to regard me as a teacher. As inspiration surged within me, I almost forgot the purpose of our gathering. I began with cave paintings and traversed through to modern art, employing Jinjutsu to showcase various artworks, striving to encompass every artistic domain I could conceive. The illusions morphed seamlessly from paintings into sculptures and architecture, operas transformed into circus performances. Ethereal dance partners twirled around us in a Viennese waltz, gradually transitioning into ballet, and eventually evolving into modern dance. This finale appeared to be Deidara's favorite, which was understandable given his youth and the local standard of partial nudity among the dancers. I concluded by discussing the principal art movements, providing examples to illustrate my points, and delved into the sacred proportions in their applications. Recognizing that Deidara lacked proficiency in this area, his creations were often whimsically conceived. As I neared the end, I touched on unconventional forms of artistic expression, such as performance art, carnivals, body art, shadow puppetry, land art, and installation art. The golden-haired youth seemed utterly astounded, overwhelmed by the plethora of fascinating ideas swirling in my mind. I felt a twinge of guilt for presenting the world's artistic heritage as my own invention, but surely I could not confess my origins from a parallel universe. It matters not the form you choose. Your task is to transcend boundaries, astonish your audience, and unveil your inner world. Now, Deidara, your first assignment, surprise me. There is no time limit, but do try not to take several years. I understand, Deidara exclaimed, springing to his feet as if he were about to embark on creating a masterpiece. The fervor radiating from his eyes unsettled me, as it seemed he might be contemplating a colossal explosion. I grasped the collar of his Akatsuki cloak to steady him. Deidara, let me clarify the task. I said surprise me, not blow half the world to smithereens. Dying young is undoubtedly cool, but consider how many masterpieces would never come to fruition if you were gone. Having imparted this caution to my first, and likely only, apprentice, I allowed him to depart. Congratulations on acquiring your first disciple. Suddenly, I heard Itachi and Appo's voice behind me. Itachi, have you been here long? I spun around, surprised. From the very beginning, I placed a hand on my forehead in exasperation. Itachi's lips twitched slightly, a gesture that in his demeanor was akin to roaring laughter. Sasuke, he said, resting a hand on my shoulder, if you ever decide to pursue your first dream, I will support you wholeheartedly. Thank you, I replied, smiling, though I feared that to achieve this dream, he would need to keep a vigilant watch over me. Perhaps even poke me with a stick now and then to prevent me from being distracted or slacking off, if necessary. Itachi paused meaningfully, his gaze speaking volumes. Well, for now, I shall continue as a ninja. However, upon retirement, I may consider dabbling in the arts. Having been here nearly a year, I realized that tomorrow marked my 14th birthday. I perceived this as a splendid opportunity to finally address the hormone issues that had been plaguing me of late. I often found myself unconsciously viewing Deidara as a girl, and as the saying goes, hunger knows no bounds. As for the desires of my feminine persona towards him, I felt too embarrassed to articulate them in my mind. Run, Deidara, run. Itachi, you know tomorrow is my birthday, right? Of course, he said, even setting his book aside to look at me. What are your thoughts? Well, I began, feeling somewhat bashful. I am now fully grown. My face flushed uncontrollably as I blurted out, I want to spend the entire night at a brothel, and I want the full service. Wow. It seemed I had successfully left him momentarily flustered. On reflection, I realized that having stayed with him for so long, I had never seen him engage with anyone romantically. Was he also single like me? How about we explore the pleasure district together? I proposed, and to my surprise, I detected a slight blush on Itachi's cheeks. In truth, I could acquire any girl I desired, or even a boy, if I chose. My feminine persona interjected, yet I dismissed her as usual. If my appearance and innate charm were insufficient, I still possessed the Sharingan, capable of easily subduing others and Appo's wills. Theoretically, I could find a girlfriend, or two. As my inner voice chimed in the nearby towns and visit her from time to time. But first, I needed to ensure that everything was functioning normally. If I were to falter at such a crucial moment and tarnish the carefully curated image of a cool young man, it would be utterly humiliating. Thus, I resolved to seek the guidance of professionals first. That evening, I arrived at the venue with Itachi. He generously covered the cost for a night at the most prestigious establishment, and before I could inquire about his own plans, he vanished as if he had never been there at all. The young master. It seemed the madam welcomed me with the warmth typically reserved for family. Perhaps it was rare for someone as striking as I to frequent such a place. Generally, children of 14 are prohibited from entering establishments of this nature. But ninjas abide by different rules. After all, many do not live to see adulthood. Thus, once they become chunin, they are regarded as fully capable individuals. I am merely a genin for now, yet none are privy to that fact. The madam presented me with a plethora of enticing options. Various girls feigned engagement in their own activities, some strumming instruments, others performing the tea ceremony. and yet others practicing calligraphy, though the screens meant to create an air of intimacy were positioned in a manner that revealed every geisha. Moreover, this establishment prides itself on fulfilling any whimsical desires, provided one can afford it, hence the presence of men as well. Even the security at the entrance seemed to be part of the menu. Otherwise, why employ ordinary individuals for such a role? This establishment could easily afford ninjas for security. My gaze wandered for a moment before I finally made my selection. I chose this one and that one, and I want him. Ah, how striking. Perhaps a touch feminine, but that hair. My eyes fell upon a boy with cascading golden curls that reached his waist. I typically dismiss the voice of my alter ego, yet. Enough. I have been a man for 7 years, surely I deserve to indulge myself today. It's settled. I will choose this charming lad. I then stated aloud, and him. The following morning, I awoke in high spirits, despite having only a few hours of sleep. I stretched languidly, surveying the battlefield, rumpled sheets and 3 bodies still in a state of unconsciousness. By the way, the beds here are magnificent. One could easily accommodate 10 without feeling cramped. What can I say? Modestly speaking, I am a deity. I scarcely recall which deity presides over corporeal pleasures in the local pantheon, but I could effortlessly assume that role. Overall, a ninja's endurance is a splendid asset, lending itself to many intriguing applications. I dressed and set out to find my older brother, Itachi. We had not arranged a meeting place, but I knew precisely where to locate him. On my way to the nearest cake shop, I struggled to suppress a radiant smile reminiscent of Naruto's. The golden glow surrounding me and the ethereal drifting buttons were mere figments of others' imaginations. They bore no relevance to me. Absolutely none. As anticipated, Itachi was seated at a table in the cake shop, intently savoring his dessert. 4 waitresses, currently unoccupied, huddled behind a nearby screen, whispering amongst themselves about this handsome gentleman. Itachi, of course, could clearly hear and see them, yet he remained impervious to their presence, exuding a regal calm. Good morning, Itachi. I placed my hand on his shoulder and leaned down to kiss his cheek. Itachi regarded me with mild surprise. I typically did not express such familiarity. He was not fond of others encroaching upon his personal space, and I endeavored to respect that, except during my nightmares. Huh, she truly has a nosebleed, I muttered, glancing at the flustered waitresses. From behind the screen came suppressed shrieks, indistinct cries, and even the sound of bodies collapsing. I hadn't anticipated my jest would have such an impact. I took a seat opposite Itachi, propping my chin on my hands, my face adorned with an unabashedly joyful smile. Thank you, Itachi. This is the best birthday I have ever had. Indeed. Itachi shrugged slightly. What was with your glum expression before I arrived? And if you don't mind, could you share what you did last night? Before the genin could respond, 3 waitresses rushed over, or rather 4. It seemed they were still recovering from the shock. What can we get for you? Well, you see, today is my birthday, and I would like a grand birthday cake, with a beautiful girl in a swimsuit inside. I replied with my most charming smile. The waitresses paused in astonishment for several seconds. I'm sorry, but we don't have that. As I feigned disappointment, they immediately began chattering. But we will certainly find a way to make it happen for you. I wondered if they would don swimsuits at my request. Well, there were already beautiful girls here. Another captivating smile. It seemed if this continued, they too would be carried away like the 4th. Fortunately, they treated me with the utmost courtesy and allowed me to spend time alone with Mr. Itachi. Moreover, Itachi said nothing about my behavior, while it surely surprised him. He remained his usual self. He truly is the perfect brother, never scolding or meddling, always willing to do anything for me, and never stingy with money. From any perspective, he is simply flawless. As for his past actions, such as life. Chapter 35, Terrifying Dreams. Who are you? A robust and luminous rope coiled around me like a serpent, tightening its grip with each passing second. My mouth opened, and a name escaped my lips, a name I had long forsaken. Even in this moment, I could not hear that name, for I had lost the right to utter it long ago. Before me stood Itachi, his visage contorted. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan transformed into the circular patterns of the Rinnegan. What have you done to Sasuke? I killed him, replaced him. My mouth responded involuntarily. No matter how desperately I wished to defend myself, no words emerged. The truth was as I had just stated. At that moment, I did not comprehend what was unfolding. I thought it was merely a dream, yet that did not absolve me of my sins. With a single touch, I had obliterated his beloved brother, simultaneously shattering the essence of his existence. I had never witnessed such a version of Itachi. He resembled a demon. His hair flowed wildly, his features grew increasingly severe, and his eyes sparkled with a murderous intent that radiated like a searing flame, instilling profound dread. Die. The rope's grip constricted further, crushing my bones one by one. Yet, more agonizing than the pain was the hateful gaze Itachi directed at me. The worst part was my inability to justify myself. He now believed I had deliberately usurped his brother's body, deceiving his trust. Forgive me, forgive me. I did not wish for things to unfold this way. I know not what transpired. Though I screamed internally, my lips remained silent. Sasuke, Sasuke. Someone shook my shoulders, and upon seeing Itachi's face above me, I recoiled in terror. Then, I finally realized it was all but a nightmare. Yet this nightmare might one day manifest into reality. Forgive me, Forgive me, forgive me. I clung to him, babbling incoherently with apologies. I did not mean to. I did not understand what transpired. I thought I was dreaming. I merely touched him, and then, forgive me, forgive me. Suddenly, I found myself weeping. For 8 years, I had believed I could no longer cry. It turned out I had simply lacked a true opportunity. What did Itachi mean to me? Was he my most cherished anime character? The one I admired and aspired to surpass? A brother? A dear friend? The anchor that tethered my consciousness in this world? I knew not the answer, but the thought of losing him filled me with unfathomable dread. Sasuke, I know not what you dreamed of, but it was merely a nightmare. Itachi clumsily attempted to comfort me, evidently startled by my peculiar behavior. You did nothing. I did something terrible, albeit not intentionally. I hope you never discover it, but if one day you do not take my life with your own hands. Anyone else will suffice, just not you. I beg of you. Itachi whispered in shock. I could never do that. No matter what you have done, I cannot hate you. A bitter smile tugged at my lips. Remember your words, Itachi. When the time comes, do not claim that I did not forewarn you. I closed my eyes, letting out a deep sigh, striving to regain control over my tumultuous emotions. It was profoundly unfair. I could only experience genuine and complete feelings within nightmares, while in the mundane reality, I could only feel a pitiful semblance, needing to enhance it with my own chakra. At last, my body began to relax, my pulse slowed, and my tears ceased. I released my spasmodically clenched fingers, letting go of Itachi's clothing. I need to get some fresh air. I murmured, a vague longing stirring within me, yearning to do something, even if it were merely to wander through the dim, winding corridors until the feelings from the nightmare faded, allowing me to rediscover myself. Just as I was about to rise, Itachi pulled me back, preventing my departure. To my astonishment, he embraced me, holding me tightly against him, a display of emotion he rarely exhibited. The one who ought to apologize and seek forgiveness was I. I still could not fathom why you could forgive me. I could not envision you committing acts more dreadful than mine. But even if you truly did, you have your reasons. Itachi tousled my hair. It seemed he initially intended to touch my forehead with his fingers as he had in the past. But upon remembering the void within my spiritual essence, he dismissed the thought. Do you remember when you comforted me, saying everything would be all right? For that statement to hold weight, you must first believe it yourself. I believe. I murmured. Now sleep. Otherwise, you will spend the entire night ruminating over these absurdities. This last statement was a perfect mimicry of my own words, just as I was about to protest. He tapped my nose, and my world plunged into darkness, entering the realm of dreams. Meanwhile, Itachi pondered whether Sasuke's eyes had momentarily transformed crimson, blooming like a flower into 6 triangular petals. Or perhaps this was an unusual initial form of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The following morning, I feigned ignorance of the previous night's events, and Itachi played along. However, during training later on, I noted that he refrained from delivering lethal strikes, merely feigning attacks. Despite knowing my body was not real. Today, the Akatsuki members were convening for yet another rare assembly, so to commemorate this special occasion, nearly everyone presented their true selves rather than projections. By the way, there was a ninja I did not recognize who had vanished, and I had yet to ascertain his name. For this gathering, I donned the Akatsuki cloak. In truth, it was my first time wearing it, making me feel like a cosplayer, but the attire appeared quite striking and was comfortable to wear. Yet, it would have been even better if the wide collar had been replaced with a hood. Pain delivered a brief yet inspiring speech, casting a glance my way. I understood his implication and contributed to creating the appropriate atmosphere. I turned to Conan and tossed her a flirtatious glance. She shyly averted her gaze. I wondered if she regretted rejecting me that time. I had clearly grown taller and more handsome, even though I was already quite striking before. Moreover, here, 14-year-olds were already marrying and starting families, so my age was certainly not a reason for her rejection. Then, Kakuza took the floor, discussing the progress of financial accumulation, implying that we had all been rather lazy, and that we could have worked harder to earn money. Finally, he joked that my name had appeared on a wanted poster, declaring me a rogue ninja with a bounty of 5 million. Chapter 36, The Organization and Oppo's New Situation. What? I sprang to my feet, slamming my palm against the table. Only 5 million? How miserly. Is this what they pride themselves on? The will of fire? Abandoning comrades, neglecting rescue operations, and declaring me a criminal, despite the fact that I have been imprisoned here for over a year. A few ninjas glanced at me, yet none dared contest my assertion regarding my confinement. After all, I, who had donned the official cloak, acted with impunity, as if I were in my own home. I had heard rumors about myself from Deidara. Everyone unanimously deemed me the most deranged individual here. Better to steer clear of me, for I was an outright madman. They claimed I collected the body parts of those I had slain and was a lustful lunatic, advising others not to provoke me. It was said that only Itachi could barely keep me in check. Otherwise, I would have already slain several members of the organization. Yet, all I had done was defeat a few foes and offer them a light reprimand. I truly wondered who concocted this last part. I suspected it was Akatsuki's doing. But what infuriated me the most was that they had confiscated all my money and possessions. Oh, I was so enraged that I couldn't decide whether to kill Danzo or those advisors first. As for Tsunade, I would spare her. I simply couldn't bring myself to harm a woman of such ample stature. Oh, I see you have an appreciation for life. Kakuzu, upon seeing someone as avaricious as himself, perked up immediately. Such losses could not be easily overlooked. Money rules the world, I stated darkly. All wars, at their core, are fought for the sake of wealth. It appeared that Konoha had just thrown down the gauntlet at my feet. Forgive me now, I must hasten to slay someone or wreak some havoc. I summoned my glider and departed the hall. I needed to contemplate my new predicament. It wasn't that I had not anticipated such a turn of events, nonetheless. It was still quite displeasing. The thought of the money I had lost and the entirety of my neighborhood soured my mood. That rent was the source of all my income. Fortunately, 5 years ago, I had the foresight to transfer a portion of my funds to an anonymous account in another bank, and even opened an account in Naruto and Appo's name. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket. I dared not transfer too much money, as my father had done the same before he passed. Others might detect ominous signs from such actions. Now, my remaining funds were pitifully scant. For an ordinary person, it would suffice for a few years of stable living. But I still intended to purchase several powerful artifacts and commission a sword crafted from chakra-conductive metal, which would not come cheaply. Should I resort to robbing a bank instead? Or, I touched the glass vial around my neck, containing the blood of my father that I had collected long ago. It seemed I would need to find a place to procure a resurrection scroll and inquire with Fugaku about the whereabouts of my inheritance. For I sensed that even if I returned to Konoha, the confiscated money would likely never be returned. Recovering even a portion would be a stroke of luck. After flying for several hours, allowing the wind to soothe my fury, I finally calmed the tempest within. At worst, I could hunt down other rogue ninjas. In any case, I could not afford to be without funds. I now found myself in a state of limbo. On one hand, I could not begin earning money on my own, for that would make me a competitor to the Akatsuki. On the other hand, I was not yet a formal member of the organization, nor could I access its funds. Despite occasionally eliminating ninjas on the organization's hit list, it seemed I would need to tighten my belt for the time being and forego purchasing that sword. However, I still intended to buy that exquisite pair of armguards I had spotted at the ninja shop. That evening, Deidara visited me, first gauging my mood before inviting me for a stroll. When he mentioned going to a certain place at night, I initially assumed he was planning something nefarious. However, I soon realized I was mistaken. Deidara remained his usual self, speaking incessantly about art, claiming he was preparing to create a unique masterpiece to astound me. The moon had risen by the time we reached our destination. It was evident that Deidara had invested considerable effort into this place. One of the rocks had transformed into a peculiar formation, as if it were covered in stone vines, spiraling upwards and entwining, with their ends curling like snail shells. Deidara performed a series of hand seals. Explode. The entire strange structure was enveloped in countless small explosions, resembling shimmering golden sparks from above. Just as I was about to comment on how intriguing it looked, the curled ends of the vines erupted, this time emitting a red glow. When I thought all had come to an end, a third wave of explosions commenced. Enormous flowers appeared to burst forth from the ground, deep crimson within, with orange golden edges. The stone vines spread outward like petals, blossoming into even more fiery flowers. Some explosions were extraordinarily dazzling, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day for several moments. It was utterly breathtaking. Such a grand spectacle was presented solely for me. I stared wide-eyed at this astonishing display, the dissipating heat and shockwaves caressing my clothing and hair. Explosions could indeed be elevated to the realm of art. As the sea of flames below gradually subsided, beginning to dissipate, I finally spoke. Today, you have proven this point. I had never witnessed anything more stunning in my life. Deidara tilted his head back, feigning indifference to my praise, confident in his own artistry, and rightly so. However, do not get too cocky. You have yet to best me. Now it is my turn to create something that will resonate deep within your soul. I glided to his side, tugging at his ponytail. In response, the blonde attempted to blow me up with his explosives, but I easily evaded him. We occasionally engaged in practice bouts. He always aimed to eliminate me, yet had never succeeded. However, I had indeed tested my matrix's resilience against large-scale explosions. At the center of the explosion, my chakra's dispersed particles would be obliterated, yet those near the edges might survive. Nevertheless, concentrating my chakra around my opponent was far more efficient. Explosive ninjas typically lacked sensory abilities, even if they had them. The energy released into the space during an explosion was too overwhelming, making it difficult to detect my matrix within. Deidara chased me for half an hour before finally realizing it was futile. My glider was far swifter than his clay birds, so the blonde feigned fatigue from flying. You seem rather downcast, my little apprentice, I remarked, drawing closer to fly alongside him. TCH. Deidara could never tolerate it when I began speaking in a peculiar manner. Hey, that is my catchphrase. I protested inwardly. Seeing you idolize me to the point of mimicking my speech patterns brings me joy. Ah, shut up. Deidara covered his ears and accelerated away, wishing to avoid hearing my voice. Now it was my turn to pursue him. However, at this speed, I could not engage in a proper conversation, so I could only shout, "Where are you off to, my little apprentice?" accompanied by a rather manic laugh. In truth, Deara truly regarded me as a madman, albeit one without malice. Considering I had ample opportunities to slay him, it had ultimately refrained. Chapter 37. Testing the Queen in combat today is an extraordinarily pivotal day for me. I intend to put the power of the Queen to the test in real combat. Itachi has assisted me in locating an impeccable training ground, ensuring that even the ever-watchful eyes of the Absolute cannot spy on our actions. After all, a confrontation between the Queen and Susanoo is a spectacle that should not be witnessed by outsiders. Are you ready? Itachi inquired tersely. Almost, I replied, having completed the infusion of chakra into the surrounding air to accelerate the manifestation of the Queen. The chakra required to summon the Queen is nearly 30 times that of a princess, a colossal energy that I cannot channel instantaneously. In response, Itachi activated his Manjiki Sharingan, and an ethereal crimson flame erupted around him. Within the flames, a colossal skeletal warrior began to take shape. To be honest, this skeletal figure bore little resemblance to a human, resembling more the framework of some robotic entity. Soon, the bones were enveloped by layers of muscular fibers, followed by skin, ultimately forming armor reminiscent of a tengu. However, at this moment, Susanoo remained semi-transparent, only manifesting its upper body, yet even so, blood trickled from the corners of Itachi's eyes. The formation of my Queen was somewhat slower, though I had largely completed the muscular structure and was now embarking on crafting the armor. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced my eyes like a blade. I doubled over, hands clutching my face. Warm, viscous liquid seeped between my fingers, gritting my teeth against the pain. I removed my hands and focused my sight. What is this? Your Manjiki Sharingan has truly awakened, Itachi calmly confirmed, revealing that my prior suspicions were not mere illusions. You didn't mention anything to me? I seethed, but just then, dizziness overwhelmed me, and a wave of profound weakness washed over my body. I hastily closed my Sharingan, kneeling as I strove to regain my composure. I couldn't be entirely certain at that time, Itachi shrugged, but now, you have successfully summoned something akin to Susanoo. I turned to behold the Queen, instantly rendered speechless. The gargantuan creature was adorned with an ethereal purple flame. Its left hand grasped a circular shield bearing a concentric circle design, strikingly similar to the one wielded by Itachi's Susanoo, while its right hand clutched a peculiar weapon resembling the Sage of Six Paths necklace, albeit magnified several times. It appears to be the Yada mirror, as I understand it. This strange weapon can be hurled, despite its odd shape, and can also be employed for close combat, with the connecting ropes able to extend or retract at the wielder's will. It seems that fate has favored me, bestowing upon me 2 legendary artifacts. To be honest, I never anticipated such a generous gift. However, I must admit that the sight of the Queen wielding a shield and the Yada mirror does seem somewhat comical. Susanoo was never particularly handsome, and my version appears even more bizarre. Yet, perhaps this peculiarity could be an asset for a war machine. With great effort, I rose and summoned gliding wings, taking flight above the Queen's shoulder for better control. Although this machine is fundamentally operated by the finest pilots from the realm of the Sage of Six Paths, I can still make adjustments as needed. Itachi initiated the attack first, initially wielding only a standard chakra sword, rather than the artifact capable of sealing all piercing objects. The Queen raised her shield just in time to block it. However, due to her massive size, her agility was severely compromised, lacking the swiftness of the princess. Evidently, the semi-transparent state of Susanoo possesses its advantages, as Itachi and Appos, as Susanoo is clearly faster. I concentrated, converting a portion of the chakra constituting the Queen into a lighter form. Thanks to Susanoo's unique properties, this alteration did not diminish its defensive strength, yet it significantly enhanced its speed. The pilot controlling the Queen suddenly gained genuine combat capabilities, exuberantly exclaiming his affection for me. Thank heavens he communicated via a mental link, otherwise, the Queen's booming voice would have been overwhelming. Noticing the shift in circumstances, Itachi resolved to go all out, activating the sealing artifact coveted by Orochimaru, the Teiketsu sword. This predicament placed me, and, more accurately, the pilot controlling the Queen, in a difficult situation, while I spectated from a safe distance. Should Itachi's Susanoo strike the Queen with the Teiketsu sword, it would seal her within an illusion, along with a substantial portion of my chakra, an act that my inner hamster would never forgive. In truth, I would soon possess a legendary sword of my own, the Kusanagi sword, capable of piercing any object. In a sense, it serves as a counter to the Teiketsu sword. For now, I merely need to dispatch Orochimaru to seize this artifact. Prior to that, I must utilize the resources at my disposal. I concentrated a significant amount of lightning chakra at the Queen's tail, shaping it into the form of a sword. Fortunately, the tail was sufficiently long and flexible to serve as an additional limb for attack. Itachi's Susanoo possessed 3 arms, while I could only devise a strategy with 2. A rather unfair advantage. Nevertheless, I must find an opportunity for the strategist to brainstorm and design a 4-armed variant of the creature. At this moment, the tides of battle had turned, and it was my turn to suppress Itachi. To my astonishment, this improvised sword was indeed capable of injuring Susanoo, as its armor sustained several damages. However, most of the attacks merely grazed, failing to inflict any fatal wounds. The queen, leveraging her superior speed and agility, executed some sword techniques that Itachi had taught me. Although Itachi's Susanoo, with only its upper body, could not replicate the same movements. It managed to maintain a defensive line, albeit barely, with the aid of its shield. Yet, Itachi overlooked one crucial detail. My chakra, which I could manipulate with ease, suddenly extended and curved during one attack, bypassing the shield and launching a surprise assault from below. The sword pierced cleanly through the ethereal warrior's body, even causing transparent blood to splatter forth. Just as I reveled in my apparent victory, I caught sight of blood surging from Itachi's mouth. I cursed silently, immediately commanding the queen to withdraw while I descended rapidly to Itachi's side, who was covering his mouth with his hand. This stubborn ninja, even in such a dire state, seemed intent on continuing the training. Maintaining the queen was not particularly challenging for me. However, the summoning process imposed a tremendous burden on my eyes, while Itachi's Susanoo was incessantly draining his life force, not merely chakra. The Tiketsu sword hung directly in front of me. This was clearly Itachi's subtle indication that today's training was not yet concluded, urging me to continue my assault. I remained motionless, my arms crossed over my chest. We exchanged glances for a moment, but Itachi, bloodied and battered, appeared decidedly unconvincing. I dispelled the queen, signaling my desire to cease. You relinquished too easily, Itachi remarked, retracting Susanoo, his tone rife with dissatisfaction. But you were too obstinate. This is undeniably futile, I countered, employing the transformation technique. One hand covered Itachi's eyes while the other began to scan his body for injuries. It appeared that his lungs were severely compromised, and he was visibly weakened. This minor injury will not be my demise. Yet, one ought not to push oneself to such extremes in routine training. We must conduct a comprehensive assessment of your ninjutsu capabilities, Itachi insisted stubbornly. We've already done this, I responded, smiling as I withdrew my hand from his eyes. Eager to discern his expression. Admit it, I have triumphed over you. I have yet to unleash my full strength, Itachi retorted arrogantly. You have not truly won, merely surrendered. Indeed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 38. Capability testing and unexpected situations. I inwardly speculated that he likely still believed I was plotting to seize his Manjiki Sharingan and subsequently take his life. However, if I were to directly inquire, he would surely deny it vehemently. Is it too early for that? Shouldn't my eyes awaken completely first? It's hard to say. Perhaps I could even transplant the Manjiki Sharingan directly into the position of a regular Sharingan. But I'm not in a rush. Speaking of which, you seem to have it easy, able to replace your eyes with brand new, scarcely used ones, while I am left to accept your nearly exhausted pair. Will my vision deteriorate post-transplant? This feels unjust. Since the age of 7, I have diligently trained every day. Therefore, you must cherish my eyes. I promise, Itachi said solemnly. I conjured 2 comfortable chairs and slumped into one, finally allowing my weary body a moment of respite. My Manjiki Sharingan had been activated for less than a minute. Yet it felt as though I had been thoroughly beaten. I could scarcely imagine what Itachi must be feeling now. What do you think of the queen? More formidable than I anticipated. Yet, we have not completed our testing. Every ninjutsu has its weaknesses. Your queen may be constrained by time or possess some fatal flaw. That seems unlikely. I responded skeptically. Even if there are weaknesses, they are certainly not trivial. I spent several hours within the queen's form at level 7 and can only say this. It is as challenging to defeat as climbing to the heavens. Yet, it does have flaws. First, its activation is too slow. Second, it provides little protection for you. My Susanoo, on the other hand, is primarily a defensive measure, with offense as a secondary function. I hardly need defense, as I do not intend to engage in direct combat. As for activation time, I have a few ideas to shorten it. Just wait a moment. I will be quick. With that, I submerged myself into my virtual realm, beginning to expand its population. Initially, I intended to set the number of characters at 666, but fearing unforeseen complications, I settled on 500. Additionally, I expanded an area near the city and lake to accommodate these new inhabitants. I named it the Legion, a term that aptly describes my situation. Perhaps no other madman has experienced such a thorough fragmentation of personality as I have. Nevertheless, we coexist well within my mind. They assist me with tasks while remaining uninvolved in the reality outside. I ensure their lives are comfortable and do not hinder their desires. A shiver ran down my spine at the thought that one day they might wish to alter our status quo and attempt to control my body. I would feel as though possessed by a demon. However, from another perspective, Sasuke's body is already occupied by an external soul. From that standpoint, I could indeed be considered a demon. Not merely any common demon with a long tail, but a genuine demon that must be repelled with holy water and exorcism rituals. On my way back, I once again visited the Sea of my heart. Now, this expanse truly deserves the title of sea over the past 2 years. The quantity of chakra has surged to such an extent that even while activating the Sharingan, the ocean's depths remain unseen. Previously, this monotonous and dreary void had bored me immensely, yet now it radiates tranquility and serenity. I enjoy sitting here, gazing at the moonlight shimmering upon the calm surface of the sea. I hope I haven and Appos. T delayed too long? I asked eagerly upon awakening. 8 minutes, came the reply. I formed hand seals and concentrated, creating 2 shadow clones, the 3 of us channeling chakra into the air. Nowadays, producing clones takes but a moment. They can materialize instantly at designated locations. This reminded me of a long-abandoned idea. I simultaneously hurled shuriken in 3 directions, constantly creating and dissolving clones while swiftly transferring my consciousness between them, attempting to catch all the shuriken midair. When my clones dissipated, they silently transformed into chakra particles, appearing to bystanders as if I were teleporting across short distances. 8 minutes to replicate a skill akin to flying thunder god technique. Itachi's tone was peculiar, and I felt I was finally grasping the essence of jealousy. I began to worry you might soon label me as foolish brother. I basked in my triumph for nearly half a minute before ultimately deciding to confess. Actually, it wasn't just 8 minutes. In my inner world, over half an hour has passed. This notion first arose during my observation of the CH-NEEN exams. However, this skill is merely a fortuitous discovery. My primary aim was to accelerate the Queen's summoning speed. Fortuitous discovery? That does little to soothe my nerves. But I still cannot invoke Amaterasu or Tsukuyami, I said gloomily. You will certainly be able to in the future. I predict you will awaken during your first real battle. How will I know when they will manifest? Trust me, you will not miss the moment. Itachi and Appos' lips curled slightly. Your expression suggests you might not feel too well. Itachi remained mysteriously silent. Well, I suppose I will find out when the time comes. I settled back into my chair to prevent myself from collapsing from exhaustion after deactivating the Mangeki Sharingan and summoned the Queen once more. A single tear of blood slipped from my right eye, and the colossal figure surrounded by purple flames materialized in just 20 seconds. Not bad. However, the enemy has ample time to attack while you are summoning, interrupting your ninjutsu. TCH, no one would dare do that. I had previously wondered why. When I performed peculiar techniques, everyone would distance themselves, allowing me to work undisturbed, but I eventually grew accustomed to it. Tell me, has anyone ever disrupted you while summoning Susanoo? No, but that does not provide justification. I interrupted Itachi before he could finish. That is justification enough. At worst, I could have my shadow clones or princesses entangle the enemy. I formed hand seals and concentrated, causing the Queen to instantly dissolve into 10 slightly smaller creatures. To my astonishment, each princess ignited with a purple flame along their spines. It seems they now possess a portion of Susanoo's powers. Hey, what else with that expression? You are indeed truly envious. Are you? I hovered above Itachi. I didn't expect to say this so soon, but you have already surpassed me. Your ninjutsu is simply extraordinary. The most astonishing part is that you have not only mastered techniques invented by others, but have also created your unique methods. Go on. I am listening intently. I perched on the armrest of his chair, even squinting my eyes in delight. It is rare to hear such praise from Itachi. All right, do not get too smug. I was about to retort when the ground suddenly trembled slightly, resembling a mild earthquake. I opened my eyes to find the sight before me left me speechless. Itachi, please tell me you see this too? If you mean the monsters dancing in pink skirts, then yes, I see them. The operators controlling the Appos, princesses and Appos, had just been given free rein for a minute when they immediately found entertainment, forming a line, attempting to perform a rendition of Appos, the dance of the little swans and Appos. However, they were woefully ignorant of ballet, and the dance descended into chaos, transforming into a farcical spectacle. 3-meter-tall monsters leaped about wildly, a sight that would startle anyone. Good heavens, what kind of mischief have I created? I instinctively rubbed my forehead, quickly regaining my composure, though I was well aware that I was hardly an exemplary individual. I occasionally forget to brush my teeth at night, and have even taken lives. Yet, this punishment seems excessively harsh. At that moment, the princesses paired up and began to dance in a manner reminiscent of the waltz. I am utterly ignorant of dance, and they appeared equally inept. The scene before me was indeed a visual assault. The ground trembled beneath their vigorous movements, fissures spreading relentlessly. My meager sense of aesthetics lay shattered, while Itachi's lips curled into a faint smile. Do you find this amusing? I muttered in frustration. After all, these rascals had previously seized control of my true form and caused quite a ruckus. They even stole my first kiss when I was merely 12. What infuriates me further is that I wasn't kissed by just one person. By the time I realized it, I had been kissed over 200 times. I activated 1,000 birds and rose to my feet. Very well, let us test their current resilience. If they dare to join me, then let them come. With that, I strode towards the nearest monster. Of course, I could easily disperse the princesses, but engaging in this manner is far more entertaining for me and far more exhilarating for them. Chapter 39, Special Performances and the Arrival of New Members. It has been nearly half a year since I last created such a spectacle. The other members of the organization no longer regard me with suspicion when we meet. This cannot continue. A reorganization is necessary. After much contemplation, I resolved to stage a grand and extravagant performance. Yet, ironically, my mind was devoid of any feasible ideas. After exhausting my thoughts, I decided to embark on an entirely unprecedented endeavor. Thus, at the next assembly, a genuine female vampire made her entrance beside Itachi. The people of this world have never encountered the classic vampire archetype, so I meticulously adorned myself to ensure I would dazzle the audience. To achieve a more striking effect, I also altered my gender as the majority present were male, in one way or another. Initially, I felt somewhat awkward reverting to a female form, requiring a brief period of training, but I soon acclimated. Moreover, given that Naruto frequently employs seduction techniques, I too wished to indulge in such delightful experiences. At that moment, a statuesque woman occupied my usual seat. Clad in a black leather corset, she accentuated her voluptuous figure, while a teardrop-shaped ruby sparkled in the corset's indentation. My face remained largely unaltered, merely softened with more delicate features, elongated eyelashes, and lips painted a vivid crimson. Additionally, I sharpened my canines and transformed my ears into those of an elf. My hair cascaded to my waist, styled in large waves. Overall, I now resembled an exotic being. Specifically, an exotic woman. In this world, tall women are exceedingly rare, making my proportions particularly striking to onlookers. When Itachi first beheld my new appearance, his expression suggested he had questions, yet he hesitated. I raised an eyebrow in curiosity, but he merely shook his head and remarked, "The dress is beautiful." "Thank you," I replied with a smile, revealing my sharp canines. Alas, it seems Mr. Itachi has concluded that his brother is a cross-dresser. Nevertheless, he refrained from lecturing me. As he always does, I'm used internally. In truth, to some extent, I indeed qualify as a cross-dresser, having successfully masqueraded as a boy for nearly 9 years. Yet, such details were trivial. At this moment, I was Sasuke, regardless of the form I inhabited. My appearance at the gathering caused quite a stir. Everyone in Appo's gaze fixated on me, as if none could muster the resolve to inquire about my peculiar attire. "Is that you, sensei?" Deidara finally summoned the courage to ask. "Am I so hard to recognize?" "It has been dreadfully dull these past 6 months, so I thought I would change my image." "I see," the blonde Deidara replied, opting not to probe further, likely fearing the implications of his inquiry. At this time, the organization leader deemed that I had garnered enough attention and commenced his tired motivational speech, extolling themes of conquering the world and camaraderie. I conjured a tall crystal goblet filled with my blood, then sipped through a straw. However, I did not truly swallow, rather, I returned it to my inner world. Yet, those present with keen senses could ascertain that the contents of my cup were certainly not cherry juice, nor even wine. With a loud slurp, I emptied the goblet, the sound echoing dramatically just as the leader paused for effect. Instantly, all eyes converged upon me. "Ah, my apologies," I said, shaking the straw in the empty cup. "You know, the blood of a young maiden is the most delectable. By the way, Deidara, would you care to share a bit with your dear sensei?" I can't." The blonde youth's face flushed slightly. "What? You are no longer a virgin? When did this happen? How could it occur without my consent?" Laughter erupted around us, as Deidara visibly contemplated whether to explode the venue to mask his embarrassment. What a world we live in. "Leader, can't we recruit some fresh, young, handsome, and delectable members? There isn't a single eye-catching figure among us. To be honest, that's just the reality." I surveyed the crowd. Pain and abomination. Conan, a mere paper doll. Sasori, the puppet. Kukzu, composed of dark lines. Zetsu, a vegetative state. That fellow I hardly knew. Kisame. What are you staring at, kid? I just feel Kisame, a fish man. Haiden, half resembling Zetsu. The only ones who appeared somewhat normal were Itachi and Deidara. At least they were flesh and blood, though their mental states were hardly commendable. What am I even doing here? I muttered to myself, then reverted to my familiar form. Sometimes I ponder whether I am merely feigning madness or if they have genuinely driven me to this point. A month later, Haiden joined the Akatsuki. He was the last member, signifying that the plot of the Shippuden would soon commence. To welcome the new member, an urgent meeting was convened, ostensibly for everyone to get acquainted. "Haiden, did you know the mark on your neck is incomplete?" I could not resist making a jest. "What did you say?" The immortal cultist appeared intrigued. "Actually, this mark should consist of 3 parts, the stone of resurrection, the prairie, and the staff of death." As I spoke, I conjured simple shapes of a circle, triangle, and line with illusionary techniques, forming a semblance of the talisman on Haiden's neck. I've never heard of such a notion, but it sounds somewhat plausible. "You will surely comprehend the true radiance of faith." The fanatic began to incite me to worship the great dark god. "No, thank you. I already possess a belief known as nihilism." The final word I articulated in Mandarin. "Aside from the dark god, there are no true beliefs or deities." "Haiden, may I pose a personal question?" I hastily redirected the zealot's attention. "Are you truly immortal?" "Indeed. It is the dark god who bestowed this blessing upon me." "So, if I were to sever your hand, would it still move?" "Yes." "How marvelous." I clapped in delight, gazing at him with admiration. "What if I were to decapitate you? Would you still be able to speak? Or would someone need to blow air into your neck to simulate the breath of your lungs, causing your vocal cords to vibrate?" Haiden gazed at me with a peculiar expression, then turned to his partner Kakuzu and inquired, "Has he always been like this?" sometimes even more outrageous. Mr. Haydn, if your head were to be severed, would it be acceptable for me to take it? Or perhaps your hand instead? Alas, I find myself at a loss as to which to choose. Silence. Otherwise, I shall behead you this very instant. The immortal being could no longer contain his irritation. Come on then, I taunted with a smile. How about a duel? You are as good as dead. Haydn leapt up, seizing his ever-present scythe. Enough. Pain intervened, disrupting my enthusiasm. During my time here, Itachi diligently instructed me in the art of physical combat and the utilization of the Sharingan. Furthermore, I have encountered numerous bounty ninjas. Their status as targets confirms they are far from ordinary. On several occasions, I managed to provoke Kisame, who sought to eliminate me, yet while I adeptly evaded his strikes. I also committed his combat style to memory. Kisame's attacks could not breach my defenses, for the chakra of this clone is highly structured, leaning more towards matter than energy. I also frequently sparred with Deidara, though this felt more like training, as he had no genuine intention of killing me. On one occasion, this blonde youth even encouraged his partner, Sasori, to battle me. The puppeteer did not exert his full strength, yet at the conclusion of the skirmish, he praised my resilience. In truth, he had barely depleted the chakra of even one of my clones. Nevertheless, he posed quite a formidable challenge. Ninjutsu was largely ineffective against him, as most of his body is composed of puppetry, leaving only a human heart. Thus, it is difficult to fathom the world as he perceives it, making it all the more challenging to ensnare him with genjutsu. Chapter 40. Frantic utterances and unexpected combat. I had an encounter with Kakuzu once, but it required a financial incentive to engage him. Subsequently, whenever I cast a curious glance towards other members of the Akatsuki, they would vanish in an instant, effortlessly traversing through floors or walls. Conan and Pain seemed to employ a form of reverse summoning, while Haydn simply teleported away. It appeared that I had exaggerated my own reputation. To me, these antics were merely harmless folly, yet to others, it seemed I existed solely to expand that terrifying collection, showing no qualms about toying with their innards. As I was immersed in my reminiscences, Pain began elucidating the organization and Appos, S objectives and methods to Haydn, culminating with the iconic declaration, "We shall conquer the world." I raised my hand as if in a classroom, eager to pose a question to the instructor. Pain, feeling that ignoring me would incur a significant cost, wearily inquired, "Sasuke, what is it you wish to ask?" Indeed, I stood from my seat, seeking clarification on what precisely he meant by world. A phantom map materialized above the table, delineating the 5 great nations and their concealed villages. Do you believe the world consists solely of this mapped region? Roughly so, Pain responded, seemingly wary of any trickery on my part, and rightly so. I adjusted the scale of the map, revealing that these powerful nations were, in fact, situated on a vast island, encircled by numerous smaller isles. The average radius of our planet is 6,370 kilometers, which implies that the world we are familiar with is merely a small island in the southern hemisphere. The map morphed again, transforming into a colossal white and blue sphere hovering above the table, with our small island nearly indistinguishable amidst the vast ocean. I found this highly suspect. It was inconceivable that our planet harbored no other land masses or inhabitants, even if we were oblivious to the outer world. It did not mean that the outer world was unaware of us. What nonsense are you spouting, brat? Haydn interjected, breaking the silence. We've heard enough of your drivel. My apologies, but this is not mere nonsense, I retorted. Have you not realized that our so-called world is artificially constructed? Take, for instance, the Island of Lightning. It encircles the main island, preventing reconnaissance vessels from venturing more than 50 kilometers offshore. Moreover, even those ninjas with water affinity cannot breach the Island of Lightning. I had once attempted to send shadow clones on gliders for reconnaissance, but once they crossed a certain boundary, they would dissipate, as if chakra simply ceased to exist beyond an invisible border. Even the chakra circulatory system within us appears to be artificially designed, with most bloodline limits being similarly verifiable by any geneticist. Even our language is evidently composed of 2 entirely disparate components. Do you not find this peculiar? There are many phonemes in the alphabet, yet scarcely anyone can pronounce them correctly. It seemed I had left them all speechless. I noted that everyone had paused, gazing at me intently. They appeared to wish to counter my assertions, but were at a loss for words. The members of the Akatsuki must have long acknowledged these inconsistencies yet chose to avoid delving deeper. I posited 2 theories to account for these anomalies. The first theory suggests that we are all ensnared within an immense illusion, and the architect of this illusion has given little thought to the world structure. By the way, this plan is entirely feasible. I even have an inkling of how it could be executed. Anyone possessing the Sharingan could perform it, although the chakra required would far exceed that of several tailed beasts combined. Upon hearing this, Haydn visibly trembled, the Sharingan igniting within the crevice of his mask. Clearly, he was displeased to realize that he was not the sole intellectual among us. The second theory posits that a formidable entity crafted this island, enveloping it with barriers and allowing only beings with special abilities to reside here. Presently, we are all under control, akin to laboratory mice in cages. Someone is observing us, selecting the strongest individuals. This would explain why conflicts erupt as the new generation emerges. We are like spiders in a jar, set against one another to determine who is the most resilient. In truth, we are merely experimental subjects. I replaced the image of the earth with two mice clad in the iconic black and red cloud garb. One of the mice inquired, "Pain, what shall we do tomorrow?" As always, we shall attempt to conquer the world. As usual, after I uttered these astonishing declarations, a silence enveloped the room for several minutes. Who would heed the ramblings of a madman? Haydn could no longer contain himself. "Yet you were just listening," I scoffed. "Is there anyone here who can be deemed normal?" "What do you think you are?" Haydn, oblivious to the futility of arguing with a lunatic, retorted. "Enough." Payne interjected once more, declaring the meeting adjourned. In an instant, everyone vanished without a trace, as if they had all mastered Haydn's teleportation technique, though one novice took a moment longer. "Mr. Haydn, how about you hand over your hands and heart?" I materialized beside him, reasoning that since he is immortal, a heart would be of no use to him. Haydn, lacking any instinct for self-preservation, sensed something was amiss as he observed the peculiar reactions of the other Akatsuki members. "Stay away from me, you little lunatic. I have no time for your games." He attempted to shake me off, yet I persisted, and after a few moments, Haydn was fervently wishing for my demise. Fortunately, we had already vacated the main hall. Otherwise, if we had made a mess of the place, the leader would surely have been displeased. For 10 minutes, I deftly evaded his scythe attacks, relieved that Haydn's speed was no match for Itachi's. Simultaneously, I memorized his combat style with my Sharingan. Eventually, we both grew weary of this protracted skirmish. Haydn had yet to land a blow on me, while I had thrown a few shuriken at him, seemingly without effect. Fine. It was time to conclude this farce. All right, you cannot escape now. Prepare to meet your end. Haydn hooked me with his scythe. TCH, that is but a minor wound. The immortal fiend grinned wickedly, commencing his ritual as strange black and white patterns enveloped his body. I made no attempt to interrupt him, watching with interest as he prepared. "You are doomed," he proclaimed, completing the incantation and plunging a sharp iron rod into his own heart. "Die." I feigned a death throw, clutching my chest and pretending to collapse. However, it was Haydn who first fell. His body regained its natural hue, twitching slightly as he began to extract the iron rod he had just thrust into himself. "Does it hurt?" I inquired with feigned concern, recalling how Itachi and I would occasionally engage in similar play, and he was truly a masochist. "What? Why are you still alive?" Haydn struggled in a panic. Now, under the influence of the ritual, he was utterly defenseless. "It is merely a simple ninjutsu," I explained, surprised that he had fallen for such a ruse. "I produced a kunai infused with lightning chakra." "Hey, what are you planning to do?" "Nothing of great consequence," I replied with a smile. "It won't hurt much." "Enough already, cease your tantrums." I grasped his hair and gently shook his head, then revealed a radiant smile. "If you continue to be disobedient, I shall affix a false head upon you. I possess an entire collection, you know. When in pain, one can be quite vociferous, particularly irksome." "Sasuke," Itachi appeared, inquiring about my prolonged delay. "Stop this nonsense. Brother, look how amusing this is." I presented Haydn's head to him. "It truly can speak, albeit only to utter curses at the moment." "Do not bring that dreadful thing into my room," Itachi replied coldly. "I already have enough collected hearts." "But," I protested, "it cannot be helped." My spirit sank slightly. Is it truly impossible? Yet Itachi's resolve was unwavering. "You already possess one. That is sufficient. Then at least let me keep the heart?" After all, he has no further use for it. "Absolutely not. There is no space left." TCH. I gazed in disappointment at Haydn's now silent head, conjuring a stapler with my other hand. "Very well, I shall reattach it now." "Remove your hand, you lunatic," Haydn exclaimed in despair, evidently distressed by the stapler's clicking noise. "Return me to my original position." "Enough already, I am aware of what I am doing." I pressed his head back onto his neck. "Though slightly askew, it would suffice." As I stapled it in place, I arranged his face into a contemplative expression. "Sasuke, do not emulate Kakuzu." Itachi placed a hand upon my shoulder. "Let us depart." "Very well," I replied with disappointment. "Farewell, Mr. Haydn. Perhaps next time I can persuade Itachi to allow your head to reside with us." I waved goodbye to the immortal and followed in Itachi and Appo's wake. Lately, he has been exceedingly accommodating. At times, I even ponder whether he truly perceives me as a lunatic, of a more extreme variety than usual. After that meeting, I realized my remarks about us being mere experimental subjects had no effect on the Akatsuki members. Perhaps it is because these words were uttered by the most deranged individual they have encountered. I cannot fathom how they so effortlessly disregard these truths. Their discussions predominantly revolve around the rumors concerning Haydn and me. It is said that I first dismembered him and then reassembled him incorrectly, mixing up hands and feet, and misplacing his head. When Deidara recounted this to me, he laughed uproariously, and I could only compliment him on having the most exquisite hands in the organization. The golden-haired lad instantly took this to heart, pulling his sleeves lower to conceal even his fingertips. When I directly inquired about Deidara's views on the artificiality of our world, I discovered he had entirely forgotten my prior statements. This was not due to poor memory. Itachi had also forgotten. Someone had erased all memory of this incident from the Akatsuki members, and it certainly was not Pain or Conan, for had it been them, I would undoubtedly have been the first to be formatted. This implies the existence of some more formidable power, one that is observing, preventing me from disrupting their narrative. Thus, I have finally discovered my purpose in life. Now, I am fervently eager to become sufficiently powerful so that one day I may confront the deities, the creators, the playwrights, or whatever they may be, and pose the question, what on earth is truly transpiring here? Chapter 41. 3 years in the Akatsuki. I have been affiliated with the Akatsuki for nearly 3 years. Mercifully, they have never formally inducted me. Yet I frequently undertake minor assignments, augmenting my collection of hearts. Currently, I possess 21 hearts, 7 each of the attributes I have yet to master. Indeed, I am an inveterate hoarder, a consequence of necessity. Hearts lacking elemental affinities are inconsequential to me. The advent of the Shippuden narrative looms, signaling my departure. During this interim, Itachi has honed my taijutsu to a level commensurate with his own. I can now contend with him on relatively equal footing, occasionally even gaining the upper hand. I lament my failure to acquire the mythical sword, resorting to conventional blades during training or augmenting kunai with lightning chakra. Furthermore, I have learned to project potent streams of fire from my blade, akin to a flamethrower. While inferior to the great fireball technique, it obviates the need for hand seals. Thus, our training sessions resemble the fiery duels of firebenders from Avatar, The Last Airbender, marked by confrontation, mutual assault, and fiery auras, culminating in mutual retreat. The state of my Manjiki Sharingan is less auspicious. Despite its awakening, it remains largely dormant, offering minimal utility. I have only mastered the rudimentary Tsukuyami. However, even without the Manjiki, my Jinjutsu prowess remains formidable. Advanced techniques, such as Amaterasu and the complete body Susanoo, remain beyond my grasp. Moreover, I cannot sustain the Manjiki state for extended durations, as it induces excruciating headaches and ocular hemorrhaging. In essence, my Sharingan is a flawed specimen. I am cognizant of my impending departure, yet I have grown accustomed to this milieu, finding solace and familiarity within its confines. I have even developed a fondness for the Akatsuki members, relishing the occasional opportunity to startle them. Such liberties are untenable in Konoha, where the mantle of the village eccentric is already borne by Might Guy. Furthermore, the prospect of parting with Itachi fills me with trepidation, albeit temporary. Our fraternal bond has deepened, forging an unbreakable connection. I admire him, and he holds me in high regard. We frequent confectionery shops and occasionally peruse literature together, an idyllic existence. I am at a loss as to how to broach the subject of my departure. The prospect of causing Itachi anguish is unbearable, yet unavoidable. He likely anticipates this eventuality, recognizing its temporary nature. Nevertheless, I must devise a tactful means of conveying my impending departure. Moreover, he should not remain within the Akatsuki's ranks, lest he incur retribution for my perceived betrayal. Ordinarily, I would deliver such startling news with blunt candor, allowing the recipient time to recover. However, in this instance, I shall adopt a more circuitous approach. My inner cabal of eccentric personalities has devised numerous Nekomimi Sasuke body templates. As the appellation suggests, these bodies resemble my own, yet possess feline ears and tails, in varying age brackets. I have selected one such body for the forthcoming discourse. The think tank responsible for this design avows that it is a combat-optimized form, boasting enhanced agility and velocity, as well as retractable, hardened claws. However, I contend that its most potent attribute is its irresistible charm. I have spent 10 minutes admiring myself in the mirror, reveling in my newfound feline appendages. Brother, I began, nestling beside Itachi on the sofa. He evinced no comment regarding my novel appearance, yet displayed evident interest, even setting aside his book. I recall Itachi's predilection for felines, albeit unexpressed. The cat our family once owned was a stray kitten he had rescued and subsequently cared for. I rested my head upon his lap, employing the secret ninjutsu. Kitten pleading eyes, and purred, pet me. This sensation is exquisite. Alas, this body lacks an internal purring mechanism. Otherwise, I would be resonating like a tractor. I luxuriated in the sensation, nearly succumbing to slumber. Meow. Suddenly, someone tugged at my tail, nearly causing me to leap up. Are you mad? One does not treat a feline in such a manner. I merely wish to ascertain its authenticity, brother replied nonchalantly. Villain. I chided, yet resumed my recumbent position. I coiled the offending tail around my leg to prevent further molestation and tugged down the back of my t-shirt. Continue. However, I remained vigilant, periodically glancing at Itachi. Gradually, I succumbed to the comforting sensation, nearly forgetting the purpose of this charade. Brother, I finally broached the delicate subject. I intend to return to Konoha. Itachi's hand faltered momentarily, yet resumed its ministrations. Do you wish to accompany me? I queried, receiving no response. Impossible, brother replied, his gaze fixed upon the horizon. If you are amenable, we could attempt it, I suggested, straightening up. However, in a few months, pain will obliterate Konoha from the map. Alas, I have once again spoken with undue candor. I intended to be more circumspect, yet reverted to my customary bluntness. Fear not, all will survive, save for the infrastructure. However, my reassurance appeared to have little effect. Itachi's countenance was inscrutable. Very well, I shall provide you with a glimpse of the future, I proposed. Deeming it less cumbersome than verbal exposition, I projected a video montage akin to the opening of the second season of an anime, even in its abridged form. The presentation consumed over 2 hours. The concise retrospective culminated with Yamato's utterance upon beholding the ruins of Konoha. This is, I believe the impact was considerable. The video had a palpable effect on Itachi. He remained silent for an extended duration, seemingly processing the information. The most perplexing aspect is the elasticity of time. I had surmised that any deviation from my recollections would alter the known future, yet this proved fallacious. Pivotal events transpired regardless, albeit with minor variations. I possess a degree of latitude, yet it is circumscribed. Hence, I find myself here, rather than in league with Orochimaru. However, I intend to seek him out expeditiously to resolve matters definitively. He possesses something I desire, and I harbor a profound antipathy towards the individual. Itachi regarded me silently, offering no remonstrance. I trust this signifies his complete confidence in my capabilities. Brother, I said, grasping a strand of his hair and drawing his head towards me. Should you expire, regardless of the circumstances, be it divine intervention or the inanity of choking on a dango, I shall resurrect you via Edo Tensei and condemn you to eternal servitude. Each morning, you shall prepare my breakfast whilst attired in a frilly pink apron. Understood? To avert such a dire consequence, I shall endeavor to survive, Itachi replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Do not presume I jest, I warned, barely restraining myself from touching the necklace adorning his throat, now embellished with 3 glass beads, each inscribed with the Chinese pinyin letters YDD, to avoid any commingling of DNA. Moreover, each time I trained and inflicted harm upon Itachi, I meticulously preserved his blood within my inner world. On one occasion, I crafted a clone of Itachi using his blood. This clone even possessed the Sharingan. Yet its power paled in comparison to the original, rendering it incapable of utilizing the most formidable jutsu. We resolved to refrain from deploying him on the battlefield. However, my inner circle of advisors, inspired by this endeavor, subsequently created a version of Itachi adorned with cat ears. It seemed they had exhausted their creative faculties. Perhaps adding black wings akin to those of a dark angel would have been more fitting. Speaking of surprises, my advisors recently astonished me. Occasionally, they produced items that were both practical and essential, leaving me baffled as to why I had not conceived of them earlier. For instance, a mobile phone. My previous life was inextricably linked to mobile phones, yet here, it took me nearly a decade to contemplate creating a similar device. While communication insects were indeed available, which I had utilized, I had never considered crafting a personal communication tool. Now, I could leave Itachi something that would enable him to reach out to me at any moment. This phone was identical to the one I had used in my past life, even retaining the plush panda charm. The device was entirely composed of my chakra and continuously drew energy from the chakra reservoir within me, theoretically granting it a lifespan as long as my own. As long as I possessed energy, it would remain functional, capable not only of transmitting sound, but also images. I elucidated to Itachi how to contact me, urging him to make frequent calls. I concluded with a note. If I provided identical phones to others, their names would appear in the contacts list, facilitating their communication as well. Understanding, Itachi pressed the dial button. Instantly, my mind resonated with Naruto's thunderous shout, Itachi, incoming call. The sensation was akin to Naruto suddenly materializing behind me and yelling in my ear. Startled, I shivered, prompting Itachi to hastily terminate the call. What was that? It was excessively loud. I shook my head and tapped my ears. These interpersonalities were utterly outrageous. Did they intend to create an earthquake? They displayed a complete lack of reverence, daring to jest at my expense. It should be fine now. I completed the adjustments, silently threatening all those responsible for the communication functions, and tried once more. Itachi pressed the button again, and this time, I heard, "Hey, esteemed adult, would you care to answer the call?" Much improved. I connected the call, and my face immediately appeared on the phone screen. I then showcased the device's other features to Itachi. Through it, one could access information regarding any member of the Akatsuki organization as well as other powerful ninjas. It could even pinpoint my location with precision down to the meter, and of course, I could use it to locate my brother. This device proved to be quite practical, rivaling the gliding wings in utility. Henceforth, if I longed for Itachi, I could converse with him at any time. To be precise, I would be the one speaking incessantly, while my brother remained as taciturn as ever. I was uncertain how much time remained before Deidara and Sasori embarked on their mission to capture Gaara. Perhaps the remaining time was no longer measured in weeks, but rather in days. This indicated that I needed to utilize the remaining time more effectively. Thus, I rested my head on my brother's lap, indulging my fraternal affection. Let Itachi contemplate our next course of action while gently stroking my head. Chapter 42. The return. I have long prepared for this day, meticulously considering even the lines I would say and the expressions I would wear. At last, the moment I have awaited has arrived. As I gaze around, I find myself surrounded by an arid desert. It was no easy task to find such a place. The surroundings are strewn with rocks and even feature an oasis. Yet, in pursuit of an epic encounter, I was compelled to exert considerable effort. standing there. I slightly lowered my head, the wide brim of my straw hat and the high collar of my Akatsuki robe completely obscuring my face. Kakashi's squad seemed delayed for reasons unknown, and under the scorching sun, their imposing stance was nearly unbearable. Finally, the Leaf Ninjas and Chio appeared on the horizon. Halting upon catching sight of me, realizing they could not evade this encounter, they cautiously approached, their gazes fixated upon me. "Who is that?" Sakura inquired nervously. I raised my head slightly to reveal my crimson Sharingan. Truth be told, I now bore a striking resemblance to Itachi, sharing his height as well. In the original narrative, Sasuke was considerably shorter than Itachi. It seems that a balanced diet during childhood indeed holds great importance. By the way, Naruto's height now closely matches mine. Despite being labeled a shorty in the anime, it appears my insistence on him consuming vegetables was not in vain. "I never expected to see you here," Kakashi murmured. I wondered whether he truly recognized me or mistook me for Itachi. Only Naruto's expression was decidedly complex, a tapestry of intense emotions woven across his face. As if he were yet to ascertain which feeling would prevail. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, while I maintained a dramatic silence. In truth, I too harbored uncertainty about whether this reunion with the Leaf Villagers and this wayward ninja would proceed smoothly, which is why I hesitated to speak. A gust of wind swept by, causing the hem of my robe and the paper talismans on my hat to flutter, the bells jingling melodiously. "Naruto," I called succinctly. And in the next moment, his eyes widened in recognition, and he dashed towards me. "Sasuke, wait, you idiot. We still don't know if he is an enemy." Sakura attempted to restrain him, but to no avail. In the blink of an eye, I felt as though I had been struck by a truck. Naruto barreled into me at full speed, enveloping me in a tight embrace. Fortunately, I had preemptively reinforced my body with chakra and had slightly stepped back. Otherwise, we would have tumbled to the ground together. My hat flew off upon impact, rolling across the sandy terrain, the bells ringing cheerily. "Did I not say we would meet again?" I remarked. "Sasuke," Naruto exclaimed, unable to articulate his excitement. His eyes gleaming with joy. "Don and Appos, cry. It would ruin the atmosphere of our reunion," I cautioned him, but it was too late. "Oh well, if you wish to cry. Go ahead. This robe is waterproof." I tousled his unruly golden hair and then turned my gaze to Sakura. "It has been a long time." Sakura and Appos' face quivered slightly, and after a brief moment, she lunged at me like a train. "Ahem. Sakura, you have grown stronger than before." Overwhelmed with emotion, she too struggled for words. Tears cascading onto my shoulder, much like Naruto. "Kakashi-sensei," I turned to my former teacher. "To celebrate this momentous occasion, you may embrace me as well. But keep it under half a minute. I still remember your fondness for Jiraiya's peculiar literature." Sasuke, you have changed significantly," Kakashi remarked. 3 years in a criminal organization would alter anyone. But now you have decided to return?" "Yes, my mission is complete." "Mission? What mission? I never heard of it." "A spy mission. Over the past 3 years, I gathered comprehensive intelligence on every member of the Akatsuki, their jutsu, abilities, personalities, preferences, habits, and life histories. But as far as I know, no one assigned you this task. In fact, you were designated a rogue ninja. I intended to discuss this matter with the Hokage. When I was taken away, not a single person from the Leaf intervened to rescue me. Instead, I was treated as a criminal, merely for striving to survive. The thought of my confiscated possessions and property ignited a simmering anger within me, causing my eyes to narrow. Kakashi visibly tensed. "Don't be anxious, Kakashi-sensei. I believe Lady Tsunade will be pleased that I have returned." By the way, have you forgotten something? Weren't you supposed to rescue Gaara?" Sakura and Naruto immediately ceased their weeping, giving me one last fervent embrace before releasing me. A few minutes later, the 5 of us resumed our journey. Even though I was present, events unfolded strictly in accordance with the original narrative, so I refrained from excessive interference, intervening only when necessary. When Deidara and Sasori caught sight of me alongside the rescue team, their reactions were far from indifferent. "It's you. I knew I couldn't trust you," the puppeteer declared. "Teacher, why?" Deidara appeared astonished. "The Akatsuki has never formally accepted me," I scoffed. "I simply grew weary of this existence. Apologies. Little Deidara, it may disappoint you, but I am taking Gaara with me." With that, the golden-haired boy formed a massive bird out of clay, seizing the body of the Kazekage and soaring from the cave. "Return Gaara to me," Naruto immediately pursued. "TSK." I summoned my glider and followed suit. Kakashi hesitated for a few moments, unsure of whom to assist, but ultimately chose to follow me. It seemed he still harbored doubts about my intentions, however. It was naive to expect him to trust me outright. I dispatched several shadow clones, swiftly catching up and surrounding Deidara. "Hand over Gaara's body. I do not wish to engage you in combat." "Huh, why should I listen to you? You've never bested me in training." "That does not imply I cannot defeat you in actual combat." "Then there is nothing to discuss." I interrupted him. "You are important to me. If I must kill you, it would deeply disappoint me." "What significance does this tailed beast hold for you?" Deidara inquired irritably, sensing my seriousness. "Let us put it this way. I consider him my brother. You know how I feel about my brother." Even so, I will not concede. He reached for his clay pouch, but before he could act, I infused a kunai with lightning chakra, extending its blade to sever the wings of the bird. Naruto's numerous shadow clones caught the plummeting bird and Gaara, while I seized Deidara by the collar. Yet, he managed to form another bird, breaking free and leaping into the air. They forced you into the Akatsuki. Why continue serving them? Perhaps you should seek a new direction for yourself? My affairs are none of your concern. Suit yourself. But it would be wise for you to leave now, wherever that may be. Deidara shot me a disgruntled glare and turned the bird to fly away. I landed on the ground just as Naruto was desperately digging Gaara's body from the clay, on the verge of releasing the chakra of the Nine Tails due to hopelessness. I wished to test whether I could control the Nine Tails. The Sasuke of the original story managed to do so. I should be capable as well, yet it wouldn't hurt to confirm. As Naruto began to sprout two tails, I leaped onto the ground near him. In a frenzy, Naruto lunged at me, but I met his gaze just in time. This is even simpler than I anticipated, I silently thought, and in an instant, Naruto's eyes transformed from slitted pupils to a form resembling the Sharingan. The orange chakra receded into his body, and his eyes returned to blue. Naruto swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance. As Kakashi-sensei prepared to unleash the suppressive sealing technique, he retracted the seal. At that moment, Sakura and Chio arrived, and to my surprise, Deidara had returned as well, ultimately deciding to hurl explosives at us. I neutralized the bombs with an electric needle, but this demolition expert began to prepare even larger explosives. However, Kakashi activated his Manjiki Sharingan, severing Deidara's other hand with a space-time ninjutsu. The narrative unfolded just as in the original storyline. Shortly thereafter, Team Guy appeared, and Deidara finally realized it was time to flee. I discreetly created a shadow clone, instructing it to retrieve Deidara's severed hand and display it prominently with a note that read, "Deidara, you are a naughty child. Next time we meet, I'll give you a good thrashing." Following that, events proceeded in an orderly fashion. Naruto cried out in despair over Gaara's lifeless body, seemingly unleashing his renowned verbal prowess. I even sensed a faint ripple brushing against my consciousness, but it had little effect on me. Chio resolved to employ the life exchange technique, sacrificing her own life to resurrect Gaara. I observed her closely with my Sharingan, hoping to replicate and refine this extraordinary ninjutsu, though it proved far more challenging than anticipated. Nonetheless, I grasped the fundamental principles. I must consult the Inner World as think tank for further research. Naruto successfully revived Gaara, as he was well versed in awakening those on the brink of death, having practiced extensively on me previously. The ensuing events, however, held little intrigue for me. Suddenly, a throng of people surged forth, nearly half of Sunagakure and Appos, as populace arriving. I concealed myself with Genjutsu to prevent the villagers from panicking at the sight of the Akatsuki cloaks, patiently awaiting the poignant reunion between Gaara and his people. Interestingly, Naruto was somewhat sidelined by Gaara's multitude of fervent admirers, their eyes ablaze with an ardent desire to protect this beloved figure, even at the cost of their own lives. Subsequently, Gaara was almost ceremoniously carried back to Sunagakure, cradled by the townsfolk, while the Konoha rescue team silently trailed behind. Everyone decided to stay for Chio's funeral. The one who personally escorted us back was Gaara, who had just recovered from his brief brush with death, accompanied by Temari and Kankuro. Upon witnessing this, I dispelled my concealment jutsu. The villagers of Sunagakure, who had previously overlooked me, immediately fixated on my presence with trepidation. "Do not look at me so," I smiled amicably. "I wear this cloak simply for its design." These three ninjas from Sunagakure, familiar with me, accepted my words. "Thank you. I understand now what you meant about the light and the darkness." Gaara extended his hand towards me. Without hesitation, I clasped his hand in return. As Gaara returned to the village, we hastened back ourselves. Guy proposed a race to see who would arrive first, and we all sprinted towards Konoha. I summoned a glider, comfortably soaring ahead to the destination. Yet I refrained from entering the village alone to avoid causing panic and having to explain that I was no enemy. Speaking of which, I should tuck away the Akatsuki cloak. There was no need to incite alarm prematurely. It was a pity, as I quite adored this cloak, finding it immensely comfortable. Most importantly, the crimson clouds against the black fabric complemented me well. Beneath the cloak, I wore a t-shirt crafted from chakra-conducting mesh, arm guards extending from my knuckles to elbows, a black long-sleeved bodysuit, and shorts. Out of habit, my fingernails and toenails remained painted black. This somewhat somber ensemble was brightened only by the family crest on my back, the gleaming metallic accents of my arm guards, and a necklace adorned with 3 glass beads. I waited for nearly an hour before the others arrived, but I bore no complaints, comfortably conjuring a chair and materializing a book from the library of my inner world to read. When Guy realized he was not the first to arrive, his expression was priceless. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself and praised my speed. "Sasuke." Naruto leaped down from a tree, his expression betraying a fear that I might vanish once more, leaving him behind. I felt a twinge of guilt. "Hey, I'm not going anywhere, don't worry," I reassured him. "Sasuke-kun," Sakura remarked, seemingly still adjusting to my return. "Now that you're back in the village, you need to wear your headband." "You're right," I acknowledged. "I had forgotten about that." Since living in the Akatsuki base, I hadn't worn my headband. And it should still be in my old room at the underground hideout. I formed the necessary hand seals and conjured a metal plate emblazoned with the leaf symbol on my right arm. Wonderful. Now we must report to the Hokage. Guy exclaimed energetically, while the drowsy Kakashi-sensei behind him uttered a series of indistinct sounds. Thankfully, the physical resilience of ninjas is commendable. Had it been an ordinary person, merely accompanying Guy on this run would have been exhausting. Yet, Kakashi, having endured such intense chakra depletion, was still able to breathe normally. Sakura reminded the green beast of Konoha not to forget about poor Asuma-sensei, prompting us to head to the hospital before subsequently seeking out the Hokage. Tsunade swiftly sent the others off to rest, leaving only me and her assistant, Shizune, in the office.